Fed speak, of course, with Fed's Warsh at Jackson Hole and the University of Michigan consumer sentiment, as well as the revision for these NFPs. So there's lots of stuff to look at here tomorrow. Today, a little bit lighter for economic data, but still some stuff that's going to be of note. Let's take a look here at Nvidia. This is the belle of the ball when it comes to earnings. The biggest earnings event of the season happened, and the stock took it really well. There's some other announcements around this report as well, including with Amazon. There's a Hugging Face reported acquisition. So Nvidia, there's a lot more here than meets the eye, but all of it looking really positive. They're not the only name to report earnings, that we had a whole bunch of post-market and pre-market reports that the market's going to digest, some analyst notes as well on all of these names. And of course, we're still digesting some more headlines about the Fed as well. So there's a lot that's both market moving and not market moving to take into account today, Sia.
Morning, welcome everyone. There is definitely a lot to look at. Nvidia actually doing quite really well after its earnings report yesterday. You did rightly say that they have a lot of other things that are acting as catalysts apart from the earnings report. We do have that Hugging Face acquisition for $12.9 billion as well. And apart from that, we also do have a lot of headlines that we will be discussing today, just like we have Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff also saying that the SaaS apocalypse is nonsense. There's a lot of things that we're going to be discussing today. Stay with us.
So, yeah, I mean, right now you've got Nvidia to the upside. We mentioned the SPY to the upside. I'll take a look at the Qs here. Also looking pretty good. I guess my thoughts here for Sean and Neil, and I'll start with you, Neil. Do you think that we can hold this strength on Nvidia and on the market, or do you think, because we've seen this before with Nvidia earnings, that it ends up giving a lot of this back?
Harsh one there. Good morning, everybody. I don't know if I want to go with harsh, but you just start to look at some of the numbers here, and it's so impressive. Like you don't want to get completely blown away by how good the quarter is and ignore price action, because it is trending down in the pre-market after going so far to the upside. But when you look at the cloud, it's that ACIE number, cloud, industrial, and enterprise, ended up $40 billion of that almost 100 revenue. If everyone's worried about it just all being about the hyperscalers, like that number right there, and that was like 138% growth. Overall growth was less than this. So like you're growing away from the hyperscalers, which is impressive. But as we usually see when you have a big gap up with a big cap tech name, you see that pre-market where there's profit taking, and we've seen a pattern before. Always zoom yourself out, look to prior resistance before, and if it can hold on to some of these gaps, like I look at like the 220 level, sort of an obvious one. If you hold that, maybe it's 10 o'clock, maybe it's 10:30. Oftentimes we'll make a little bit of a base and rally. Just don't be surprised if we end up a little bit more inside day, maybe 225 doesn't break. We'll end up with more of an inside day, and then you get a rally later on. Heck, I even saw a report that Michael Burry hedged some of his shorts with short-term call buying so that he wouldn't be, I guess, expecting that it wouldn't be another one of these Nvidia sells off and is down after earnings. So, hey, I mean, it looks pretty bullish right now. I mean, the market's is less than 1%, but it looks like it's an all systems go. We just might have to weather a little bit of early sell.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a Burry feeling less bearish, that's always an interesting sign here. Sean, I guess for you as well, when you look at what the charts are doing right now with Nvidia and then Nasdaq to the upside, do you think this move is sustainable for today?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty much as expected, right? I mean, we had the 5 to 6% move. This is what we were looking at. As Neil mentioned, the pullback is to the downside right now. Underneath VWAP, I don't necessarily like that too much, but am happy with the performance. I mean, when we started yesterday and the number came out, it trended a little lower initially. If we go into a 1-minute chart here, it's just at 4 o'clock, comes out there at 420, down into 204, right? And then if we zoom back in a little bit there, then this conference call started to kick, and then that's when we started to get back up to the upside. Looks like a 218 or so level should be able to be withheld there today as well. So I believe, I like the Nvidia quarter there. Everything higher. There's really nothing to talk about. 222 versus 209 is a great EPS look there. Jensen's statement, AI has reached its inflection point compute is revenue, was one quote from Jensen. So I think if the market can sort of digest that, looks like we do have some low areas, 220 to 218, that we can try to dip buy off of. Hey, look, man, it's helping a lot of stocks today. You know, Marvell reports tonight. They're up 4.5% or so, right here up to 254. Closing at 240, so that's up. ARM is up today as well. There's a lot of names here that continue to go a little higher on this number. Advanced Micro Devices starting to go a little bit there once that call happened in this morning as well, to the upside, fading back into 486. So yeah, look, Nvidia kind of saves the day a little bit here today. Not saves the day. I mean, the market's been okay. Yeah. It's just, I think it was also nice when you had Nvidia. If you look at the setup into the quarter, you had some down movements here, right? This is the daily chart over on this side. So, you know, you were already coming in onto that quarter when you had that 7 of 8 days to the downside. So I think it was set up nicely to beat, and there it goes up here into 220s. So yeah, Nvidia, man, good little level there at 222.
Well, there is one story here that I think Nvidia probably is saving some of these chips from, because it's actually not that good of a look for the chips here.
Nope.
Politico reporting that the Trump administration is considering a new round of tariffs on semiconductors. It's going to be a lot broader than prior tariff rounds, and apparently you already have, according to this Politico report, insiders within the tech industry trying to tell the administration not to do this. That'll actually hurt U.S. chip hopes here.
Adara, if you do remember, I'm pretty sure that you do, in May, we had U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer saying that there will be no new additional taxes on semiconductors until further notice. But this seems like it is the notice, because there are these additional taxes that could potentially be imposed. New tariff proposals come in on a range of tech goods. Instead of just targeting microchips, they're also going to be applied to products that use them, like laptops, gaming devices, consoles, data center servers. So Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is tilting, I would say, like a bit towards structure that will tie these foreign companies relief from these tariffs to investment in U.S. chip manufacturing to boost local production. And yes, Politico rightly reported this, that the framework could still be substantially revised so in the coming months.
Yeah, we still don't have, as Sia mentioned, it's not confirmed, it's just a report, still some revisions. But either way, if this is in fact true, it's definitely not a good look here for these chip plays. Sean, would you be looking for, potentially with that in mind, a short for some of these non-Nvidia chip plays? I mean, this could include cell phone chips, so something like Qualcomm was the first thing I thought of when I read this headline.
Oh God, I'm in Qualcomm, so yeah, it's not a good look. Yeah, no, I mean, I was looking. I call up the SMH. I mean, right now we talked about high tide lifts all ships, right? So the SMH right now is up to 571 right now, off of 555. So I think it's been helping out pretty good. This is going to be, this is according to Politico. Phase in is what they're going to do. They're going to bring this plan in, one by one. 25% duties on certain advanced AI chips. You'd think that this would affect some of the custom ASIC makers, like as you just sort of mentioned there, with Qualcomm, with Marvell, with Broadcom. But I think right now everyone's just looking at Nvidia. So I think this is a story that's on the back burner for here today, but something that we maybe have to investigate day 2 or day 3 after these earnings sort of smooth out. So yeah, I think it's just another playbook play here that we can start to talk about as far as tariffs. And we still have that big China worry over our head, which might not be one. So I think there's still a few levers that can be pulled here, but tariffs are what this administration likes to do. So it doesn't surprise me that we're going after the semiconductors now.
Yeah, I think, sorry, Neil, to cut you off there. I think the timing of this story almost makes you wonder if this was intentionally kind of done, right? Because you have the strong earnings report from Nvidia that a couple hours later we get a story that would, I think, ostensibly hurt the chips. So it's almost serendipitous for the chips that we get it timed for today. I guess, what are your thoughts? As Sean mentioned, maybe this is like a day 2 or 3 sell-off. Is this something where you think we're just going to forget about it for now, or the sell-off will come a little later, like Sean suggested?
I was going to say that I don't think at all it's not a coincidence. Like, every earnings season, there's one day that stands out, and there's one day that we all pay. That it's like we call it the Super Bowl of earnings. And then on top of that, like Nvidia blew it out the water, but it wasn't just that. It was like during the call, and it was after market that Jensen, and it wasn't just Jensen. I mean, the CFO came out, basically pulled the 2028 revenue, said, well, that's 2027 now, so even bigger. So everyone that's saying it was as expected, well, you're not listening to the guidance. It really wasn't. They pulled out at 4, so they were expecting 44%. I think they got 70 something. It's ridiculous. So I don't think it's a coincidence they brought this in. And you got to be concerned it's going to continue to raise prices. We've already heard, Nvidia was gonna raise prices. I mean, Apple's already raising prices. I think it's more what it could mean to the consumer if this happens. And you know, we were bracing for this, I guess, at some point. And if you're going to drop this news, I suppose this would be the perfect time to have done it. I guess because the market has a little bit of Nvidia euphoria, but
True.
It's hard to read too much into it because we're used to the gap up and then slight pullback early. So it's hard to attribute, was this just the regular pre-market pullback when everything is gapped up because Nvidia dragged them higher? Or are we actually reacting to this? Like if you look at a few names, like you could make the argument that say like Broadcom here, maybe it's fallen further back than it would have. You could try to say that, like Qualcomm, you could try to make that argument, but I don't want to read too much into this. If we give up all of the gains and then tomorrow look weak, then maybe this is a bit of a problem. Or what I think we should be doing is what you always do. If everything has been dragged up by Nvidia, who ends up relatively weak today? And if that starts to align, okay, well, if it's true that Qualcomm ends up relatively weak, then we can put some emphasis on that going forward. But I'm not going to read too much into it. Just kind of slid this one in here at the right time, and it's not going to do the kind of damage that you would have normally thought, it seems.
Yeah, and I promise, guys, we will talk more NVIDIA earnings and more of these specific earnings reports at the rundown, so don't go anywhere. We're just going to start with some market-wide stories. That being said, I am seeing some price targets for NVIDIA. It looks like most of these analysts are raising their price targets. You've got Melius with a $425 price target, Bernstein with a $400 price target. A lot of these analysts above $300 now after this report. So good look there. These analysts are still understandably bullish on NVIDIA. I want to talk about these two individuals again because it's been a while since we've mentioned them. On the left, you've got Fed's Governor Lisa Cook. On the right, you have Bill Pulte, who runs the Federal Housing Agency. Now, these two are back in focus because, unfortunately, even though the Supreme Court ruled that President Trump cannot fire Fed's Cook, looks like they're trying again because that ruling did not preclude them from going about it another way.
Adara, so as of yesterday, Abby Lowell, who is the attorney for Fed Governor Lisa Cook, has pushed back U.S. President Donald Trump's decision that the Supreme Court had blocked so that he would not be able to fire her. But this has come up again. There's a revived effort from Trump to remove her from the central bank, telling the White, but this pushback from the attorney is telling the White House in a 5-page letter that these allegations of mortgage fraud against her are, quote unquote, remain unfounded and untrue. So the Supreme Court has already, as you do know it, as late of June, like I mentioned, blocked the removal of Lisa Cook, but Trump is attempting to do so yet again. So as of yesterday, Cook has said that she had referred to one of the two homes in some documents as a quote unquote vacation home and had not been looking to deceive lenders. And she's also said that any errors were unintentional and did not rise to a level that justified her firing. So if Trump is able to remove Cook, he can now potentially name a replacement for her, Adara. You do know that. And his appointees would gain a majority on the Fed's board. That is also something that we are very well aware of, is a situation that could arise out of it. So we're also aware of the fact that the president has been attacking the Fed for a while now for not cutting its benchmark interest rates really quickly.
Well, I think the thing, too, with the whole Fed majority is that doesn't necessarily mean anything from a practical standpoint. Like, other than Fed's Myron continuously voting for rate cuts, we have other people who were appointed by Trump, like Fed's Waller and Fed's Bowman, and they really, for the most part, with a couple exceptions, voted with the majority, right? So it's a group. One Fed member isn't really going to push it necessarily, but a few could. So I guess, Neil, do you think this renewed call is a real threat for Fed independence, or is it more just kind of a smokescreen?
Well, I mean, it's a threat for Fed independence. I mean, Goolsby's literally saying that this morning, and it's not incorrect. Like, whatever side of value you want, and I suppose in the reality, you know, both sides are always going to be doing this. But yeah, I guess to put pressure on to get an appointee that you like is just a part of the game. It's what happens in the Supreme Court. But it's like you said, Adara. At this point, it's not mattering because the point is to try to get rates lower, right? Like that's what you accomplish if you oust her and get someone in who's more amenable to that. But it doesn't make a difference if nothing is allowing them to lower rates.
Yeah.
Like at best, we're in a keep rates pause situation, unfortunately, and that's kind of where we're at. So it's not like I don't want to call it a nothing burger because let's be real. Every time there's a threat to Fed independence or any central bank independence, but obviously the Fed matters the most, you do see some shocks to the bond market, and you can see them, start to freak out a little bit. So like those reactions matter. You can't ignore the bond market forever, and to the extent that that could provide a shock, then we'd feel it certainly in the equity market. But rates aren't going down anytime soon, and there's really no sign that that is going to be true. And we're still sitting at a 66% chance they go nowhere, but that still means a 1/3 that we get a hike. And then when you move it out to December, because I haven't looked at that this morning. What's going on here? Move it out to December. Double check. It's probably the same as it was yesterday. Yeah, it's about the same. Like you're looking at 45% shot that it's only one, and then we'll get 28% that we get a couple of hikes by the end of the year. So we're still very much pricing in rate hikes. So what we'd be discussing here is really just, does the bond market freak out because there's some influence on the Fed? Not about whether we're lowering rates. So you can forget about that for now.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, too, because you mentioned this, Neil, and I just put the headline on the screen briefly there, but Fed's Goolsbee actually saying directly that political interference in central banks generally leads to inflation. So his argument is basically saying, hey, administration, if you keep doing this, you're going to get more inflation, which is going to make it even harder to cut rates. I mean, Sean, what are your thoughts on this whole situation?
I mean, I think Sia talked about it there, and I think it's just a battle for a board seat. I think Trump wants her gone. Listing 2 properties, one by accident, apparently. I mean, this is really what we're talking about. Someone's going to lose their job for this kind of a reason. Obviously, this has become personal. It was like that. I don't know. How old is this story? Year and a half?
It's about a year old. I think it was started on August 20th of 2025, right. So it's just over a year old now. And if I may, really quickly, Sean, as well, I was looking into it, and her initial appointment to the board had a lot of back and forth, and
right.
She was the only Biden Fed appointee that had that kind of backlash.
Okay, so this is what I mean. I think it's, this administration, especially from the top, has taken things personal at some points, to say the least, I guess, or I can't even say it with a straight face. But at the end of the day, I do think it's a battle for a board seat, and it's not going to change the way the policy flow happens here, right? I think we are, as Neil just extended it out into December, we're going to get, most likely the next move is a rate hike, just a matter of how many before December gets coming through. Every round that we keep talking about this, we keep on focusing on Fed independence. And I think that's the most important thing. We need to make sure that the Fed is independent, from the greater good of, the government, and they continue to make the right monetary decisions, not based on, who the president is, based on what the economy needs and what the economic numbers are telling us, right? And so I think this is all just a little bit of a smokescreen in order to give Warsh a little bit more time. I mean, he has these task forces. We're going to hear what he has to say tomorrow at Jackson Hole, which I'm sure we're going to cover a little bit more here as we go. But to me, it just seems like a lot of back and forth, a lot of lawyer talk, and just to try to get this seat removed. I don't know if I hope she stays or leaves. It doesn't really matter to me. But at the end of the day, I think it's just some political back and forth.
Yeah, and she's honestly been pretty neutral if you look at her comments. So I think it's kind of an interesting look. I mean, Sia, I know you said you had some more thoughts on this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was reading about this a bit in depth as well, and bouncing off of Sean's comments, the attorney also, Abby Lowell, also noted that Trump himself, with others in the administration, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and also Attorney General Todd Blanche, have reportedly listed 2 properties as well that have not resulted in removals. So this does seem like a bit of a political angle for me as well.
Yeah, and let's get into this angle from Mark Benioff on SaaSpocalypse. Now, kind of mirroring comments that we had a little bit a while back earlier this year from CrowdStrike CEO George Kurtz, whose company we will discuss later. We know that now this is another CEO kind of saying that any concerns about AI taking over the company are, quote, nonsense. That's what Mark Benioff said here. And he specifically also said that, our AI can actually work with CRM, not against it. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. And reading that report, I was a bit confused. Like you and I talked a bit off camera as well. That is a rather, I would say, bold statement for me. So the CEO of CRM, Mark Benioff, like Adara mentioned, said that this SaaSpocalypse narrative has been such nonsense and that frontier models depend on CRM. They don't replace it. So Benioff has also pointed to Claude Force that was announced while we were during market hours as well, that it's a clear signal as Force of CRM being a strong foundation for AI agents, and also noted that models such as Claude rely on customer data, business context, and workflows that are housed on Salesforce's platform. So I'm curious to see where this leads, Adara. I'm curious to see where this angle goes particularly, but just diving a little bit into what Claude Force is. So we saw that announcement, Claude Force, which will basically give Claude direct access to this customer data and other information that is stored in Salesforce.
Yeah, we're going to dive more into this Claude 4 story in a second because I want Sean and Neil's opinions for sure. In the meantime, though, we're going to quickly go over to see how things are going in options with Joe.
All right, guys, good morning and welcome. Let's take a look at some of the options activity in yesterday's session. Now, it's really important because we've been talking about this level, and I know we've been talking about Nvidia quite often, but it's important to note and recognize what we got going on from a supply standpoint and just the price action revolving around it. So we're going to be heading right back to this $230 marker because there's a couple of things that are starting to stand out to me. Now, and we'll get into it momentarily as we talk about this contract. So $230, 210,000 contracts. So we have to look at this as potential, okay, we have a supply zone, but what happens if this supply zone happens to be breached and people start to hit the panic button? We'll get into that momentarily, but first we have 85,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. And you can see these contracts aren't worth very much at this given moment. It will change after the open, so you'll see that increase in premium considering we are closer to the strike price. This is going based off of yesterday's close, okay? So our delta sitting around 12, that's going to increase as well too. Why? Because we're closer to at the money. Our gamma exposure going to increase, and Vega sitting around 3 cents, all right? So nothing crazy. Now, taking a couple of steps back, what happens if we were to breach this $230 marker, okay? Well, this is what we can get into, and a name with this size and this market cap, we don't typically see that this too often, okay? But the words I'm about to say are gamma squeeze. Why? So let's break it down a little bit. So you have all of these out of the money contracts, and what your delta is essentially is your gas pedal. We'll put it in that reference. But then your gamma can act as like NOS, something that can make the car go extremely faster and rev up. So as you accelerate towards this specific strike price, your gamma is going to really start to increase. And when you have a mass amount of contracts congested in one specific area and one strike price, it all adds up. And then once you breach it, because the objective is for you to close under the value so you can collect the premium because there's an individual on the other side of the contract, most likely the market maker, who is short these contracts, right? One buyer, one seller. So someone is short. So what happens when you are short these contracts? Well, what you are is essentially, if you get assigned, you're going to be short Nvidia from $230. They don't want that to happen. So what happens is they start to buy back shares, and that can just add an extreme fuel to the fire, just igniting everything, hence why you fall into a gamma squeeze. And I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the scenario that happens today, but if we do pick up momentum and we run into this $230 marker, there's the chance that it may happen, and it can set up a pretty good trade opportunity. So a $230 break is something that could potentially be on the table. Now, once again, it doesn't necessarily have to happen. You want to watch how price reacts around that level, but I would keep an eye on it just in case we do breach, because the momentum, currently we're up 6.4%, and that's not too bad. We beat the expected move. We weren't thinking that, and we started to climb a little bit higher. So that's what I have my eyes on here, potential 230 break here on NVDA with a slight gamma squeeze here. Moving forward, let's take a look at another strategy. We'll run through this quick. Now, we've been talking about this quite often. In sideways markets, how do we take advantage of it? Joe, I'm getting chopped up. My swing trades aren't working. Well, here's a strategy that I used to run and was one of my favorite. All right, so there's going to be two legs to this specific strategy. It's called an iron condor. Now, what it is just a combination between a bear call spread and a bull put spread. All right, so it's a non-directional bias trade. So you don't have to, the stock can go up, the stock can go down, or the underlying can go up and go down, but as long as it doesn't exceed your short strike prices on both the call and the put side, you have the ability to make a profit within this specific strategy, okay? So what we have here is, it's range trading without having to pick a direction. So just the way I have it set up is just picture your short call here, and your short put. And as long as the underlying stays within that threshold, you get to collect the premium, and you've now put on a winning trade. Now, moving forward, 780, you're going to be collecting 32 cents here. Now, these are going to be on our call side. How can we identify this? Our positive delta here. But our short contract will be in the red. So you're going to be collecting 32 cents. It's going to be expiring on the 31st of August. And then as for the purchase, your protection, you're going to be buying the 785, constructing a $5 spread. Even though you're only collecting $22, you also have to look at the probability of profit. But when you combine them and you add multiple legs, it makes a little bit more sense. So there's your bear call spread there. And then moving forward, what you'll see is our short strike here at the highs, and then our protection put at the lower end of the range, where you'll collect a little bit around $60 itself. $1.26 is the collection, and then you'll be paying 67 cents. But this is the range. If you pull up the SPY, we have the 758 as our low, and then also the 780 as our high. So we're right at the lower end of support and the higher end of the resistance zone, okay? Now moving forward, we'll take a look at what we have going on here, both expiring on the 31st. And how do we identify that this is a put? Well, our delta is negative. So when we move in a sideways market, and I can pull up my chart here right now, it looks exactly like this, okay? So here's our 780. Here's your 758. And at that point, as long as the SPY stays within this range, by August 31st, you have the ability to collect a premium. So there's a little bit better of a visual. That's your iron condor setup. There's your options plays for today. Let's send it back to Adara.
Right now, at this point, we're about 3 minutes away from the initial jobless claims print at 8:30. Before we get into that, though, Sean, I know you and I make fun a lot of those comments that CEO of CrowdStrike, George Kurtz, made, saying, oh, Claude said it can't replace my company.
Right.
Do you view these comments from Mark Benioff dismissing the SaaS apocalypse as kind of similar? I mean, what are your thoughts here?
No, I mean, I think it's awesome. I think Mark Benioff, one of the smartest guys in the room. I think Mark Benioff is well respected on Wall Street as, one of the top CEOs and a mind for this. And what he's basically wound up doing here is, 9 of the top 10 AI companies are using Salesforce and Slack. Their spend is up 435% this year, right? They didn't lose seat licenses, they gained seat licenses. Agentforce got 2,000 more subscriptions into it this year, right? So I think it's all about working together. And I think a lot of us thought that, and you talked about and we'll get to CrowdStrike as well. But we talked about how is AI going to replace a lot of the current models? The problem is a lot of these businesses already have workflows that are already generated using Salesforce's models and Agentforce and their AI. So what all they've done is sort of add Anthropic, and they get a double win here, right? Because they get on the investment of Anthropic, that's a win. Salesforce is an early investor in Anthropic, and you also get the win now with the software being implemented on the back end to create a better experience for a lot of these companies. So I think Salesforce wins, and I think that's part of the reason why you are seeing a CrowdStrike. I mean, they have great numbers, but why a lot of these SaaS names can work with the current environment, not against it. So I think Mark Benioff once again shows up and proves that. And I mean, just look at the Salesforce stock. I mean, it got pummeled. That was down to 152, back in late July. Now you're up to 229 and change right now. It's getting hit now, 226. But what a great quarter for Salesforce. And I think a lot of the pressure now off of Mark Benioff and company, because they've now proven that they can win in this current environment, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're about 30 seconds away here from the initial jobless claims. Neil, if you want to share your thoughts here afterwards on CRM, we can definitely do that. But I want to get into what we're expecting here from the initial jobless claims print. 208,000 is the forecast. 206,000 is the prior number. Continued jobless claims, we had 1.792 million as the forecast. 1.799 million is the previous print. We're also going to be getting wholesale inventories month over month. Bit of a smaller number here to keep an eye on. That we're expecting here 0.2% versus 0.2% expected, so expecting in line. Also got the advanced goods trades balance at negative $118.8 billion. That just came through. That's going to be lower than the 100.5 billion expected. And initial jobless claims come in lower than expected. So 203,000 versus 208,000 expected. That's a better than expected initial jobless claims print. Wholesale inventories well above expectations, 1.3% versus that 0.2% estimate. And again, guys, that advanced good trades balance negative $118.8 billion. We were looking for negative $100.5 billion. Not much of a reaction here on the NASDAQ. I mean, Neil, what, if anything, is jumping out for you in those numbers? And also, if you have any thoughts to share on the CRM comments.
I mean, looking at the numbers, not really. I mean, they're kind of better, but I don't think it's anything that's going to move the needle. And in reality, it always comes down to like later revisions when we're talking about anything in the jobs market. That said, the market didn't even move on that. Like I was looking at the SPY, and I was waiting for the SPY to actually do something, which I don't think we're surprised that it's not going to move. Like we have a lot of earnings to digest, and the market's going to go to a certain extent as Nvidia goes. I mean, really, the only thing I wanted to add is like the proof of what Benioff was saying and what Sean was saying as well was like Agentforce grew 240% year over year. So like there's monetization which is already happening. If you were to try to take I suppose the other side of it, if you wanted to play devil's advocate, because I did see like there's a couple of concerns you could have. One of them, Craig makes music in the chat pointed this one out and asked this question. He was saying it isn't giving Anthropic access to all CRM customer data. The only thing CRM has that Anthropic doesn't. Once Anthropic gets that, they will just copy CRM Business. No, it's a fair question. I think another concern might simply be, okay, well, Salesforce, you just get to be the database and all the workflow goes through Anthropic and they get paid for that. And then over time, they lose growth because of that dynamic. So I think those might be the two things. If you're going to play devil's advocate here, I tend to play it on the bullish side because people take the easiest path. They're already embedded. I think it's a good partnership. The stock seems to like it as well. So it's kind of like a ball does lie moment. But you can start to think of maybe some reasons why this might not be as rosy. Even if that's not my opinion, it's worth acknowledging.
Well, I want to mention as well here and acknowledge, I guess, to use that wording because I like it. We have the White House, specifically outgoing White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She said that all options are available regarding Iran, mirroring comments from Trump. However, she also said that they're not in any negotiations right now. I want to talk about comments from another CEO. These ones aren't necessarily moving the stocks involved, but I think it's a really interesting conversation given how hot this sector is, and that's neoclouds. So Nikesh Arora, CEO of Palo Alto Networks, went in a little bit of a rant here, quote tweeting and sharing his thoughts on some of these neoclouds, saying in 2 years from now, you'll be able to buy one for less than they raise at today. Just saying. If you go to his pinned post, he literally says the only attraction for him to use X is the quote, the ability for me to say it in my own words when I want and how I want. So this is kind of par for the course for him.
Adara, like I said off camera to you in our discussion, CoreWeave, Nebius, Iron also jumped after this. They're all bouncing off of Nvidia's earnings. The stocks don't really seem to care about these comments. But you're right, Nikesh Arora making these comments like in 2 years from now, you will be able to buy a neocloud for less than they raise at today. And neoclouds are a CapEx and IRR business. When supply demand finds balance, equity will normalize. That's what he's saying here. And also that equity to fund CapEx only works in a euphoric market. So basically, warning that neocloud valuations could collapse once the supply catches up with it.
Yeah, I think this is it's an interesting look, and I think this is not really a short-term story. I think this is kind of a longer-term story about how these neoclouds are viewed. Sean, neoclouds hot space right now. Do you think there's any validity to what's being said here? Do you think that the tide can turn, and when do you think that could happen?
We're using neoclouds because we want to get access to the cloud and to compute, right? And the point is that as supply comes back on, I feel like this is a no-brainer kind of comment, and maybe something that we should have been thinking about before if you're an investor in CoreWeave or Nebius. And it's not hitting the stock or anything right now, but at the end of the day, I think the more opportunity to purchase GPUs, I think about if you're building a data center in 2029, for example, or a couple years down the road, whatever it is, are you going to be using the current chips or older chips? And I think that there's going to be a use for older chips. I think if you're going out to buy a computer right now, you could buy one that was 5 years ago. You'd still be able to play your video games but you're not going to be able to run some of these agents as easily as you may want to, right? So I think CoreWeave and Nebius, they themselves are going to have to keep on buying new GPUs to keep up with the times. But if supply catches up to demand, then all of a sudden, some of these mega CapEx players aren't going to need to go to CoreWeave or Nebius anymore. They're going to be able to go to Nvidia themselves or go to Marvell. Look, we have the TPUs are being built, Neil, by Google and by Amazon right now, right? So are these neoclouds still going to be a thing 4 or 5 years down the road, once there's an abundance of supply, hoping that there's an abundance of supply. We saw Nvidia yesterday say that they've gone out and purchased all the memory that they need, and they're good to go, and their production's still continuing higher, which is why you see Nvidia making the move that they're doing. I just feel like CoreWeave, and if we look at the stock, I didn't actually get a chance too much to look at it today. I saw that it was up overnight. I mean, obviously, as I said, high tide raises all ships.
Exactly.
But I do think that there is a little bit of a worry here. They fit the bill for now. Will these neo-cloud plays still be around in 4 or 5 years? I think yes. To the same extent, unfortunately, I think no.
Well, I just want to say quickly, Neil, before we get into this, one thing that I think is interesting too is you get CoreWeave and Nebius joining the NASDAQ at the exact same time. I mean, sometimes if you guys remember what happened with SMCI, this can be a sign of at least short, and I'm not comparing them to SMCI, but I'm saying it can be a sign of maybe short-term hype. Do you think that at least, in the short term, we could see a bit of a cooling off for now? Because I think Sean made some really valid points there. I'm curious as to your thoughts.
Well, I'm always concerned about CoreWeave's debt. But I just want, for all those out there, let's just pray for, I don't own Nebius or CoreWeave, but for everyone that does, let's just hope it's not, they're never an SMCI situation. You never want to see that.
No, and maybe not the best comparison, but I just mean the timing of their rise.
Yeah, because it wasn't, SMCI is good, was one for the textbooks, in my opinion. And certainly I hope my daughter reads about it in school. I'm sure she will. No, I think this comes down to more of a timing thing, because you saw it back with fiber in 2000, and then I guess the most recent example would be look at the miners in 2021. You're absolutely printing money if you're early capital, and if you're late, then you're screwed. But it's a matter of, okay, well then when does the clock run out for CoreWeave and Nebius? The way I look at it between the two is I don't know when the clock runs out, but I know who's holding the most debt right now has the worst debt to equity ratio. It's going to be CoreWeave. So that's the one that concerns me, because they have that weaker fundamental. But again, you don't know when the clock is running out. Are we talking 2 years, 4 years? I don't know. He's right, but that's fine. But when was it the right time to dump some of the miners that eventually did? That's not an easy thing to predict. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I can. Look, obviously Nikesh is incredibly smart, and he's pointing out something which is true. I don't know how actionable it is right now.
Yes.
Because you could say, I don't know, maybe Michael Burry has some idea about when to short this, or when I have no clue. For now, you ride the wave.
I'm sure Michael Burry has many ideas about when to short things.
I use him because it's the first thing that comes to mind. It is what it is. But I'd be more concerned for CoreWeave because of their debt. I just wouldn't know how you time it. That's all.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point as well. And one of the reasons that I found it interesting, even though there wasn't a stock move, is I think it just shows so much about the sentiment going forward, especially as Nikesh said himself, he's a very tell it like it is or tell it like he sees it kind of guy. So I thought that was a pretty interesting look. I want to pivot over here to Hugging Face, because there are two Hugging Face catalysts, and kind of very similar to what we had with the Nvidia earnings report and this political report and semiconductor tariffs coming out at the same time. The timing of this is interesting. We're going to talk about the reported Nvidia acquisition in a minute, but I kind of want to focus on the actual Hugging Face breach from these OpenAI models. We know this came out. OpenAI admitted it. They've now released, I have to admit, a very reader-friendly 37-page report on what actually happened here with this incident. And again, the same night, we get reports that Nvidia is going to acquire them for just under $13 million.
Is that a coincidence? Well, I'm kidding, just only kidding. But you have a report basically covering how these AI models that successfully breached Hugging Face as of last month. And you're right, Adara, it's around 37 to 38 pages long, very user-friendly. I skimmed through it myself, did not have a hard time understanding anything. But it basically chronicles the actions that OpenAI's models took during a series of evaluations prior to and during the breach, which OpenAI has characterized as quote-unquote an unprecedented cyber incident. So the company has also explained the steps that it's tried to take to prevent and also to prevent a similar event from ever happening again by improving its security as well as its containment, monitoring model behavior, also incident response. So the company has determined that its internal only research model had the quote-unquote broadest confirmed role in this incident, according to this report. And OpenAI has stopped all training and inference related to that model as of and on July 25th.
Yeah, and of course, also you have this reported, and again, it's from The Information, whose reports NVIDIA often denies, at least twice in the last couple months. But they also have, that reported acquisition of Hugging Face for $12.9 billion. I'll start with you here, Sean. I'm curious as to if you think this Hugging Face almost reckoning here by OpenAI, do you think that this maybe an attempt to repair their reputation ahead of that potential IPO, because we've had a lot of hits to said reputation, especially in recent weeks.
That's what I was going to say. I think this is like two stories, right? Like one is a pretty ugly one for OpenAI, and the fact that they're not able to control sort of their own agents. They're being hacked in there. That wasn't good. You know, bad look before the IPO, as you're saying. And I think we just had also not Karl Malone, Chris Malone leave the other day as well, right? It's part of their data centers. So, you know, so that's not great. But this is a good story for Nvidia, I think. I mean, if they're able to buy Hugging Face, buying the open source, you know, Hangout for the developers is a good thing, I think, and it's nice to have sort of underneath your belt there, and it is a good purpose for OpenAI, you know, getting one of their products bought out. You said $12 billion or so there.
15, I think,
but what are the chances of this actually happening? You know, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's negative look there for OpenAI heading into their IPO. For me, it's too bad we can't really invest in OpenAI and have a look at what their stock is doing when we get reports like this. But yeah, I'm just a little worried about maybe Nvidia and the whole group getting too involved with each other potentially. We talked about the circular financing. You actually mentioned yesterday the bank of AI now seems to be Nvidia. So maybe they're here to bail out OpenAI with this Hugging Face purchase. But I you know, I like it. I don't know much about it. But to me, it's a negative outlook for OpenAI, but kind of a positive one for Nvidia.
Yeah, I want to kind of turn to our M&A acquisition resident. You know, you look at a lot of these deals, Neil. So what I find is interesting here is when you read through this, and I haven't read through the whole thing yet, but it seems like Hugging Face got hacked pretty quickly. How do you feel about Nvidia's acquisition of them with that in mind? Because it made my eyebrows raise a little bit. I'd have to read more about it, but it's kind of an odd look from that perspective for me.
They call Hugging Face what? The Town Square?
Guess so, yeah.
How do you get a nickname like the Town? Like, first of all, it's bad. It's just bad. It's a bad story for them, that hack, because the Town Square. But like, come on, like, you're gonna tell me that Nvidia, the bank of AI, the one that's funding everything and everybody, the second to, oh, there's a little problem over here with Town, let's just the biggest and the baddest engulf them. I mean, if it was a bigger deal, you would see, like, if it was a public company and it was a bigger company and the same optics, the regulators would have a field day with that. Be like, what are you talking about? No way we're gonna let you do that. But we're not even at that point yet, right? So this is something which is it's not confirmed. I know there was other interest, and apparently the Nvidia was only interested when somebody else was. It's like, oh, what? You think you could do that? No, we'll get them first. We got more money. So it could have been that situation, but it's not even a done deal.
No.
So you don't have, it's not firm. We could easily get a denial about this today, tomorrow, next week, or there's just nothing further could come of it. But like, the optics are bad. I don't think it matters necessarily for Nvidia. It's chump change for them. Like, if we're not more concerned because they're buying them. It's not a bad story for Nvidia. I think the more important thing, like when I'm thinking about OpenAI, it's really just about the timing of the IPO for them. You know, like, it just seems to me like OpenAI, it's like every piece of bad press is amplified, and everyone wants to be focused on the good for everybody else.
I've noticed
for the
that
last,
well.
like, I don't know, maybe 6 to 8 months, it's felt that way with OpenAI. And can they change that narrative by the time the IPO comes in? And that's part of why we're looking at 2027, I think, and not this year for the IPO. Because the IPOs are all about perception. Like, can you manage to get yourself to market when everyone loves you and everyone's excited about you? And if you miss that moment, which it feels like they did, because it'd be a different story if it had been in the beginning of this year, and it feels like they did, how far do they have to push it out to change that? So I don't know that this story is that big of a deal, the acquisition, but I have some concerns with OpenAI relative to Anthropic.
Yeah, and on the perception side of things, I want to mention something, Neil, which I think is pretty interesting. OpenAI is getting its version of the Social Network movie. That's going to come out either late this year or early next year. It's called Artificial, starring Social Network vet Andrew Garfield as Sam Altman. So that could be another perception hit potentially for OpenAI, at least on some level, which I think is the timing of that movie is pretty interesting to me. But I want to talk about some of these memory names as well here, because here is SanDisk to the upside. They are directly implicated in this story here about Kyoshia, which is, they're investing in this Japanese fab as part of this SanDisk Kyoshia tie-up. And it's interesting too, because this, of course, announcement comes as we have a lot of concerns about the memory supply.
The companies together are investing over $31 billion in USD, of course, through the year 2032 to drive this semiconductor technology and expand production capacity. As, of course, we do know it, the reason being that the AI boom is boosting and demand for memory chips is falling a bit short. So the joint investment is contingent on quote-unquote government support. This is coming from the statement. So the 6-year investment plan will encircle a new memory chip production facility that will be built at Kioxia's Kitakami plant in northern Japan. Now, just was reading a bit about Kitakami and Kioxia as well. So Kioxia was once seen as a symbol of Japan's chip-making struggles, so it will now experience growth that is a good, nicer outlook for this year. So this investment of 1.8 trillion yen, that amounts to around $11.30 billion, according to Kioxia CEO Hiru Uta. And Kioxia's manufacturing 10th generation BICS, that is bit-cost flash memory, that is being developed with SNDK at the Kitakami plant. And Ota and SanDisk CEO David, I'm so sorry, have met with Prime Minister Sanae Takachi as of early today as well in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, I guess all these memory names looking pretty similar here. Neil, I know you trade DRAM on I would say, semi-frequent basis. Is this one that you'd be watching today?
I think you have to be, because like, part of what, I hate to always come back to it, but it's completely unavoidable right now. Like Nvidia, what the guidance and on the call, what they're able to tell you is that, hey, demand is not going to be an issue till through 2028. I shouldn't say until, through 2028. And if you think about the memory names, that just made everyone's complaint. The reason why they're cheap, right? And whether it's Micron, it's single-digit P, and SK Hynix, and you're not going to get SanDisk at that. But part of the reason is everybody thinks it's going to end up cyclical, and when does the last shoe drop? Well, we just pushed it out. Nvidia just pushed that out another year. So like that, it helps to reaffirm this trade. I mean, SanDisk specifically, and a lot of the names are going to look relatively the same. SanDisk literally today is trying to break short-term downtrend and trying to regain the 50-period moving average. You get this fab build-out when it's easier to justify the fab build-out when Nvidia just reported these numbers. Like the timing couldn't be better to drop this on us, realistically. So yeah, it's positive for it. I am going to be looking at DRAM today. Obviously, everything flows from Nvidia. How deep does the pullback get from the pre-market? For sure. But the memory names, they just got a longer runway. That's the way I want to put it. It feels like Nvidia just gave them a longer runway, and now was a great time to announce some spending, realistically. It's the same way that the Trump news about the tariffs, like it's a good timing for it because the market can absorb it. This is a good day for the market to absorb more spending as well.
So Sean, before we go to Joe with the upgrades and downgrades, at Katina Capital, what is your upgrade here, as you like to call it? If you could upgrade one of these memory names, maybe even on the longer term.
Joe has made it perfectly clear that it's actually Wilson Katina Capital. So we got to start with the Wilson part first. And I have to make all decisions have to go through Joe at first point. We have to run it through some AI, and then we got to go to Joe, and we got to figure it out. And then Sharif runs it through AI, and then we get it all going. And Adair, you're one of our top analysts as well. So there's a lot that has to happen before we make any moves here. But I think this Kioxia and SanDisk deal is great. I mean, they're looking for some help from the Japanese government. That's great. We know the U.S. government has put some money into this space as well. All this is doing is confirming the shortage, as Neil just said. Nvidia came out, the demand is there, the demand is here again, or they wouldn't be building more plants. Does it fix the problem in the short term? No. This is, as Sia had mentioned here, we're looking at 5 to 6 years before this plant even gets up and running. So, where is AI going to be in 5 or 6 years? Obviously, they believe it's still going to be here. This is an AI data center play, right? Again, one more time. It's building of the chips to help support this play. I think it's great. I mean, obviously, as an investor in this space and quite a heavy one, not in SanDisk individually, but just in the overall NASDAQ frame right now. I think this is good. I think it confirms the demand is there. We just got a great number. We're going to have some more numbers tonight from Marvell. That should help the space as well. But yeah, this is not great for anybody that needs chips now. It's great for the supply moving forward. Hopefully, pricing power can come in a little bit there as supply hits the market. But yeah, for now, I think it's still an upside move for Micron, SanDisk, WDC, and the rest of them. You can see by the chart here, I mean, SanDisk's high 2,400 bucks, now down into 15. I still think there's a little bit of a runway. I love that we just bounced, as Neil mentioned, off the 200 and holding the 50 period moving average. We're gonna go higher here on SanDisk. Great to get involved with more names. I think SanDisk is something that you should probably have in your portfolio. I don't. Maybe I should. SanDisk, I like it.
Now let's see what upside and downside moves the market might be liking here with Joe at upgrades and downgrades.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades, as we typically do. At the top of our list, a little bit of a short list here today, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we're down 2.6% here in Novo Nordisk, but we're also getting the downgrade going from a hold to a sell. And 290 Danish kroner, that's down to 265, all right? Deutsche Bank giving them the downgrade. But the firm notes, now that this new investigational drug is completely off the table, I'm not going to try to pronounce, I will try ziltivekimab, whatever that may be, effectively out of the picture. Part of the reason for the downgrade, the firm also notes that Medicare prescription upside seems limited. So going from a hold to a sell and about a $25 price target reduction there, guys. Now moving forward, CrowdStrike at the top of our list, up 8%, a little bit more, 9.2% here. Now we're holding that buy rating, but we're going to get a pretty big increase here on our price target. Rosenblatt, $250, that's up from $206. Now we know Crowd beat every metric, then did the thing that matters most. It put the beat into full year outlook and then added on top of it. Management called it the best quarter in the company's history, so that's the reason for Rosenblatt's upgrade and price target increase this morning. Last but not least, a name that we've been covering throughout the day. We'll see what some of the analysts think about it this morning as well, too. Up 6.25%, a little bit less than that 6%. We'll call it flat now. $300 price target. That's up from $270. Needham liking what they're seeing. The company delivered a Q2 beating guided Q3 revenue above expectations, driven by continued strength across data center revenue. The firm also addressed its concern in regards to this circular financing ordeal. Those are your analyst actions this morning, guys. Let's send it back to Adara.
Yeah, and a lot of those names, especially Nvidia and CrowdStrike for sure, going to be mentioned here during our rundown. So guys, don't go anywhere. It's going to start in just 8 minutes. But before we get that rundown, I want to go over some earnings names that we're not going to get a chance to tackle when we get to the rundown. I want to talk about DLTR and DG because these dollar stores, both in focus, making some very different moves and some very different earnings report. I do want to thank the individual here in the chat for the super chat. I cannot see the name, but thank you for your contribution to the show. Always very grateful to the people who are here with us. Let's talk though some DG and DLTR.
Let's talk about that, Adara. Absolutely. Just gonna pull up the chart. Yeah. So Dollar Tree overall has exceeded analyst expectations, but there was weaker guidance. That is why. Just gonna pull that stock. The stock was falling a little bit over here. That you can see adjusted earnings per share of $2.70, significantly surpassing the analyst expectations and consensus of $1.11. And revenue has reached $4.9 billion, topping estimates of $4.85 billion, representing a 7% increase year over year. So comparable net sales are up 3.7%. This quarter's results also have included a $1.31 per share benefit that is related to the net impact of tariff refunds. And the company's third quarter guidance, like I said, has disappointed investors. Adjusted EPS is what they're seeing of the range of 80 cents to 95 cents, Adara, with a midpoint of 88 cents, and that includes an approximate 50-cent impact related to tariff refund and reinvestments, below the consensus of $1.39. And the company is projecting third quarter comparable store net sales growth of the range 3% to 4% on revenue of $5 billion to $5.1 billion.
Dollar Tree or Dollar General, which one do you prefer here long term? I'll start with you, Neil.
You know, in the long-term sense, I'll still ride with Dollar Tree. I think, but for this quarter, you care where the stock has come from. So you have two things. Maybe it was going into resistance. It had more tariff noise than the former, than Dollar General. So you could easily say that they both guided higher. Everything looked pretty good on the surface, but a lot of the EPS was more driven by the tariff noise with Dollar Tree. You juxtapose that with Dollar General, and if you look at it again, you do have to come to the chart. Like Dollar Tree ran precipitously. Like, it was up 50 bucks, so it was a good return, like 60% return, and then it was a triple top that it was running into. And then you go over to Dollar General, which had been, I don't want to say bled, but it got hit a heck of a lot harder, and it's didn't run quite as crazily into this print. It was a little bit more, I'd like to call it subdued. So they're both okay and they're both solid, but it does feel like this is one of those quarters where, while one was at the high, and then we could say some of the gains was from the tariffs, that's an excuse to take some profits off. The other one was a little bit more organic, so the quarter looks a little bit better from that context, and it's at a breakout spot and was nowhere near the high with room to run. So like in the short term, yeah, Dollar General looks better in the short term. But if you go with that long-term aspect of it, I don't know that enough has diverged here that you can overreact to this. That's all.
Do you agree with that tale of two stories take here for DG and DLTR, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the story, but I would rather, for me, I'd rather roll with the horse that's right now, pushing higher. And it's just like Dollar General just broke out through this 128. We always talk about, what you're doing now versus what you're doing later. And I think that the guide by Dollar General was just so much better than Dollar Tree. And I think you want to ride momentum in the space, right? And I mean, if you're going to guide forward, they just had, 6 consecutive quarters for outpaced consumable sales. So, that was a good one. Comps were supported by digital adoption. So that's great too. They're obviously, lending into the AI side of it as well, digitally with more ad space, so on and so forth. I like Dollar General. I think it's breaking out. That's all. It's just, ride the momentum until maybe it settles down a little bit and comes back in. But yeah, it's all about the guidance for me. Dollar stores are dollar stores. I mean, a lot of the products, at least around here anyways, pretty similar in each store. Just a matter of the shopping experience that you prefer. And I just think right now, same store sales, both really nice, 3.5% year over year and 3.7% over there in Dollar Tree. It's just one the stock market likes, one the market doesn't. I'm going to go with the one that the market is telling me is a winner right now, and that's Dollar General.
Yeah, fair point there. I'm just seeing some super chats, so I want to address these. B. Pikey asking if it's time to look into IREN, Cypher, and HUT 8. Thank you for that $1.99 super chat. Yeah, I mean, I guess we have IREN earnings tonight, so that's going to be in focus. CIFR and HUT, I believe, both have already reported for this quarter, or at least, not too much above made of those earnings. But I guess with a couple minutes here to go to the rundown, I'll start with you, Sean, if you don't mind. IREN, thoughts on earnings. Do you think this is going to be a mover? Because it has been in the
Yes. I mean, I think it's, that individual there in the chat, I think is right. I mean, IREN right now is consolidating near this $40 mark. It's right at the 50-period moving average. I do think there's going to be a move. I hope it's upside right there. The former Bitcoin miner, now Iris mining, turning into IREN right now. We just talked about the demand is quite high in compute power. These guys are a power play there, gigawatts. I just want to hear about the connection that they have with some of these CapEx spenders. We talked about Nebius and CoreWeave potentially, their side of things getting a little weaker on their story. I think IREN and the demand and use for power, they already have a lot of these plans set up because of the Bitcoin mining situation. So I think they're already a step ahead. Let's just make sure that, the guidance is proper moving forward for IREN. I think they're going to put up a good quarter, but what does the guidance say? And we just talked about that with the dollar stores. I think IREN just needs to show that they still do have big, corporate help here and that they're not backing away from any of those contracts. So yeah, I think IREN continues to work tonight. But again, to make a call before earnings, I think we heard yesterday, and this is why we took the other side of that Nvidia trade, was that there was so much negativity about, it's down 7 of the last 8 days, can they continue to hold it? It's a $5 trillion company. A $5 trillion company can't move 5%. That's way too much market cap, right? There's too much money into Nvidia already. And then what do? They put out a number where now they're up 5-6%, right? So I think IREN, let it settle down here after earnings, and we just see what winds up happening. I think it's a risky stock to get into, but I do think it's worth the risk to reward. I'd buy calls rather than puts.
What levels are you watching on IREN, Neil?
Actually, I wanted to double check first what HUT had done. So HUT they did have a wider loss than expected. Good growth, but wider loss than expected. But they bounced the 200 period on their earnings. But it did take a pullback. Obviously, IREN's going to be in a different situation because they're coming post. B, they're also they're coming out post Nvidia earnings. But the difference too is IREN, between the two of them, has actually broken this downtrend to a certain extent. Like the short-term downtrend got broken on IREN. So if it's 46.5, like that's a 200-period moving average. You close above there after earnings, and that's pretty bullish. And it already looks like a tad more bullish than HUT, and HUT was able to bounce after a couple of weeks on their earnings. So it does make the context of IREN even better because, again, when you have the fact that HUT lost more money than expected, that's going to put a low bar for them. They get to ride the coattails also of Nvidia, kind of pushing everybody forward. So yeah, this one does look a little bit better. I wouldn't say by a ton. They're both off a bit and haven't completely broken the trends because you still have downward sloping 50 and 200 periods.
Well, yeah, we're going to slope over here to our rundown, starting with, of course, NVDA, but how do you guys follow along? It's very simple. Just get our free Trader TV Live watch list. That's right, guys. $0.00. You can grab this through the link that's going to be here on your screen in just a second, or you can click the link in the description. Either way, takes you to the same place, gets you access to the stories that we're going to be looking at on the day. Percentage moves that are in focus, any earnings that are on the docket, economic events, all of that and more. Please get that watch list for free. And of course, as it says in the screen, Nvidia beat earnings and how. This was a massive report for Nvidia. They also announced, expanded partnership with Amazon, reportedly investing in Hugging Face, firing on all cylinders for Nvidia and CEO Jensen Huang.
Adara, there's three angles to this Nvidia story. There's the Hugging Face angle, you have the Amazon angle, and you have the earnings. So give me a bit of a time. We're going to cover everything. I want to talk to you about this as well. Nvidia's reported adjusted earnings. We do know it. Earnings day one of $2.22 per share, beating the estimates of $2.09 per share. Revenue coming in at $96.2 billion, beating estimates of $92.18 billion. Data center revenue surging whoppingly 117% from a year ago to $89 billion. So Nvidia's ACIE segment as well, that's inclusive of NeoCloud, industrial, and enterprise customers, has jumped 138% to $40 billion. Now, the Hugging Face story here, Nvidia's agreed to buy Hugging Face for $12.9 billion. Someone familiar with the matter had also spoken to CNBC and said that they can, quote unquote, confirm this acquisition by Nvidia that has been ongoing and recent talks as well. So if this acquisition is completed, this would put Hugging Face under Nvidia's ownership, which will expand NVDA's reach further into the software and model system. That is a good angle and outlook for them. Let's take a look at quickly this Amazon and Nvidia angle here as well. They've announced an expansion of their collaboration to meet the surge in global demand for AI infrastructure as demand continues to accelerate. So this is the news. This is from the press release that the companies are planning to deploy 2 million additional NVIDIA GPUs across AWS's global infrastructure and deepen their work together across AI factories, CPUs, networking, open models, data processing, and robotics.
How are you guys feeling about NVIDIA from a trading standpoint here today?
Nvidia reported?
Who?
Oh God, I better do some work over here quickly.
Well,
what's your symbol?
we know, look, we already can sort of see that we're pulling back a little bit here. It was a gap up more than I think most people expected. Like, even if you were bullish, I think most were expecting that we'd get underneath the expected move. That's where my expectation was. And we're actually, we're pretty much right there. I think it settled at 5.8 or 5.9 for the expected move. We end up at 6. I still come back to that ACI. It's the cloud. What the heck? That fly, man. The cloud industrial enterprise growth. It was 138% year over year, and now accounts for like 40 billion of their sales. That's just it's a huge number, and of course the numbers are going to be good. But as we dip back in, I just look at prior sort of resistance levels. Like you end up in this gap. So if you go to the 17th and 18th, right? Like you end up in this gap here with 220. I know there's a rejection here, 222, but really to me it's like the 220. Ish resistance. So call it just between 20 and 22 and give it around that 21 zone. You get down into that, I think that resistance is the first place to look for some support. And then we're just trading inside that to the 25 until proven otherwise. It's not to say that it can't trade outside of the range, but that's my expectation, at least early on here today. It was a fantastic quarter. Again, the rise of tide lifts all ships, but it didn't take us into a new realm per se. It just put us firmly into that gap, which is where I want to play. So we're at 22s now. Plenty of time for it to retest at the open, the 220, the 221. And then remember, like at around 925 or so, when the imbalances start to trickle in, you might see a number. So don't get shocked by a $1.5 move on Nvidia within a matter of seconds in the 5 minutes to the open. that will be as expected. I wouldn't overreact to it. Oftentimes, you'll probably see it almost like immediately revert when that imbalance comes out too.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that I'm just writing it down on the sticky note right now. It's going to be late. It could probably come out around 9:20. It's just that, 6 of the last 8 earnings calls, or day one after the earnings, have been negative, on Nvidia. So then I don't know what to tell you how to fix this, Andre. But 6 of the last 8 earnings calls have been negative. I'm looking for Nvidia to come back down into the 217 to 216 area as a dip buy. I'm gonna have to throw it back to the desk because my screen is not coming out right now. I have to try to fix that. So let's go back over and we'll see if we can get that going.
Let's take a look here at CRM, because this is a pretty standout report. And we already talked about some of the comments made by CEO Mark Benioff in the early half of the show. You can check that out, I think, around 8:20 a.m. But what I want to talk about here are the numbers. Now, other than some kind of inline revenue guidance going forward for next quarter, the actual report itself for this quarter was quite solid with a double beat.
You're right, Adara. Again, earnings per share for CRM have come in at $5.90 adjusted versus the expected number of $3.27. That is definitely quite a beat here. Revenue at $11.35 billion versus $11.32 billion expected. Net income at $3.53 billion or $4.29 a share. That has jumped 87% from $1.89 billion a year ago. And the company has pointed to a $2.6 billion gain on strategic investments from a stake in AI startup Anthropic. As of yesterday, we also saw the announcement between CRM and Anthropic launching something called Cloudforce, which will give Claude direct access to customer data and other information that is stored in Salesforce. Now, let's just look at guidance really quick. CRM is seeing $3.42, my apologies, to $3.44 in adjusted earnings per share. And it said revenue should come somewhere between $11.42 billion to $11.50 billion. Analysts had anticipated $3.38 in adjusted earnings per share and $11.41 billion in revenue. Like you said, Mark Benioff, the CEO of CRM, also making comments and saying that this is not the SaaS apocalypse. We've been hearing about this for the last 2 quarters. These dire predictions about the end of software and how the models eat everything, but none of them have come true for us.
Neil, are you feeling the force of Cloudforce in Salesforce today?
You're going to talk me into trade? Well, Salesforce wasn't on my radar for the trade necessarily, but I don't know. If you say it that way, you want to use the force. For right now, the force is gravitating toward $225. Now, oftentimes, you'll see this a lot in the pre-market. Maybe not in some of the names that where I was looking at, like the Nvidias and the SpaceXs and the super high volume names. But if you get like a lower volume name in play, you might just see an obvious level start to form, which is, I think, exactly what's happening at that 225, where there's probably just a small buyer out in front that's holding it up. So if you're trading this, you really need to make sure that holds right at the open, because it's the kind of thing where if it's just one floor on a gap up like this, it breaks down. You can't, with Salesforce, you don't know what that slippage is going to be at that open. It could be a little bit nasty. But you look at it from the higher time frame. I think when you get the 3-day cooling off period here, it's very likely, and it's a very high probability, you are closing this 3 days above, it's going to be 210 to 212. The 200 period reclaim, awesome. This prior high we dumped is about 212. We just put that in. Like, that's your doom and gloom gap fill zone today, where if buyers aren't there, I don't know where they're going to be after the quarter by then. So it was a big Look, it was a big beat. Benioff said the right things. That was a huge beat on EPS. I mean, the revenue was a slight beat there. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to strong guidance, and the trend break is obvious. I'm seriously doubting we get down to a 212. If we're trading at 220 or so right now, I would actually have put it on the note, hey, look some dip by 210 to 212. But it's too far away to consider those levels. So I'll probably be sitting this one out unless something extreme happens in Salesforce. But I do like, coming back and probably Monday or Tuesday, like early next week, looking for a continuation play here on Salesforce, because this move has a lot of room. It's too far away from a breakout and too far away from the dip buy to be of too much interest.
Yeah, I'll bring this up here too. I just quickly whipped this up. It'll be posted on XTTV Research later. This is how CRM's revenue broke down for the first half of fiscal 2027. As you guys can see, this has been kind of a trend with CRM. Professional services / other revenue declining a little bit, but overall, not a bad look here for Salesforce for H1 2027. Now let's pivot to talk about another company who reported last night whose CEO has tried to assuage fears that AI is going to overpower them, and that is CrowdStrike. Now, CrowdStrike striking, I would say, a little bit of an inline tone for Q3 guidance for fiscal 2027, but again, much like what we saw with CRM, solid report for this quarter, Sia.
Inline tone is exactly what I was going to go for Adara as well. Earnings per share for CrowdStrike have come in at 31 cents adjusted versus the expected number of 29 cents. Revenue at $1.47 billion versus $1.44 billion expected, and revenue has jumped 26% in this quarter from $1.17 billion a year ago. CEO of the company, George Kurtz, has called it, quote unquote, the best quarter in CrowdStrike's history in the earnings release as well. Net income has totaled to $5.3 million or 1 cent per share compared to a net loss of $70.2 million a year ago. According to Kurtz, the mythos moment has translated into mass market acceptance that AI adoption needs security, and that's CrowdStrike. This is a statement coming according to him. CrowdStrike has also said that its Falcon Flex offering, which allows customers to deploy and swap out different security tools, has now doubled more than a year ago. Not a bad look for this segment over here. Now let's just look at the guidance. So for the third quarter, the company has forecasted between $1.52 billion and $1.53 billion in revenue and adjusted EPS of 31 cents per share, which is roughly in line with estimates.
Yeah, and I mean, there's another cybersecurity company that reported earnings volume, and this is a bit lighter, but OKTA, Okta, with a double beat and kind of tepid guidance going forward for Q3, specifically for their Q3 adjusted EPS. But Neil, right now, you are getting an apple fritter because CrowdStrike is currently above the expected move, but it's kind of only above it by a hair, right? Are you looking to trade this today?
Oh, so why did you have to go and jinx it? Because we actually, Adara, specifically, it was at 9:30, it had to beat the expected move. And it's hanging on by a thread, like somebody's buying it up, and it's just sitting on the bid that's holding this thing above the 205, and right now it looks like the 206 for CrowdStrike. But look, it's similar to Salesforce in some ways, like the move, like you've gapped it, but you pull back, and now you're barcoding. But I don't know, I used to play Joe Montana sports talk football. And I remember one of the things was, so it's an old school game for the Sega Genesis.
Super Bowl.
It's after Tech Bowl, but it's still pretty old. But like when you had like a breakaway, you do a go route, whatever, you catch it, you're behind the defense, you could hit a button, the guy would drop a pose, and then he'd be like, I'm gone, and that's when you're running touchdown.
Yeah.
That's what Okta is doing that the CrowdStrike is not right now. Like it went far outpacing the expected move. Broke out the high, double top in the highs, so it can withstand a pullback into 156 and still be good on the daily chart, 55, 56. On top of that, it bounced in front of that in the pre-market and is already taking it out, taking out the highs going into the open. We still have 17 minutes to the open, and Okta's saying, forget about CrowdStrike for a second, look at me, everyone look at me. Identity is what it's all about. These agents, man, you can't just let them run rampant. They need to have secure identities, control what they use. VWAP's going to be a play here. It's about 160 to come in. I don't know if you want to necessarily chase this move, and it's relatively light volume. That's the other thing about Okta. I haven't looked at this sucker in the first 5 or 10 minutes before, so you don't really know what liquidity is going to be like. I would like to see it open up, hold that volume weighted average price, but it does look better than CrowdStrike. I'm not taking anything away from CrowdStrike's core. Love CrowdStrike. I mean, like I own CrowdStrike and Palo Alto and cybersecurity, and I probably forever will. But today, obviously, Okta is the one that probably gets more attention from a trading aspect, at least.
Yeah, I was just getting the computer all fixed up over here, and so thanks, Rob, for helping. I think we're back to normal now, and we can continue to look. But yeah, OKTA, I mean.
Hey, look at that.
I saw it for a second, and then it switched away, but it did look like Oh, okay.
Oh, I've
He
never
didn't
seen
mean
that.
to do it, but I thought it was pretty
I've
cool.
never seen that look.
At the end of the day there. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going to reiterate what Neil said. I mean, it's off to the races. We've seen moves like this. We saw DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods, the other day go the other way and kept on going. Why can't Okta just keep on doing that exact same thing? I mean, now you're broken through here. There's no real stopping this. As Neil said, it is time to hit that pose if you're an Okta shareholder. Just a monster quarter for them. Huge bounce back in the stock. I mean, this stock has gotten hit for a while, and nice to see it bouncing. I mean, $60 is unbelievable. That was just there in April. Now you're at 160, so you're almost got a triple, in 4 months. Like, what an amazing move higher for OKTA. I think it continues to go higher there too. So I just put the same play that we did on Dick's Sporting Goods onto Okta, but the other way around. Like, if you get any dip buys into VWAP or anything like that, I think this is a buy. The market's shown that it wants to take this name higher. It's only 400,000 shares. So as we said, I'm not sure if that's, I could actually look it up. I don't know what generally this does. In the pre-market, obviously it's way higher, but 428 seems a little light to me. So the pullback could happen on light volume. But when it does, I think the buyers come for this name. So 160 long on OKTA.
The only non-earnings story that we have on watch today, Moderna, mRNA. This one's in focus here with a convertible senior note offering. Now, I know last week when this whole Merck announcement was made, I was seeing a lot of people speculate online. It's only a matter of time until Moderna announces an offering. Just over a week later, Sia, here it is.
This is it's a private offering that is only going to be reasonably believed to be for qualified institutional buyers. There are a lot of clauses in this. So the notes will be general senior unsecured obligations of Moderna. They will not bear any regular interest, and the principal amount of the notes will not accrete. Also, the usage here. So Moderna is expecting to use these net proceeds for 2 reasons, which are as follows: and to pay the cost for the privately negotiated capped call transactions that are very in-depth mentioned in the press release that Moderna released as of today. And for, secondly, any corporate general purposes, which may include the flexibility to invest in growth of Moderna's oncology business and repayment of any kind of debt. But they've also mentioned in detail that the offer and sale of these notes and any share of Moderna's common stock that is issuable upon the conversion of the notes will not and is not registered under the Securities Act.
I also want to mention here, keep an eye potentially here on SpaceX. Apparently, SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, David Sachs, who is formerly the AI and crypto czar of the White House, are going to be at the G20 event alongside Sam Altman of OpenAI and Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang. Not much of a move here, a little bit of an uptick on SpaceX, but either way, I'm going to look more into this event and expect an infographic coming on this soon, because this is a pretty interesting look. Do you guys think Moderna is tradable today? Because I know this is one that still has been on watch on and off since that massive, more than 100% rally last Wednesday.
Well, I mean, it's tradable every day. Unfortunately, it was already a short. You saw what happened yesterday at the open. Like, it absolutely plunged. Like, unless you were sitting in the short right away in the pre-market, like, that plunge was pretty crazy. The first bounce failed the 152 level. Effectively, it was a VWAP 150 short for the rest of the day. And then I look at the prior high, the prior support, which now sits right about 145, 146. After the story, this went right to that level and did a U-turn. So that gives us a nice over-under. I was going to say 45, and I'd probably put that in the note, but let's call it 46 because that's where it went to. That's even more brilliant. If it doesn't break 146, then I think despite the fact it's above VWAP, it can be a fade. But remember that at Moderna, when it wants to, I prefer the breakouts because I think the 2 days before we were only trading breakout trades. Like, when it finds a level, makes a level, be willing to take that breakout. If it finds a level, makes a level early, take the breakout trade when it adjusts that. So for now, 146 is setting up for that potential break. You're underneath it by $4. So the first look will be, if we drop, look for a fade back into 146 and play that first. To the downside. And the other thing to keep in mind here is, regardless of whatever, yesterday it happened to be a short, today it's looking weak again. The overall structure of this move for Moderna still has not breached that 130 support level. Like, any selling that goes in here, if it doesn't breach this and we don't close underneath that price, it's still holding that same higher low. You start thinking about this move as more settling down inside of a range and drifting toward it than anything else. But yeah, for today, I am looking short on Moderna. If you get to 130, that's a bounce spot.
Yeah, I want to buy Moderna. Like I feel like raising capital is fine. I mean, this is the right way to do it. Drop an offering. I think that's fine. It's, if this is like Neil I mean, the 130 is what it is. It's just a great level. I feel like some consolidation there. If we don't break it today, what great news is that? I mean, I feel like on a 2 billion raise, I mean, what is even the market cap of mRNA here right now? Of course, I'm looking up Marvell. All right, Moderna. Just a quick look on this, just to see what. Oopsies, I got to go into overview. All right, market cap. There it is. So it's 60 billion. So raising another 2 billion on top of that actually adds a little bit of a. Yeah, trying to raise 3 to 4% of their market cap. Yeah, that actually is a lot. And I'm surprised it's not down more than that after I just read that. So yeah, I would think this 130 is a great level. I love the story there. Watch the XBI. I think if the whole sector does fall down, which is not going to, this is my third ETF that I own, like the third highest as far as money allocation for XBI. But Moderna's really helped this move to the high side, as is J&J, as is Eli Lilly. We just got good news yesterday from ABT as well, a couple days ago from Abbott Labs as well, about, I think it was their glucose monitor. But yeah, I like the space. I think it continues to work. Any weakness, I'd go for the XBI. But at the end of the day, Moderna, I think this is it's not like a wonder drug, like as far as I know anyways, like Eli Lilly was sort of able to create with these GLP-1s, and we've seen what that's accrued to their bottom line. I just, this could be something huge. It's such an early phase study right now for this Moderna Keytruda with Merck, and I like Moderna up here. Maybe the rug is getting pulled over our eyes, but that's a huge move up, and it's really withstanding any pullbacks right now. So yeah, dips into 130 for me as a buy on Moderna. If it happens today, I'm going to be sitting there buying it as well. But this is not one where you want to just put bids out. Like, I'm not going to say, let's bid 138 or let's take a 140 bid. This name could absolutely crush on this raise. I don't like the fact that it's 2 billion. Would rather it be a little less now that I saw their market cap. But at the end of the day, Moderna down 5% today. I like the story. I like the stock. Go Science.
Let's talk here about maybe not go HPQ. So, I mean, HP, I mentioned this a couple times yesterday because I do think it's important. They still have an interim CEO because their former CEO, Enrique Lores, jumped ship to go to PayPal as of March of 2026. So HPQ with that interim CEO, this is a solid report, I would say pretty much across the board, but the market not reacting positively. They are gapped down pretty sharply.
Across the board, a good report, yes, but there is that bit of a drop that we saw 16% year over year in PC unit shipments. So that's a bit of a lag down over here. Personal systems segment for HPQ, which covers PCs, revenue has climbed to 18% to $11.8 billion, despite the 16% drop, like I just mentioned, in total unit shipments. Consumer units are also off 19%, and commercial units are off 14%. So this segment's operating margin has contracted 4.6% compared with 5.2% in the earlier quarter. Printing revenue has fallen 2% year over year to $3.9 billion. Now, CFO of the company, Karen Parkhill, has also said that the volume decline was expected, that the company prioritized higher value unit placements and raised prices to offset commodity cost inflation. Let's look at the forward numbers. So for the fiscal fourth quarter, HPQ has projected adjusted EPS of 69 cents to 79 cents per share, including an estimated 0.08 per share tariff refund benefit. So for the full fiscal year as well, HP has raised its adjusted EPS outlook to a range of $3.19 to $3.29, that up from a prior range of $2.19 to $3.10, and lifted its free cash flow forecast to the range of $3 billion to $3.2 billion.
How do you guys feel about HPQ? Is this something you'd be watching here as a trade? Because this is currently SSR.
It is, and maybe unfortunately for anyone that was looking to dip buy it, look at the daily chart. Look what it was holding on this last move into the highs, which was this little 50 period here on SMA. It basically bounced right off that in the pre-market already. It's a $27 stock, and it's already bounced $1.25 off that level. Like this, look at the reversal. That's pretty epic. So I don't know, maybe the move is already in. Possible that you could get a retest at that 50 SMA on the daily, which would require this stock to dump $1.20, $1.30 at the open. It's not really feeling incredibly likely with HPQ. It doesn't mean that you can't be ready for it. It might not even open up SSR. I mean, if it opens right now it's kind of teetering on that. So this might not even have the uptick rule in effect on HPQ. Now, if it gets back into the 26 level, for sure it will. And then standard look for the SSR bounce into the 50-period moving average. At this point, I just feel like that trade happened while we were turned around at like 8:15, and this one caught a pretty good bid. So the dip buyers came in, they did their job on relatively decent volume. It's done over 1 million shares here in the pre-market, so it's not like it's on nothing. So the opportunity kind of gone. I don't want to say gone, because you could always retest those levels on HPQ. We've got plenty of Nvidia to look at, and Moderna out there. We didn't really even react to the SpaceX news, which I know we will once we're done talking about HPQ. And thank you for the gift here. Oh my, Nvidia will rip that 226.50 level today. And then you have, oh, I like the emojis. A few rocket ships, we're keeping cool. A fire emoji.
Yeah, you gotta get that fire emoji. I mean, you might be right. I mean, you're trying to take out the pre-market high right now on Nvidia. So 224.03 coming into play right now. It looks like we are starting to get going. And the reason why that is, guys, is because we do have our friendly neighborhood imbalances that were just released right now. It doesn't matter. Nvidia's a sell, actually. I was expecting that when we saw that recent move that was not going to be a sell, but Nvidia does come there as a sell. Snapchat sell. CRM with a buy. We've been going over that today a little bit there, as they should be near morning highs as well. There goes Salesforce to the upside. Obviously, you know, that high at 430. All right, Amazon not on there. MSTR on there. All right, so that's what we're looking at. Oh, there's Oracle with a little bit of a buy side action to it as well. And again, Oracle, I think, is a good story today. One that's a little undercover, up 2%. You know, data story, boom, data center, good little name there. As we continue to go, SMR yesterday, I thought was going to break through 10 bucks, but wound up actually going to the downside there yesterday. Nice move upside for SMR right now, up 2.5%. All right, was that it? I thought we had one more thing to go over, but we do not have to, as we may be done.
We should be going over SpaceX, that story.
MRK, okay, we can go over SpaceX. Merck downside a little bit right now. Adair, did you want us to throw back to you for SPCX or anything, or?
So yeah, the SpaceX story that I believe is what Neil was referring to that I mentioned here. So SpaceX, Elon Musk, that's the CEO of SpaceX, of course, David Sachs, former crypto and AI czar for the White House, are reportedly going to be joining OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang at G20. I just have no details. So all I can really tell you as of right now is the headline. I'm going to dive more into this, and I would say expect a visual kind of outlining all of this as I get more information later. But that is 4 AI heavyweights that are going to be at G20.
Has some faith, Adara, because we got a super chat from Faith. Shout out to the lovely ladies of Trader TV Live. They're beautiful. Keep us in the know all day long. They are truly appreciated. Keep up the good work, y'all. Rock. You, the viewers, also rock. Another one, Arthur. Arthur, thoughts on MU? You sold at 982. You're looking for a re-entry. Well, you know what?
I sold at 902.
982.
982.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, if you sold at 902, I don't think you'd be happy.
Then you'd be like me.
That's a fantastic sell, because it's right at those highs. We have 2 minutes to go. I don't have to rush this. When you look at the gap, and I'm looking at DRAM specifically, there's 2 places to look. I think for MU, you got about 960, and then the 945 drop. Everything is all about Nvidia for me. But on DRAM, I can tell you what I'm looking for, which is 56.7 and then 57.4 about. But we are selling, and we're expecting some profit taking here at the open going into this open. This is what happens when a big name like this gaps up. There's lots of profits to be had. Ooh, another one. Mike Peter Ryder, Trade TV #1. Let's do this. Y'all know how we do. Mike, appreciate you, man. Michael, sorry. Mike's one of your alter egos. Michael Peter Ryder, I should say. I have to get the 4 of them right. That one.
Shout out to the Commonwealth over there. Shout out to Mike Peter Ryder. So look, I'm just looking. Now my charts don't go out. I don't have my charts going out the full way here. That Nvidia high right there at 5 p.m. Was 227. So I mean that would really be the true breakout. The breakout of the pre-market high is 224. I actually think there's a chance for 224 to hit right off the open and bust through that, and then we go. So looking at 224 breakout of Nvidia, as well as the sticky note is now out, 216 to 217 buy zone for Nvidia. What's up, Adair, with 30 seconds?
I actually have more details. I just got more details here on that story with SpaceX. I'll mention this TE in a bit because people in the chat were asking about it. But SpaceX We know Musk, Sachs, Altman, Huang all attending this G20 tech meeting from September 1st to 2nd in North Carolina. Meta President Dina Powell-McCormick, also a former member of the Trump admin, she's going to be at this event as well. So some tech leaders at that G20 event. We also had TE to the upside receiving rezoning approval for a potential 50 megawatt data center at their Giga Arctic campus in Norway. Happy Bell, everybody.
Giga Arctic whatever campus over there.
Giga.
Yeah, shout out to everybody. Welcome to NVIDIA Day. I have the bid right now to punch through 224. If we go long through 224, I'm going to get long there. Give it about $1. So we're waiting to see if that winds up hitting right now for NVIDIA. I wrote down a dip buy opportunity. Was trying to look at the 5-minute. It's all the way. Well, now it's right down here, the 50-period moving average. So watch out for that one. Here it comes, 224 coming for NVIDIA. I'm going to punch that long if it does go through it. And only give it $1. So back and forth $1 there on NVIDIA. Here it comes.
Yeah, blast off to the upside for Nvidia, but you got a bit of a pullback there. SpaceX looks like it just dipped pretty precipitously, and all the way to 139. And right back in through the highs. This one could be a nice little VWAP retrace. And there goes Moderna as well. Moderna pops right through 46. They're climbing. They're going higher. 150, another big level there for mRNAs. The bulls are coming out to play, at least early on, as the NASDAQ goes flying. Give me that DRAM.
Yeah, we got long there. It did go in the money about 40 cents for us. We didn't take it. We're now sitting at 224.50. It looks like, oh.
My quote is broken.
This is just, yeah, the quotes seem to be a little broken here for me as well because we're just bouncing around here on, on NVIDIA. So a very violent move. This may go to the downside. We just did not take out that. Well, here it is right here again. I don't really. This is pretty confusing to me what's happening right now on NVIDIA, but back and forth, multiple 50-cent moves here. We're just hoping the next move is higher, and there it is downside. So we did get stopped out there. I'm actually fine with that. I wanted to take a move over 224. I think we'll take it again if it does pop one more time. But yeah, there it goes. Just a little violent right there off the open on NVIDIA. We could have had 50 cents or so on it, but it does break down one more time. I'm gonna try it a little bit more up there at this level, see if we can average it just a little bit better. That little drop zone there, 225.50, sorry, 222.50, I think is a spot that we need to look at there for NVDA. But here we go. Let's see if we can finally break that pre-market high. It is having a little bit of a problem. We did, mark down last time that there has been moves in NVIDIA. The last 8 days has been red. So, I do like the long here. I don't want to die on this hill though. So we'll average it just a little bit in here and then watch out for 222.50 to break. That would be sort of our out down there on the downside of this trade. So getting ready to maybe get stopped out, it looks like here, of NVIDIA for a second time. We tried the long twice. Maybe the dip buy is right, but we're stuck here at 223.50.
And wow, I was saying my quote. The tape is fit.
It's
fine,
nuts, eh?
But the quote is mind-boggling because you get lost in the sauce if you stare at the quote of Nvidia right now because it's basically just $1 back and forth, like it's nothing. The same stock doing exactly the same thing as Moderna. I just watched it reject and fall $3.
What the?
Like it went to 48, then it was at 44. If I wanted to be short this name, I'm not gonna be a fool. That's crazy. It's way too early. Let this stock settle down. DRAM just got destroyed and heading down to 57.4, which was close to our gap fill. We haven't filled the entire gap. That's at 56.4, but that's right into prior support levels. So DRAM is falling like a rock here. I bet I like 44.5 if it's going to get there. And I had a break of, I don't know if I want to break out at 225.
Oh, no.
But yeah, that's what I wrote down 225 in the note, and it's about to break now. So
yeah, we're long. We're now in multiple dollars now. But I mean, the thing is that we did take that hit early. It's a good thing it wasn't on a huge amount of shares or anything like that. It did come right back in. Look, right where we got stopped out is right where we bought it again. So. Oh, wow. Lots of
Look at the size.
Go, my guy. Let's get going one more time right there. Nice little out there at 25s for us on NVDA. How high did we just blast there? We got, yeah, you hit that, Joe. You keep on hitting it, my guy, because there it goes to a nice upside play there on NVDA, man. We're long at 223.09 right now.
Yeah, I took the break, but I'm not going to give it past this 223.72.
Oops.
I'm getting out of this.
Yeah,
stuff.
wow, that
Forget
just faded off that.
I don't like that reversal at all on Nvidia. And the opportunity cost of that was just missing $3 on Moderna. Moderna is now at 143. We should have had that one to the short side. But you know what? That was the stop we put in there, and we always give a stop the exact same I'm going breakout here, and then the prior support or resistance is always going to be the out. So I hopped out at 224, and now I got to go over and stare at what just happened in mRNA. There was the fail. Moderna goes back through the 46, but the spreads were insane on Moderna. Like it was $2 back and forth on mRNA. This was a wilder open in terms of volatility, so we'll try to pick this short up if we can. The reversal is still on for sure here. Let it calm down. There's an offering here. There's actual story on mRNA. Even Nvidia's back at like 222.
Yeah, I know. I just took some out, but you know, we're long. I don't want to get completely out. We do know that there is some downward pressure here on. I mean, thankfully we sat there at 225. We actually got 225.50s. 225.31, sorry, as was one of our fills. But look at this dropping now in nicely here for NVDA as it's going lower, lower, lower right now. I'm only holding half a unit waiting to see where this thing settles. 220 is your 200 period moving average. So, you know, you're now coming into that one. Let's see if that wants to hold right now on Nvidia. But the downside pressure is hitting the market. And, you know, they're selling the news on this name, right? I mean, we know the quarter was great, so there's nothing really to worry about on that front. But at the end of the day, man, it does continue to move around right now. I do see that there is apparently a super chat for me. Okta is where you want it. Yeah, I think you're right about that one, man. We're probably looking at the wrong space right now. We can look over at OKTA.
No, but it just gave up the top two.
Did it? Okay, it just gave up.
Same thing.
I have to apologize, man. It's Nvidia. Like, I'm trading this thing like a madman. So we are long right now at 221.80. I will have a chance to look at some more stocks in a bit, but right now we're just trying to hold out for a 220 bid and see if we can just capture some of this profit, because we did give some back. We didn't get out at everything at that very top. So let's see what Nvidia wants to do here. Looks like it wants to go lower, actually, if anything. Watch out for that 220 break, big psychological level.
Yeah, big level. No, we can look at Okta. There's no question about it. But like everything else, it gave up the top pretty big. Nice breakout. It got to 170 bucks. So if you rang the register there, it was fine. It was 160 in the pre-market for most of the morning. But it needs to hold these pre-market lows. I did like them better than CrowdStrike, but that's not a hill to die on. Nvidia needs to hold this low. So breakout doesn't go. Now it's can it wick the pre-market low and get you back into the volume weighted average price? I got to look up. Oh, I can cancel that order on Moderna. That's like $3 away. I was just canceling my offer on Moderna. If it pops $3 in one shot, there's no need to try and step in front of that moving freight train. It's really just the Nvidia story. Yeah. I did have IBIT written down at 44.5. Bitcoin's pretty quiet. The market's heading down pretty heavily, but we're still 0.5% up on the NASDAQ. But IBIT's nowhere near that 44.5, and if it regains VWAP, that would be a play for me. I'm kind of bullish on IBIT today. There we go. Now buyers are starting to step in. Yeah, we held that higher low at least.
I only have a few. Ideas today. It was long IBIT, it was long the NASDAQ, and it was long Nvidia. So here goes Nvidia right now. Now we're back into it in the dollar club again, as we were buying off that 220. So it's okay. I mean, I would rather have this name move just a little bit more. Now up to 223. So here we go. Nice little, just did not break that 223 level. Trying to hold out to see if we can get a little bit more upside now on NVDA, as there it is. Just bought, I mean, sat there at 221. I mean, it's kind of lucky that we wound up holding it out, but right there into the 50 period, we took some more outs there. We still have half left of our rebuy. So hoping that we can get back up into this 224, I'm sitting at 223.70 right now. And sorry, 223.30, my bad, right where VWAP is. And it looks like we just got a clean VWAP rejection there on NVDA, okay? Yep. So be careful with that move. The other move, of course, was IBIT that I wrote down. Neil just sort of briefly mentioned it right there. 44.75 long. So we're actually touched out at that already there today. We didn't take it. So we should be looking over at IBIT, 44.75. Let's just put a bid down there. If it does come in, we'll take some IBIT. Maybe we can even take a little bit now. There it is at 88, just because, you know, it's at the 200. We'll see if it can break out. But realistically, a downside pressure move there. I'm going to bid 44.77s. Maybe I need to change that. Let's go to 44.80s on this name, and then just see what winds up happening if IBIT does eventually come through. So that's what we're going to be waiting for there. Stop out for me on IBIT like a 44.60. Let's just put that in right now in case it does break down through that level, 44.60 for IBIT. And there's the level here. This is that support zone that we're talking about. So if we break below, let's get out and then, you know, maybe regroup that at 50s if it does come back in to those levels. It shouldn't be too huge of a hit if that is what winds up happening. All right, I'm going to take a piece out right now at 223. The last time we got up here, we didn't take it because it bounced off VWAP. So let's take, there it is right there again, like VWAP trading.
2 in a row VWAP projects on Nvidia now.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I got to get out. I'm going to get another piece out right now again on that move to the upside. And yeah, there we go, man. This is how you trade. You got to sort of get in and out when you see things happening. And although I do believe Nvidia can get going, that's back-to-back rejections at the 50, at the 200, at everything right here on the charts. So, you know, let's go.
It's breaking VWAP.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll hold that out right now and we'll get going higher. You know, good trade. We still have a good amount of shares on right here for Nvidia. Let's see if we can get back up to the high side.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to, but it just broke the volume weighted average price. But as always, you want to scalp out in front of VWAP. 225. If it was a fail breakout at 225 before, I'm looking for that for the exit. Oh, whoops, that's not 2,000. If it goes to 2,000, I'd be very, very happy. But it's not going to reject that price. Come on, get up to at least $0.50 on that move.
Let's go.
Because we'd like to be able to get back in the pocket on that one. You know, the breakout, look, I love the breakout play. And it was a wider stop than normal because it was about $1.25. I like 60, 70 cents if you can, but get into that 225. There it goes. It just tagged about the 80s. I just put it at 77 to get the out. So the dip buy worked, but it already failed this breakout once. I'm not taking the breakout of the high a second time. I'm going to wait for a potential dip buy again because my anticipation was we do a bit of an inside range if it can't make that initial breakout. So it didn't make the breakout hold. Let's go for the dip buy if we can get it one more time. And then again, late to the party on Moderna is going to suck because we had it through VWAP, give it to the open range high here at 45. That was our level. If it's above the prior close and we're staying away from it, still a couple of lower highs. I'm still going to be relatively bearish on this unless we're in the 30s. I think 30s are a fantastic place to try to pick up the buy zone on this bad boy. But yeah, Nvidia, that's the thing. What I like about it is basically we'll be close to flat on this. Probably too aggressive getting out under VWAP, but that's what it's about. You take it, get out, wait for it to get to the low, and make a secondary trade. So that's what it's all about for NVIDIA. And the other thing that we didn't get to, and I know we're missing a bunch of names in here just talking about NVIDIA, the memories almost filled in the entirety of the gap. So the prior day high on DRAM was 56.8. It's still falling and heading to that price. I still like it down here, but we're being very, very patient trying to pick up this dip buy.
All right. Just ring the register, man. There's NVIDIA now up 7%. We're still in this one as we continue to go higher. So we just have a couple outs there above 225. And yeah, like we did well to hold this one. So we're really, really happy with the performance there today on NVD to the A. IBIT's not moving the way I'd hoped it would. You know, today we just get another fill there. Well, we talked about sitting there at 80. We grabbed that fill. We're now long at 82s. Let's put an offer like 86s to get out of a little bit if it does pop through. Right now, okay, there it goes, 85. Okay, well, here we go, man. We could put offer. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. Fire off that hot dog gun. Watch out for those glizzies firing everywhere. But there it is now. Nice upside move for IBIT as we buy that one. We're $4. And what's up to Mike P. D. Ryder right there as he said, when are we going to have those Dollar Club winners? How about 5 of them right now? There goes NVIDIA. Let's go. We just got a new high there up to 226 right now for NVIDIA. We've got IBIT rocking and rolling over here as well. So we're going to have these 2 winners on, and they're both pretty good. We just got a 90 fill there on IBIT. So let it go, let it go. Someone in the chat saying wants me to start seeing some Frozen there. We love that movie, of course. Okay, so I just saw Oracle coming through on the stop. Oh, sorry, that's Blue Ocean. We want Oracle real time. All right, 150. Yeah, okay, downside there for Oracle. Trying to push a little bit lower into 150 and change there. Is that. Okay, so we're still 10 cents in the money there. There is a little bit of a pullback happening on NVIDIA. I only have a quarter left. Let me take out another piece here at 70s. Only a quarter left of this reload long down there. But yeah, it did save our day because like Neil mentioned there, you know, taking that long there, getting stopped out at the back, but able to find a bottom there and pick it. We actually had a bottom right there too at 221 and change. So dumped out at the pre-market right there when we dumped out through the low at the 50 period, at VWAP, averaged in, got out, bought, boom, to the upside. So a little bit of a sloppy morning there for my good friend now, And the largest holding in the portfolio is Nvidia.
You seen Palantir?
We talked about that yesterday. Palantir, probably my third largest holding, and I have not seen it. Tell me it's good news.
Well, it's good news. I can't tell you. Well, it's not news. It's just that it broke out above 180.
Did it break? Oh, yeah.
There's no news.
No news.
Yeah, there's no
Let's
news
go.
on it.
Well, there's Alex Karp last night. We had that live
Right,
last
it was.
night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It
never
was,
saw
it
anything
was
on
in
that
the
either.
afternoon. It made
Wow,
it's breaking out on the
Palantir.
daily chart for sure. So shout out to everyone that just pumped this bad boy
Red
through
Lobster
that
tonight.
180. This is absolutely flying. But you know what else is looking pretty solid?
Red Lobster.
Apple fritters.
Ooh. Iceman turned say what?
Apple fritters look pretty solid. CrowdStrike is up 17%.
Let's go, CrowdStrike. This is one of the best days of my life.
Palantir
pretty-
and how Alex Karp bought stock, he actually sold stock. So that
Haha,
explains the
Alex
move
Karp, you
even
idiot.
less.
What? Hold on a
Yeah, he
second.
sold 86 million worth of stock as of last night. And I
Yeah,
still
good.
haven't
Take
seen
some
anything
pressure
about it.
off.
Oh.
Take some pressure off, Alex
So it's
Karp.
not even a positive story for you. Well, it doesn't matter. The stock's up anyway, so it's like who cares?
Yeah,
No,
I
I thought
mean-
it was that we were talking about how he was buying. We're mocking what's his face? It's like Lip Boo because he didn't buy as much.
Yeah,
He
Lipu
sold?
ain't Alex Karp, my guy. But yeah, Alex Karp, they're selling 86 million. I mean,
Come on, son.
these guys got to make a lot of cash on that, realizing some profits there. And I'm just absolutely loving Palantir today. Like I said, this is just when we talk about all those positions, CrowdStrike. And we've been talking about how much we like the cybersecurity space. So like, it's going to be hard to get the smile off my face today. Nvidia up what it's doing right now. CrowdStrike up 15%, man. Palo Alto making moves also there. Palantir, my baby, from a hell of a long time ago, man. We're long this name still sub $20, man. I mean, this has been such a huge run for Palantir. But we did buy in this move down right here. I remember I wasn't here that day and I was screaming on the chat. We actually bought some more Palantir on one of the days. I can't remember exactly where it was. It was on a day where there was a huge imbalance, and I was just like, no, you got to buy this name. And then the very next morning, it was up like 6 or 7% and really never looked back. So we do have some. I shouldn't say we're still. My average price is not going to be 20. It's going to be higher than that right now. But we did average into some more Palantir. And look, that was scary, right? Shout out to Nelson and everybody there in the chat that had asked me about, when's time to buy. We were talking about 130 there on Palantir. Oh, the reason why I brought that down was not for Palantir, it was for CrowdStrike, because our chart does not show the split adjusted profits, split adjusted price. So there it is right now. So yeah, sure. Look, we're celebrating CrowdStrike because of the day it's having, but it's just right to where it was 3 weeks ago. 226 is really the high that you're looking to break through there, right?
Poo-poo the move.
226.50 is what we're looking at there. So it's good. It's not breaking out from highs, but obviously we're going to be really happy with that move because it's better that than down here. So right now, it did have an opportunity to get down into 160 if it wound up missing, but CrowdStrike right now holding fort on the day now, up 16% and
They're
15%.
smoking memory right now.
Yeah, I can see that. Nvidia
They
just
are
fell down.
smoking the memory names right now.
Okay, I got to get into DRAM.
I can't tell you how close I was to it was the inflection point. It looked like it was about to break the trend. I was very close to punching in, and then the rest of the gap just filled. On volume, Micron, SanDisk, all of them. I just said that. Oh, see, the patois comes out. Look at Micron. They're bleeding. Sharif would say they're bleeding their own blood, but you're now really filling this gap in. Oh my goodness. What's holding up?
I don't know, like,
on
why is this
strength?
happening?
And Nvidia is holding up. That's the thing.
I'm going to buy
Nvidia is holding
more.
up, so it pulls back off that VWAP, but maybe we just wait for the low test again. How's Intel doing? I'm looking for something relatively strong here. That's not above the volume weighted average price. Really, Nvidia seems like it's the thing holding up the best for a potential VWAP reentry. But I do have DRAM on the side burner because that's way too big of a drop not to look for the reversion that you filled in the gap. So it's still very much downward trending. Here on DRAM. There's no question about it. You got to be pretty patient with it, but that's parabolic, and we're now more than 15 minutes into the open. So we're getting closer to that 10 o'clock point where it starts looking reasonable to try to play a reversion on something that's incredibly weak. Because for us to go back to flats, that's another litmus test here. Micron's taking it the worst from what I could tell.
Do we have news about why this is happening sort of right now, Adara? Like, I mean, there's a pretty big sell-off happening everywhere. Even my guy iBid, although we're now long at 74. It just went to yes, Adara.
All I'm seeing is just people post about, Salesforce is up by so much. There's a private European jet company considering a European IPO. Like, guys, it is bone dry when it comes to any news. It's just rehashes of old things and that one European IPO maybe for next year.
Okay. Well, if that's all it is,
all right, so
this market is really starting to
not
flush
much
in.
going on then. In
Nasdaq's
that,
still
in that
green.
spot over there. Yeah, no, I think everything's fine. It's just like it is a nice move there in the Nasdaq, and I did take an opportunity to buy some more Nvidia. Now, whether or not that's going to be right or not, I mean, the dropout zone. Now, maybe the 200 period on your 1 minute chart is down here at 220, basically flat. I don't think we want to hold it that far and give back some of the money that we've made here, obviously on Nvidia. But let's take some pieces out here as we're now long in the money, 50 cents again, as we're just long now 222.55 on the bid right now. So trying to take some out. We just got some out there. There it is. We just got some more out at 80s there as we continue to run a little bit higher and hotter now, 223. Let's get some more out here on this. All we're doing now is just massaging our positions. We've already have quite a nice run happening on Nvidia for us. So get going. Oh, we accidentally bought more there, did we? No. Nice move higher. I thought my price was different than what it is now, but okay. There goes Nvidia. Just bounced again off 223. Well, I must have bought some by accident there instead of selling. So, all right, let's go, because my average price averaged up there. We didn't mean that to happen. All right, that's good. Now here goes IBIT. Let's go, man. You know, this is the king of the castle. The rest are dirty rascals. I don't know. But there goes IBIT. Nice move down in. What did we write down on the sticky note today? 44.75 there. So not a bad little level there to hit. That's where we're long right now. 44.70s. We actually got that good dip buy opportunity in there for IBIT. So let's see if that can now retrace itself back up. I'm glad we asked about, is there any news? Because, Neil, when there's no news, man, we go right back into the king. And guess what? We got... And there it is right now. We just talked about this. Now it's $1.50 in the money. There goes Nvidia again, man. Man, are we having a good time today. I hope you guys are too. Hit your like and your subscribe right now. Make sure you join us every single day as this fun. Don't stop today, man. It stops every day. We're out here kicking it with you and hopefully putting on some good winners for you. That's Nvidia there, and it's IBIT, man. IBIT is really... been a good stock there. We wrote down 44.75, like I said. Go over at Trader TV, Sean. You can grab it. It was late going out today, so I do apologize with this new format. I just got to figure out things a little bit better. But still 3,000 of you liking it right there. This is what it's about. It's the sticky note, and we have IBIT there on those levels, and it came right into it. So really happy with the performance there. $1 in the money, Nvidia, 20 cents in IBIT. And what's up, Rob? Hope you're doing well. And thank you. I have to publicly thank Rob for his help this morning and for the cup of Java, because I was in a little bit of a panic mode when I got here early. And Rob has many hats here. So he came running once he was able to and saved the day for me there. So thanks, Rob, for that one. And, thank you, Market, and my parents for giving me the opportunity to be here every single day. There it goes, Nvidia, man, upside, IBIT, upside. You're rocking with the best now. Thank you for watching Trader TV Live.
Exactly, and look, DRAM finally caught that bid. We waited for it to close pretty much the entirety of the gap to the prior day close. Now we got the bottom tail candle, but you've got to try to massage it out every single resistance zone on this, because it's easily the weakest thing out there is going to be, I think it's memory, at least right now. The record, Moderna's back underneath VWAP, so I will take a round 2 on it. And Adaman, you're right. Broadcom reports after, I think it's Thursday of next week. I want to say it's Thursday.
It's usually Thursday. I believe it's actually Wednesday for next week. I already made the weekly calendar. I'll check. It is Wednesday. Broadcom, Wednesday, usually a Thursday. Plot twist.
The more important thing about Broadcom is the fact that in that bleed, Broadcom is absolutely flying. It never broke VWAP. It just held on, and it's at a huge support level. This looks great for Broadcom. Relative strength today. And it's got a bit of a breakout. You have plenty of time to the earnings to maybe get to that 75. Also, Palantir, I got to slap the fail on not taking the 180 break. You can write it down, but if you don't actually take it, it doesn't matter. We just tagged 185 on Palantir, and now starting to pull right back in there. Intense move on PLTR. It doesn't want to give a dip into VWAP at all. So I'm going to put a reload on DRAM. So I haven't picked up my Moderna short fill just yet. And for me, Nvidia round 3.
Let's go, Nvidia.
I'm waiting for it. I don't want to get it on the way down. I want it to hold VWAP here and see if we can play it off that level. Because I want to actually have an out if we get back into it.
All right. IBIT right now, man. Yeah, let's just props up, man. Anybody there following the lead on crypto today. I mean, it's not even like it's moving that much, but IBIT, thankfully we get that bid there. We take some out at VWAP. I'm willing to hold this now. If the NASDAQ does have one of its days, then, you know, I feel like IBIT, we're selling it a little bit too early. But now we're $2 in the money now on Nvidia. And, you know, it's just about being confident sort of in the style and in, you know, dip buying strong names. It does hurt when you're wrong, because then you wind up having way too many shares when the dip buy doesn't work. But on Nvidia today, and I always caution, and it's not like me to do this, but you know, money is money, and to take it when it comes. But it's like it gave some levels there on the pre-market, and I liked that 224 break. That was actually turned out to be probably, you know, the best opportunity there. We did get some out at 225.30. Like that was almost boom to the upside, but you did have to get stopped out at VWAP there. So this is part of trading the open of a earnings name, right? I'm gonna get a little piece of, by the way, IBIT is rocking right now to the upside there. So shout out to Nimit, who asked me, am I gonna be trading IBIT today? Would it be on the sticky note? You're welcome, it is. Another out right here on, I'm gonna take this out as we're trying to fall back in a little bit. I've just offered some 223.90s there. We should have maybe just punched out of it. Let's see if we get a little bump on Nvidia. But yeah, taking some more out there. And to Neil's point, like you gotta have outs, right? So if this does fade back in, we are pretty light on this. I'm still gonna use the 200 period there, which is 221 and change, which is where we last got long. So maybe we'll buy a little bit down, like buy some 221s, 50s, and then get out if it breaks 221 clean, something, there it is. We just got more out right there on Nvidia. And look what's happening to IBIT. Joseph, look at this IBIT move right there, my guy. 44.70 all the way up to 45. Joseph knows we've got some shares on board right now, so that's going to be a good move there. As I gotta give everything approved through Joe, so all the trades. So we got that one 45 and change right there for IBIT. So we're 30 cents in the money over there, Joe. Our capital is in good hands today, my guy. $2 right now on Nvidia as that continues to climb higher. Like, why was I just worried getting some out there at 224? Like, here we go, 225 now, coming right back in, $2 and change on that. I'm just gonna now hold off. Let's look for some more opportunities. I know you're on DRAM over there and Moderna. I like the Moderna look as well.
Well, we said you have to have an out, so we flat on DRAM because that just broke through the low. I actually that's a pretty favorable fill.
Nice.
This is the idea with the spreads. Like it broke 42 and I got filled at 46, which basically tells you at the moment it's breaking, the spreads are just opening up and you can get filled in, but you've got to throw the order to get it. Look at them continue to bleed it. I am back into mRNA though. That held underneath the volume weighted average price. So the first time it broke under VWAP, we took it. It stopped at 145. This time we're a little tighter under VWAP to 44s. We're gonna look for about 140 bucks. I still think there's going to be a bid at some point on this stock, but if you looked at what it did yesterday, it was like a slow bleed that didn't take off until about 10:15 or so. So scalp inside the range, look for some of those lows. And yes, for those that have mentioned, Neil, you didn't take the SoFi. This is the day that you don't trade SoFi. You're right, but it was Nvidia day. There was a Moderna offering. Obviously, there was a heck of a lot to look at. SoFi breaks a 200 period today, it seems like, and is an absolute terror. I didn't see any story. There's no story here or there for SoFi, but this has been a long time coming. Reminder, 20 bucks. That's the big one for SoFi, 20 bucks. But it's halfway there today. Maybe later on in the day we'll play some pullbacks on SoFi. But yeah, this is like the one day that we didn't try that break. Every other day, for sure. The market, I don't know, man. The market's taking out the lows. Like the NASDAQ is taking out the low of the day right now.
Yeah,
like this is a lot of profit taking. Like outside of Broadcom, what's actually holding things up? My guess is Apple's having, there you go. Apple's having a good day because when memory goes down, Apple goes up. That is one thing you can just trust. But if Apple loses the bid, I don't know about this. I really don't know.
All right, I'm trying here. I'm gonna try the long. I mean, we wrote down here. I mean, we're just, let's go. Like, first of all, IBIT, like, you know, that's working out. We wrote down the TQ 71.50, so let's try it. We'll put on half a unit right now, see if the TQs want to give us that little bit of a move higher. I'm just really in love with this IBIT trade. I mean, that was a good one there. We talked about crypto. I got the NASDAQ feels today that the crypto's going higher without the NASDAQ even moving right now. So there it is. How about 16 cents right off the bat, Joe? There again for the TQQs. We just got it on right there, 71.50 upside into 71.70 right there. As we keep saying, man, we always refer things back to sports, it seems like, but this is what it is. We are reading the board well right now, man. Our rotation is now kicking. This is not a bullpen game. This is an ace. We have our ace on the mound today. We got Tarek Skubal, although I know he's not doing that well, on the mound right now. There goes the TQs, man. Nice move higher there. There goes IBIT, days high right now for IBIT. And we got a cruise happening right now in your boy Nvidia. So today's going to be a really great day, man. We only have 3 trades on. There's the TQQs. And, why would we ever take it long at 71.50? There it is again, right? We have 3 trades today: Nvidia, IBIT, and the TQQs. So those are the 3 trades that we have on board right now. And, one is 40 cents actually 2 are 40 cents in the money. And one right now, the Nvidia, we've just been going back and forth with, as you guys know. But there goes the NASDAQ. We just basically called that low there. I don't know how we did it, but we did. And there it goes again. And we want to thank our good friend Easy Peasy one more time again for this. I really like this little look there that he did for me, because those are my glasses. I don't even know how you wound up getting those, but shout out to Easy Peasy there in the chat. I hope you guys are all having great days, man. And I know hopefully this futures trade really got it started for some of you there as well. But good, I see you flipped into DRAM there and Moderna. So a lot of good coverage here today with different
not
stocks.
SpaceX, but which we'll get to. I guess that Elon story is not that big of a deal. But every time there's a bottoming tail, this is all I'm going to wait for. Looking for the bottom, I want to see a fat, nasty bottom tail on some decent volume to try to take the shot. And then if it breaks, I'm not even thinking VWAP. I'm thinking 56.8. That's here in the aftermarket. Moderna is right toward that 141. I might have said 42. No, sorry, I might have said 40, but the opening range bottom is 141. So we're looking for a 141 exit. It's a tighter stop than the first time because we're playing it just above VWAP, which is actually not even 44. So we're risking less than $1 on this. That was less than I thought. Let's go to Adair. It's already 10 o'clock, so I'd like to know what's happening now.
What's happening now, Neil, is despite a market that is dropping, SPY is still green on the session compared to where we closed. And again, a lot of that's being aided by that gap up in Nvidia, with the other 2 main earnings names from last night, CRM and CrowdStrike, following suit. We'll get into earnings in just a minute. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ, though, which even again, as these tech names are really leading this drop to the downside, including an unexplained move to the downside in memory, you still have a green NASDAQ. So this is significant, guys. Despite the pullback, it's worth putting things into perspective. Not as bad as it might appear. USO, though, also right now, pretty nicely green, though we're still pretty far removed from yesterday's session high. We got some comments pre-market from outgoing White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying to Fox News in an interview that there are currently no new negotiations between the U.S. and Iran that are taking place, and that all options remain on the table, which is what the camp's been saying for a while. We'll take a look here at Nvidia. As Sean says, kablamo to that trade. They're currently hanging out here near session highs and pre-market highs. This was a double beat. Again, another record quarter for Nvidia, with data center revenue up 117% year over year. Other names that are on watch for earnings day one include some of these retail names like DLTR and Best Buy. You've also got CRM on watch, pushing higher. It's a new high of days. CrowdStrike trying to do the same thing. So lots of strength across the board here in tech on earnings. Moderna in focus after announcing a $2 billion proposed offering here of senior convertible notes. And Wendy's to the downside. This is a pretty big drop post-market yesterday. Reuters reporting that Trian Capital, which is of course run by Nelson Peltz, either way, they are taking that take-private deal off the table for Wendy's, according to Reuters. Back to you.
We're doing just taking off the table some right now. IBIT absolutely screaming to the high side right now, into the pre-market highs. We have the low and the high of the day right there. And as you just mentioned, Nvidia, we say hell yeah to Nvidia. That buy right there, thank you so much for coming through, man. We did a bunch of these today and it's been paying off. Thankfully, guys, We don't got to reload anything right here, as the TQs just gives us that golden opportunity. They're at 71.50 as we had posted up, and there it goes, man. Now 65 cents in the money and going higher right now in the market. And as you can tell, I am loving the market these days, and so are hopefully you. There's an offer from Trade the Pool that you can take advantage of right now. More setups, more momentum. To take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and, of course, access to capital. I think we have both on this side. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and, of course, managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. Take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital by scanning the QR code right there on your screen now, and find that link in description. Do both and join Trade the Pool today. Thank me later. All right, so that's what we're doing right now. We want to thank Trade the Pool, of course, for that little ad there. But TQ, so just to give you guys an idea, 30% left of this position. I'm going to take another piece right here at 17. Why not? Take another piece right now out on IBIT. And it's only 10:04. So, you know, I mean, the market's moving. We've got these positions on. And it's been a very, very good day for these three names as well. Moderna, DRAM there. I see.
I just added up on DRAM.
Yeah,
I'm going to tighten the stop on DRAM. But they're sustaining the buying here, so we're going to add here, but move the stop from the low of the day into 56. But 145 just went. So 145 just got taken out on mRNA. So as good as it's been the last couple of days, I'd say 3 in a row. This is the one day that we're not going to have it on mRNA, is what it is. So that's the second time through on mRNA, and it just took out that 45. So you're through VWAP. We did get some 42s out there, but it's looking a little bit stronger. I don't think we're going to get one of these all-day bleeds on that sucker. So, you know, given the fact that it looked like we found the bottom here, like I said, we're going to add, still playing to 56.8, but I think there's a better chance at VWAP on DRAM. So we're going to get some out. First resistance will be right here where we stopped out the first time, and then 56, like 75. Then we'll look at the volume-weighted average price for DRAM. You got to think about under the hood, because it's really important. Like when I look at Micron, is that a convincing bottom? Answer is yes. When I look at SNDK, is that a convincing bottom? Answer also yes, right? So under the hood, it also looks pretty good. Just need to get back into that volume-weighted average price. That's the thing. You can want the long, but you can't just have it anywhere. Like try to have an entry plan of action. And this is a little bit different, like adding higher. I don't usually do that. I try to get it in like one time, but averaging up is a little bit better than averaging down, in my opinion. So don't usually add anywhere from our original entry prices. But this case, I thought it was worth it.
Okay, yeah, just reading some emails there, but we just got out of Nvidia literally at the high of the day, so let's just continue to ride that bull. I mean, maybe it's pulling back a little bit. We've been exiting out of these trades, as you guys saw there. We got out of some IBIT there on the high end. Looks like anyways, 45.20, okay. But, you know, market can pull back, so we'll take some out at 8 if we can there, and we just do that right now. And here's the pullback a little bit in the TQs as well, so let's take out a little bit more there as well. Hearing that Meta is taking aim at Anthropic. I don't know, but they're also all teamed up together anyways, right? So Meta, Anthropic, everybody's in bed together right now. And you saw that a perfect example of being in bed with each other is CRM today. And, you know, what a huge move. Look at this, up 20%. Hell yeah, man. Another name that your boys got in the portfolio, I'm sure a lot of you do, as there goes CRM, up 21%. This day has just been something else, man. I think that's true of a lot of people's probably portfolios there today. But yeah, the move just keeps on happening. CrowdStrike, CRM, Nvidia. These names just keep on popping, and you know we really like that you guys are here with us today. That is for sure. So thank you for enjoying the show.
Well, forget about CrowdStrike for a second.
Yeah.
Like Palo Alto didn't report last night. When was the last time you saw Palo Alto? 10% without it even having earnings. It's sympathy 10%.
Yeah, well, that's...
Jay, we had a super chat about that. I didn't even realize that. Thank you, Jay. Jay's Hill Dave. Doesn't matter. Jay's Hill Dave. Palo Alto Networks. Absolute ripper. Thoughts? I like the stock. If you like the stock, buy the dips. I like CrowdStrike's dip better than Palo Alto's, just a function of how far it had fallen. I don't think distinction without a difference. These are both great, fantastic companies. you definitely have a reinvigoration of really just cybersecurity, because Okta today was also spectacular. 22% of the upside. Like, these are the biggest names out there are cybersecurity today, and I think they all look great. Okta's breakout's pretty clean. Palo Alto, that 50 period looks really good. What can you say about it? Spending's not going down there. Remember what the IBM CEO said that made the stock drop 25%. We're not getting the money because it's going to cybersecurity and data center. So that still holds true. I believe I heard we're going to the desk. And
I
we got
believe
those super
so.
chats. So let's get up to Adara.
Yeah, we are here. We're talking about META, Meta in Focus here at New York Times. As Sean alluded to here, reporting that Meta's projected to be spending up to $10 billion per year on Anthropic's AI. Now, Anthropic also had that CRM partnership, so good looks here for Anthropic. Again, this one with Meta reportedly spending up to $10 billion a year on the company's AI. Back to you.
We have the return of Nimrod. So shout out to Nimrod. Thank you so much for the super chat there.
brother?
Just the letter N on that note. But I don't know if you can show it there, Andre, or not. But thank you to our good friend and a friend
Maybe
of
he missed
a family member.
video.
Nimrod has been here. Yo, what's up? There he is, man. The man, the myth, the legend with the hair himself. It is Fabian. There it is right now. $69. Thank you so much to Fernando. As we are now, Fabian, are you getting ready for an amazing experience? You are going to be about 10 pounds lighter come tomorrow.
Hold on, I have to say something. I dug for that wig to try to find it to wear today. I couldn't find it. I'm going to go on a hunt
Dollar
again.
store. Yeah, we can go to the
I'm
dollar
going to go on a
store.
hunt, or I'm just going to have to pick something up to wear a wig tomorrow. We'll do it.
Yeah.
The wigs are happening, and
I don't see a Rune Warrior in here, but
Rune Warrior.
we are going to get $2,000 apparently from a Rune Warrior or a Run Warrior. We're not sure exactly what it is there, but yeah, there it is. It's all coming off. What are we at right now? Go stand by the screen and let's take a picture of this so people can scan that QR code. We are just cruising right now. What does that say? 61.41. We want to say thank you to everybody for those. Yeah, he wants more. Let's get it going there. 7,500.
7,500.
7,500 would be a great goal. That would be those 3 wigs, right, Fabian? So I think we're looking for
Exactly.
at least that number right there. So we want to say shout out to everybody. There's Nimrod again with NV. Oh, I see what
I
you're
see
going to
what
do,
you're doing.
Nimrod.
I see what you're
I
doing.
see what. Let's go over to the screen one more time. By Nimrod, we have an N. We have a V. So there's the N. There's the V, Nimrod. I don't know. I'm trying to think about what could possibly be next. Is it going to be something that has created so many chicken dinner winners, and you cannot, as I said, get the smile off this guy's face. We are now $3 in the money on Nvidia. Neil, we are now even a dollar club right now, guys, on the futures. We go back to the futures, and don't at me. I know this is not the futures. This is the TQQs. This is 3 times the futures. This is a levered product over here that we keep on going through with. So there it comes again. And Nimrod, they're getting lesser, but they are still coming through. There's the D right there. NVD. Is it going to be an S? Is it going to be a T? We do not know
Is it
what
an
that
L?
next letter is going to be, Nimrod.
Maybe you're looking at the ETF, and it's an L.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, yeah, it could be a
That's
complete.
possible.
Is it Navitas?
I don't think it's
I'm
going
not
to
sure
be.
what this guy's talking about
I
right
don't think
now.
it's going to
We
be.
need one more super chat to find out exactly
is.
what it is. And there it is, man. All coming through with the A. So it's NVDA from our good friend Nimrod. And I'm assuming that you made some money on that one. Nimrod, let us know what your trading's been like. And if you want to come on, man, maybe we could do a quick little spot with you if you have Zoom or something. We could come on and see how your trading's been. We loved when you visited us. That is for sure. 72.50 right there. Monster plays today for me, man. The TQs, huge trade. We have the low of the day on the futures. Like, that was monstrous. We have the low of the day on IBIT. You know, it's coming back in, so we're getting out of some of that one. And then Nvidia, man, we, as I said, couldn't be happier with NVDA. But yeah, 10-12, that was a lot of excitement there today. Thank you, Nimrod, and everything that you've done. I hope you're well, you and your family. And, you know, great to have you back here. And, you know, look forward to if you visit one more time around here.
Yeah, it was a pleasure hosting you, Nimrod, and for the entirety of the community. But I will say, hey, Nimrod, our good friend, there is a charity that we're doing, and we appreciate the super chats. We'll always pass it forward, but links in the description, my brother. And it's not to do it, but hey, we're trying to get to 7,500. Why? Because as you can see, it's a fantastic cause. But I'm going to repeat it. That gets a 3rd wig. The goal ultimately is for some child somewhere who was going through chemotherapy to get the wig, and we want to make sure we get that third. We're going to level it up, and of course, Friday, tomorrow, we'll figure it out in terms of how exactly when we're going to hack off the locks, and we'll try to pick a good spot for it. Everyone has some fun. I think we should do it when the viewership's the highest, but it might end up happening in the afternoon. Just one note, we're going to go up to Adara. My first thought is with the Qs, and I see Sean probably looking at this too, because the high right here at 29.6, as you get to this, DRAM has bounced from here, but this is still like the epicenter of where the weakness is in the market. And that last heavy candle was at the aftermarket and resistance highs of yesterday. So this would be that spot instead of VWAP, where we'll try to take it out if we reverse on the future and we have any kind of a lockstep, and then we look for the next trade. But for now, I believe we need to go back to the desk, Adara.
Keep an eye on Google, because we're hearing right now from Rob Bonta, that is the Attorney General for the state of California. We know yesterday, of course, we had Meta with its settlement with that 29-state coalition, of course, including California. He's saying now in a CNBC interview, this is Rob Bonta, saying that, quote, we're suing TikTok now. We're very interested in Snap and YouTube as well. So Google on watch, SNAP on watch. Not much of a move here, but basically Rob Bonta, California AG, saying to other companies in the social media space, hey, we got Meta, we'll get you as well. What's also interesting, and I'm still going through this full document so I can do an infographic that'll come out over the weekend, but Meta, you can get the sense as part of the settlement, half of their statement is trying to coerce TikTok and YouTube to settle as well, which is really interesting, and I think probably part of what the state's asked Meta for. In fact, some of the payments are specifically tied up in whether or not TikTok and YouTube also settle. So that is interesting. Back to you.
Well, I think that is interesting, because when you're the biggest, you want to pay your fine, but you want to make sure that your competitors are under the same conditions, because you can handle them probably better than competitors if you're confident. But see that topping tail? We tell you that was a reason we would get out. We jump out of it, but I don't think we're necessarily done with DRAM. There's always the chance we could pull this turns into support, or we get something along the volume-weighted average price. But as much as that was good, you have to look at Moderna. It's right back underneath. So each time, it's right back at the lows. That's probably just it's a timing issue. Like it's going to 146 each time, and I'm looking at the 45 zone because it's a round number and it's a prior low. But that is still looking weak. So I should have a third attempt at this underneath the volume weighted average price. And then just to one name that we haven't really talked too much about, but is absolutely flying earlier, that's going to be SoFi. Well, we didn't get SoFi on the breakout, and it's the first time we didn't trade on that break, but it's pulled back into VWAP. So you know the drill. We're looking for that VWAP bounce and trend break on SoFi. Didn't get to 20 bucks yet, so we're still very much valid for another run back into that bad boy. So SoFi, it's still in the pullback mode. I'd like it to tag the volume weighted average price first and then get going. But you're 2 points up. You're upward trending on the daily. Like you're upward trending on the 15. Right? Like I want to see it. Just hold this resistance and support, and then this one can get going too. Someone's fintech reporting tonight. I think it's a firm.
It is.
That shouldn't matter. Yeah, that shouldn't matter for anything. Yeah, it's not going to make a difference. But, SoFi we do love. We love some SoFi.
Yeah, we love SoFi. I actually just realized I have more SoFi than I do now JP Morgan. That's a dangerous thing, to have more SoFi than JP Morgan. But the one thing we do have...
I do, but I don't own any JPs.
Okay, yeah. I think it might be the largest bank holding that I have is SoFi. So we're hoping that it goes higher. That is for sure. But we're now $350 in the money on Nvidia as it's just at the day's high, watching out for some of those plays. Let's go over to SpaceX. I almost shorted SPCX there today. You know, once it was basically just a short at that 140 level. The thing is, there's a little bit too many wicks to the upside. So I do kind of want to wait for SpaceX to come back in. I'm feeling really, I mean, everything we wrote down on here today, and I only have 3 trades, IBIT, NVIDIA, and the TQs. We just followed our rules, and there it is, right? I mean, there it is. Thank you so much, Rachel Ashby, for your donation again. I mean, this is meaning a lot to all of us here, that is for sure. And we really appreciate all the love and the support again back in. And I hope that it's such a great day to donate. I mean, it's such a great day to be all over the market again here. And, you know, most of your portfolios hopefully are kicking it to the north side there. So give a little bit back. We are building out wigs for kids. You know, that's what it is, the Angel Hair Foundation. If you're interested in it, at least have a look at it, scan the QR code, go give it a thought. And if it is something that you're interested in, we really would appreciate all of the support back over there. I'm going to support it right here, you know, the P&L right now by getting some more out of IBIT. It dropped down. I didn't do anything about it. We could have reloaded some more there at VWAP, maybe should have, but there it is. Nice little move to the high side there. For those of you that are maybe trading halting names, Worksport, WKSP, was a name that we used to be with here. Well, it was a sponsor for a minute. Worksport now up 55%, 83 million shares, starting to go higher now, WKSP in Cincinnati, as that name keeps on going higher right now. You mentioned a firm reporting later tonight, so we can have a quick look over there. Although yesterday, Nvidia gave us the whoopsie-doo because it was down 1.5% yesterday, and then it absolutely ripped. Obviously, we see the results there now. Nvidia actually looking at all-time highs, which are 236. So we still have about $12 to go before we get to that. Or sorry, $11. We're at 225 right now. But a firm kind of doing nothing. This name is not, for me, not set up, right? Nvidia had 7 of 8 days. Like Nvidia was doing this coming into earnings and then based out one day, and then the earnings gave it some juice, right? That's what I was trying to tell you guys about Nvidia before, is like we're just, and the same thing as CrowdStrike, it's just back to where we were a week and a half ago. So although it's great, it's given some great opportunities to make some money on the dip. If you've been holding through all of this, which many of us were, all you're doing is getting back to flat, but it gave options traders, it gave dip buyers an opportunity to get in. Anybody that's holding, you're still not really happy with Nvidia, I don't think, over the year. It's up about 185 to 225. It's actually pretty good now.
I mean, it's not.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world that bad this year. Obviously, it's not like like some of the other names out there. The Mag 7 is only up like 4% or something this year. So Nvidia besting that, but there it goes, 225 and change, NVDA. Maybe the move is starting to slow down. I'm going to get out some more of IBIT right now because that's right back at the highs. We might as well do that. Traders going to trade. So let's get out some more there. And let's just rethink about this NVIDIA take now because it is bouncing off 226 NVDA. Again, what a great day. You're not going to change the way I'm feeling today. Let's just put our sort of feather in the cap, chalk it up to another good earnings report day. I mean, most names, unless you're an HPQ fan, has HPQ actually, before we go over to Adara,
I'd be surprised if that didn't bounce.
that's what I was going to say. What is it doing today?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so bouncing a little bit there. Opens up 97.40. It's at 98.30. So nice move there.
Hit
Yeah.
26 in the pre-market.
Yeah, that was low, man. So yeah, HPQ today still down 7%. If you like the stock, buy the stock. HPQ. We like the reports. So when we like something, we're going to go back over to the desk right now and find out what Miss Adara's up to.
Here is the small cap recap. We'll start here with MIMI. This is Mint. Mint Incorporation. This news reports or news stories from yesterday morning. This is day 2 catalyst. They accelerated their robotics expansion with Yunji technology for strategic development of a next-gen commercial-grade service robot. So robotics catalyst here from yesterday for MIMI. $20.23 million market cap, 5.83 million share float. WNW, Meiwu Technology. This is a repeat offender. This has rallied in the past. As of yesterday, via an SEC filing, the company said that one of their wholly owned subsidiaries, Jimin Shengshang Health Technology, has entered into an equity transfer agreement last week. So interesting look there for WNW with an $88.7 million market cap, 26.2 million share float. Last but not least, TE. This guy has a whopper of a short float. We'll get to that in a second. T1 Energy announcing that officials in Mo i Rana, Norway, have rezoned part of their Giga Arctic campus for data center development. So data center catalyst here for TE with a $1.44 billion market cap. This one is on the Russell 2000, and they have a 27% short float. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. And speaking of short floats, there's lots of people betting against SpaceX. I don't know what the short float is off the top of my head, but based on market cap, it's probably relatively big. It's not going to be gigantic relative to those small ones, but it did break the trend here. We threw it in the chat at the time, and so it's a trend break plus the VWAP hold on SpaceX. The confirmation candle would be this current 3-minute one. This top here at 140.5 is pretty distinct, but just so you know, the 141, we talked about this yesterday, 141 is a big breakout on SpaceX. So to me, it's a long to that level, then it's a breakout at 141 on its own. Because and you saw this in the afternoon. I think you were staring that one in the face. Oh, it was 140, not 41, where it turned around. So I actually like the fact. I think we can go here, get to that 41, and then make the next move. The other name that we were talking about was SoFi. It still hasn't gotten to VWAP yet, nor broken the trend. So patience, still pulling back on SoFi. I want to be long, but I'm not going to get in until we actually have a test of the volume-weighted average price or a break of the trend, similar to what we're seeing on SpaceX. Like that's a pretty distinct trend break there for SPCX. And Bart, yeah, Palantir. He just said, and I'm glad you didn't put the actual word in there, so you didn't get the comment blocked. But yes, Palantir 185 again.
Yes.
There's a seller up there though. It broke 180. This time it broke 185. I was fighting that scenes the whole way. Sorry, couldn't get to the mute. Broke 185 and has pulled back, but it hasn't really failed that breakout. Above VWAP, this last time held 84s. It's on an absolute charge. It's hard to put a finger on this one, except for the fact that CRM was good. So you had AI good, and then you have software good, and that's all good for Palantir.
It's all good, baby. Yeah, man. We've been loving that
Thanks,
stock
Gio.
obviously for a very, very long time. And
Just saw it.
there it is. Thank you, Gio. We're getting up there very soon. I like your name. You're just missing an A at the end, Gia. But thank you, Gio, right there for that. What's up, Fabian? Hope you're doing well over there, my guy. Still got to find me that data port connector there. But okay, so as we continue to go 224.25, we're getting out more of this. I mean, we got out once it broke 225. We're starting to empty out the clip here a little bit on NVDA. I'm actually thinking about a short, to be honest with you, not to throw cold water on anything now, but we are underneath and we're starting to go a little lower. I'm just going to start to empty out the clip because if I'm thinking short, then we shouldn't be holding longs anymore. What we did was, wow, this is a face slapper there. IBIT upside, just emptied out the clip over there as well. Okay, thanks, Nvidia. Just came back up, gave me some fills there in the 60s. I'm still waiting for 76. There it is. We get 76s now as well. Hey, I'm fine being wrong. We can let the rest of this kind of ride just a little bit higher right now, but so far so good there. 225, an interesting spot. Maybe we break below VWAP and we take the short. Let's put our stop right now at 224. That's a break of 223.90. Actually, I don't even have a stop out right now for Nvidia. 223.89. And the reason why is it just ripped up again. Like this fill never went against us. So if it did, it went against us. And again, like I'm not stopping out 30 cents on Nvidia. That would be ridiculous. But right there, 222.50. It only went against us 222.30, so 20 cents. The stop order was always going to be wherever the 200 period moving average is. Oh, wow. Thank you, Nvidia. Thank you. Come again. We'll see if we can take that bid and make that take us out now. So we'll wait for 225.40s we just offered out. So that was a good little run up there on NVDA. It's 10:30 already. When you're having fun, boy, does time fly right there. Thank you so much to everybody for all your support today. Thank you to Nimrod for dropping all those super chats in. Thank you so much to everybody that's contributed over there, to Fabian and to the Wigs. We really appreciate all of that. And we do appreciate Dara back there with another update.
Keep an eye on the market, guys. Getting some comment from Fed's Hammock. She was supposed to start talking at 10 a.m. I'm only seeing comments come through here now. No, again, guys, Fed's Hammock, who I believe is the Cleveland Fed Reserve Bank president. She's coming out here and being hawkish. She was one of the hawkish voters in July. She's saying that above target has been persistent amid questions of how shocks will play out. She does not think the current Fed policy is providing adequate restriction for the economy. And quote, now is the time to act, given the persistence of inflation, that it's actually appropriate for the Fed to act to lower inflation. So she's arguing for a rate hike here. Back to you.
Okay, well, I don't mind a rate hike, eh?
Well, everyone thinks there's going to be rate hike.
Yeah, I think that's no doubt.
Reality.
No doubter right there. So Hammock now speaking right now. So Fed's Hammock there, inflation number was as expected. Now time to act, giving what the inflation current situation is. Okay, man, we got to stop a fail on my damn self right now. Can't believe we're failing myself for having a long in Nvidia when it's at the day's high right now and kicking out. But there it goes, man, 226. I don't know why we panicked so much down there at the 50-period moving average. I really thought the move was potentially over there. And oh my God, Joe and Neil and everybody, as Nvidia just keeps on climbing, now $4 over there. And we are just absolutely monstrous now on the TQQs. Cannot believe that on these futures, man, we go back to the future right now, and that was just the low 71.50. As we mark that one down, you guys, we all share our notes. You can go over, find Neil's, find mine. There it is right there. TQQs, 71 to 71.50. Same as above, playing longs today. IBIT 44.75. Are you kidding me? The low of the day, 44.70. That's what's in the account right now. And then Nvidia never got there. So, all right. We did take that long early where we both got squashed a little bit on the pressure of the pipes bursting there at 224 into 225. We early got 225.30, but then about 3 minutes later, we also got 221. So this move was very, very aggressive there off the open for sure on NVDA. But, we didn't cry over spilled milk. We just found our very next trade, which happened to be this. So we got the TQQs down there at 7. There's our 71.50 marker that we had marked down again. Glad we put that on. We only put on half a unit. So that kind of sucks. Wish we would have put on 100 units. And then down into there, of course, we would never do that. The most we put on in this trade would maybe be 3 or 4 units down there. Wasn't that confident at the time to do that. And then IBIT, we definitely put on some units on there, right? We had about 3 units in total when this was going on. So this is going to be P&L number 1 for me today is IBIT. Well cruising now on IBIT. It was really Palantir. Sort of forgot about there. But,
yeah, that's the thing I'll be mad about is Palantir, because Palantir was on the note for the 180. It just didn't feel like it was close enough. So at the open, I wasn't really watching it. SoFi is bouncing off VWAP. There's the actual test of VWAP, and then the trend breaks were in. We hopped out. Obviously, you saw SpaceX go to the upside, so we hopped out of that one for profit. But let's go to the desk for Adara, and it's 10:30. So which one are we talking about today? Because nat gas is what I'm looking at usually on Thursdays.
I can look at this nat gas number for you guys. I just want to mention Fed's Hammock kind of coming at Fed Chair Warsh a little bit here. She just said, and I quote, accountability means talking about the economy and providing information to the public. 2 things that Fed Chair Kevin Warsh is kind of reticent to do. Now, it's worth noting these comments from Hammock coming just under 24 hours before Fed Chair Kevin Warsh will take the podium at 10 a.m. tomorrow at Jackson Hole. So again, coming a little bit after here, Fed Chair Warsh's tight-lip policy on economic policy. Now, it's also worth noting we had some other comments coming from Fed Schmidt this morning, and he actually has voted against the Fed. He's been one of the dissenting voters in the past. He said that he kind of sees the argument for having less Fed meetings. So Fed Chair, or not Fed Chair, but Fed President Hammock apparently just concluded her interview in CNBC. She clearly has her own ideas here in terms of how many meetings the Fed should be having. I'll take a look here at this nat gas number, see if this came in here, because that was supposed to come in at 10:30 a.m. Not seeing it, but I'm sure that was just released.
Yeah, I mean, it moved a bit. It definitely broke the trend there on nat gas, but it didn't move past VWAP. So that's kind of I'll call it a nothing burger there. Usually you'll move a little bit more, and I didn't hear the number in my ear either, Adara, so curious. But
So 15 bill here, positive versus 15 bill expected. So exactly in line. The prior was 16 bill. It's kind of a nothing burger.
That's exactly why you didn't see it move. When nat gas moves, usually the last few weeks is moving a ton on those builds on Thursdays, but today's kind of nothing burger, so I'm not going to stick with that trade. I like the breakout in one way or another, typically the reversion. Something interesting with SMCI that it just makes some sense to me with the market at the highs. This is really running into some sellers at the volume weighted average price. It's just strong as anything else from bottom to top, but then it made the recent high when the futures did and then pull back and is not making another one when the futures are. So if this loses, and I'll draw this for you because do this. So I'm kind of connecting this as the trend line. I'm just going to pop short. It's a risk to reward trade. If you can get it here under 40s, closing underneath, and only be giving it to VWAP, then this one makes some sense to me on SMCI. And it doesn't matter why it's weak. It just is weak, in my opinion. And then you look at this as also a false breakout over this level at 38.75. Yeah, SMCI is going to be a fade for me for sure. I haven't looked at Intel, Sunny, but you're saying it's absolutely running. And Pascal, another donation. Just keep them coming.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, we're crossing the 6,600 mark, so we're probably just less than 1,000 away from that new goal. I don't want to say forget about the 10K goal, but it's every 2,500 that matters because that gets the fresh wig.
Yeah, we're excited about all of that. I actually have a short idea coming through Oracle. I'm going to short Oracle breaking through 150 right here. If the market does give it up, I think Oracle gives it up as well. So shorting through 150, you're going to have your first short of the day for me coming out right now on
I was going to say, at the risk of being told yet again that I only talk about negative stories for Oracle, which I don't. I did just see apparently their credit risk default, or their risk of default rather, for their credit has reached its highest level since 2008. So think about that in terms of what year that was for the market, and that was reported by Bloomberg.
What happened
Okay.
in 2008?
Yeah, I don't know. I never heard of that year. But right into there, 150 break, looking at that as a possible trade. Obviously, understanding the spread is about 20 cents. So, we're going to cross down. I'm only crossing down 10 cents on Oracle. So hopefully we get a 149.90 fill if it breaks or something in between. And what I mean when I'm saying crossing down is like I have a marketable order, but only for 10 cents. So it's not going to be a market order in case this thing flashes. And we don't want to get short at 149.50, right? We want to get short at 90s. So if we miss it, we miss it. But that's the risk you take when you put a marketable limit order. So we got to be careful with that. Yeah, bouncing to the upside now, that's fine. I mean, I'm not going short until we break that shelf. Obviously, our longs continue to kick, man. We're now $5 in the money on these 3 positions. And it's the only 3 that we wanted today. But I do think Oracle underneath VWAP here, seeing some pressure. We saw sort of the data center names and DRAM, at least DRAM, getting hit to the downside, which started this market sort of turbulence early, which just looks like a great roller coaster here on the NASDAQ. Up, down, whoa. So I think the next move is whoa, maybe to the downside. So we do want to short some Oracle if that is indeed the case. And if I think that's going to happen, let's get out one more piece here on the TQs. We told you where our stops are going to be for everything. We're just going to stop out at VWAP right now on everything because we have very light, man. I'm under 5% of everything we have right now. So that's why we're just kind of enjoying life right now. It's been obviously a banger morning. Actually, that's too high. Let's go here. Let's go 72.25. I mean, I don't want to give everything. It's not, we would give nothing back essentially, but we do want to make sure that we do, properly trade these. IBIT, I don't even know what to say about this one. We're just going to let this keep on going higher now. I think IBIT's going to take out, I mean, we wrote down 44.75. That's the low of the day. So we have that in. Plus, Bitcoin's about to break 80,000 down here. So we really, really like what's going on there with IBIT. Hopefully that can continue to climb higher, but nothing else. Oh, what I wanted to show you guys too is, because we were talking about crypto, I used to do this all the time, and then I sort of closed it. And like I was saying before, I haven't been in my crypto account in ages, but this is what's nice to see over the last 24 hours. Check out my guy Solana down here, 9%. I've not been buying any dips. I haven't done anything
Look at the 7 day.
at all in Solana, but XRP now down up to $1.46. That's a great rebound there. Look what they're up in the last 7 days, man. Oh, just 38% on Zcash, 21% on Solana, 21% on Ripple or XRP, 10% on Binance Coin, 10 on Ethereum. But you know what, man? That's sort of what we talked about was Ethereum was outpacing Bitcoin. It's not. Bitcoin right now up 11% over the last 7 days. Ethereum just up 9%. So Bitcoin, the king of the castle, all the rest are simply those rascals. It's raining rain coin, by the way, right now as well. That's up 25%. Like, I got to talk to Michael Noss about this one. I don't know about that. But oh, there's my Cardano right there, 21 cents. Man, that one's gotten hit for sure. That used to be a top 10. I remember when that was announced by Trump as being one of the, and I was like, Cardano, what the hell? Like, I'm in that as a shot play. That should not be part of the treasury. But anyways, Cardano, nice, and we like that. But look what's happening to Bitcoin right now, guys. I mean, you got to stay with me on these plays. Like, these are not scalps or anything like that. These are bigger plays to the upside right there. And we did scalp it out, and we almost are out of it. But if you are a positioning guy, we have the low there. It's just absolutely ripping to the high side. Good day there. IBIT, my number one stock, despite getting out of it about 1 million times. So there goes IBIT to the high side. There goes the futures, and there goes Nvidia back down. Remember where our stop is on Nvidia, man. Breaking through VWAP, and we gone on NVDA. But a couple good outs there on the high side again. 225.50, 226 might be the high end of that one. But wait for Obi. He may be looking to short some of these names, but you can actually ask Obi. He'll be very honest with you about the success of trading.
I feel like the reversion was would probably have been the best one was HPQ, and your only shot at that was, I think, at like 8 o'clock or 8:15 in the pre-market. It made that low, and it was a confusing one because it was a reversion aftermarket too. Like, it went to the upside, and then just for some reason they just started trashing it. That said, this is not a reversion play. This is a VWAP play. So I'm long SoFi off of the volume weighted average price. And then we're short SMCI under the volume weighted average price. So pretty simple. We break the top it's not the top. If you break this resistance at VWAP just above 60s, we'll be out of SMCI, and then they're both starting with an S, and I'm not going to try to mix them up. But SoFi did a false bottom, but you know what? If I misplace the stop, you can very clearly see when I punched out, it didn't break VWAP. I'll blame my black chart for guiding me incorrectly. I just punched right back in because it never actually took out underneath the volume weighted average price. SoFi is still very much on trend. So whatever the reason SMCI is weaker than the market, it doesn't really matter to me. It's just that it is. And at this time of day, I always like relative strength and relative weakness as a bit of a play. And we'll get some bids out in front of these consolidative zones in here, which one of them's at 10, the other one's out in front of 20. And then look for the gap fill. If the market continues to break out, I have a defined stop. But if the market turns here, then I think we play back into the prior day highs for SMCI. And this 185 is pretty crazy on Palantir. It's still doing, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, I was telling you it just keeps breaking and failing 185. It's still doing it. Every single candle since the last time we looked at Palantir has broken 185 and closed under 185. Like, if that's not showing you signs of a top, I don't know what is. And Benjamin Brandt, thank you for the donation. Another 34. They just keep coming in there fast and furious. Good. It's so much, there's so much giving and so much, I don't know, it's just so much kindness in our community. We can't thank you enough. We're looking forward to tomorrow, and we appreciate you helping us get to those goals today.
We are literally the best community around. Okay, guys, I'd hate to say it, but yo, shout out to my girl Britney Spears, but we did it again right now. As we are short right now on Oracle, and there it goes right there, man. We gave this one to you a minute ago, and I don't know if you guys were questioning it in the chat or what. We had a Derek come through again. There it is right now, Neil. It's another 50-cent winner right there on board for Oracle as we short that 150. Let's effing go right now to the downside for Oracle. Here we go. We're getting hyped up now. Adara getting hyped up as we short on Oracle. Now making that move back in. There it goes. Bang. We took a 1-unit trade right there. So now Oracle all of a sudden moving up, man. We're not just that one-trick pony going long. We go short right there as well. There's the 150 break. So there's the breakout to the short side there on Oracle. And there it goes one more time, man. Wow. Like I said, this has just been a absolutely crazy run of a day right now. We're actually already out of 35% of this Oracle trade for 50 cents. Let's see if it gets a little lower. I'm sure Adara wants me to hold on to this one. So let's wait to see what happens here with Oracle. I did flip up over into the short of Nvidia. This could be completely wrong. Right now, 225, 224.50. Looks like we'll throw some back if this does not work out. But right now we're short right there. We actually got out of our TQs trade as that broke lower. Wow. And Oracle right now, man, is nicely printing to the downside. 149.32 right now on Oracle. We just put this trade on for you. So far, so good there. We'll punch a little bit more out. And I think we're getting ready to go back over to the desk and see what's up with our girl Adara. So if we are ready, we could do that. How about now?
Here's the sector board, guys. Let's talk about it. If you are not tech, and even if you are tech, certain tech names are probably having a pretty rough morning. We'll start with what's strong, though, because it's pretty much just tech. So 2 of the 3 technology services Mag 7s are admittedly red, Google and Meta. But you've Microsoft up 1.5%, Palantir up 4%, despite some insider selling, including from CEO Alex Karp. I was seeing some people in the chat say it was just insiders. I did double check this. It was Alex Karp with that $86 million worth of sales. I think this all started on August 20th is what I was seeing. You've got a strength here in Palo Alto Networks, of course, in sympathy with CrowdStrike, which reported earnings after the bell yesterday, up 17%. CRM, which also reported earnings last night, up 21%. This is its best day in years, so good look there. We also have other SaaS plays like Adobe, Accenture, to the upside. Datadog up 6.5%. Synopsys, another earnings day one play, up 8%. Electronic technology, you've got Nvidia to the upside on earnings day one, Broadcom following suit. Same with Intel, both of these names up 3%, despite reports of widespread semiconductor tariffs potentially being considered by the Trump admin. That being said, though, other names in electronic tech looking pretty weak, including these memory plays like Micron and Western Digital. Finance weak, retail trade weak, health tech weak, producer manufacturing weak, energy minerals weak, utilities weak, consumer non-durables, consumer services, process industries, health services, communications, utilities all red. The one potential saving grace outside of big tech, and it's still a big tech name, Is Tesla here trying to bring consumer durables to the upside and mostly failing? Tesla's up, the rest of the sector isn't. Back to you.
Oh man, what did I do? I shorted.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer,
Too late.
but I have to be real. I'm not happy with Caterpillar today. I'm displeased with Caterpillar. We said the all systems go for AI, and I mean, this is a big data center play. Well, it's now a data center play.
Adara's mic is still on. Not that it's a problem, but
Okay,
I hear her humming.
Yeah, you can't be down 1 point today, Caterpillar. It's not good. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I'm really.
Can you tell me your opinion on Caterpillar, please, immediately?
No, I don't love it.
Okay,
It's one of my
got it.
favorite stocks ever. And I'm considering maybe I need to be trimming more of Caterpillar and putting money somewhere else. Anyways, now let's get back to brass tacks. The futures might lose VWAP. We got 2 first support here on SMCI. Now we're looking for lower today, but I think this is one we can be reloading on. SoFi, the good news is SoFi bounced. The bad news is when the market went down to VWAP, I took a couple of outs that I'm really not liking as much anymore. Because the market was looking weak, I'm like, okay, let's just scalp this a little bit thinner, and we'll start thinking about the lower high as a target. That was a mistake. I'll pop one here at 29 because that's an obvious level, and then try to hold to the high of the day for SoFi, because clearly, it belongs, I guess, in the stack of crypto and fintech can maybe move a little bit better because it's chips and AI that are going to move together. So, yeah, probably a little too aggressive getting this one out early. I think that was a bit of a mistake. That's the only mistake there. And then one more, just going back over to SpaceX. SpaceX is back at VWAP, but I don't love it as much. It was a trend break and a breakout through the volume weighted average price. It went right to the top and couldn't continue. Let's wait for the lows on this thing. Another one, Ubong, another gift. Just keep them rolling in here. And Wrinkled Hippie, thank you for your donation as well. 95 bones.
Hopefully that'll be me one day.
And then Eric Vargas, another one, 81. Just keep them coming in. The generosity is absolutely amazing. Ralph Woodward, again, the best community out there. We really, truly appreciate you. And thank you to Fabian for doing this. All going to a fantastic cause. Just got to get that wig on tomorrow. Because that's what we plan on doing. We're going to wear wigs for the show tomorrow. Because a rune warrior, a run warrior, as someone was telling us in the afternoon, doesn't really matter which, said that if Sean and I wear wigs for the broadcast, they donate $2,000. As far as I'm concerned, that's easy. It's easy. That's light work.
We're ready for that.
We're ready for that for sure, and we appreciate everybody. But that would be amazing, absolutely amazing, because that's almost a wig by itself.
Yeah, we like that one. I don't know where he is though, so we'll have to hopefully.
A run warrior? It's a rune warrior. It's not a run.
I would think so.
It's a rune.
There as well. Okay, man. Again, trade. I mean, we just posted it up there on our Twitter feed there. Trade number 4. I mean, I'm posting up here. Trade number 2 was the TQQ. We're just talking about all the trades that we've got on there today. So we just posted up Oracle right there. I'm going to wait for 149 now. I do only have a third left. Actually, less than a third left, about 20% left right now of this trade. So, no, what am I doing? The other way around. No, a third, yeah, just about 20. Yeah, the math is different because I took out some there at 50s. But we're going to wait for regardless of how much we have left, doesn't matter. You guys, hopefully, you heard the trade idea. Hopefully, you heard me shout it out. It was 150, right? We even had Adara chime in on this trade. They're not on the trade, but gave some news about Oracle. We posted that up. It did go up to 150.60 before it prints this. I'm at 02s. Oh, we got filled. I mean, what's up, Mike, Peter Ryder, and everybody out there? You guys want dollar clubs? I mean, there's one on Oracle that we just gave to you at 1040, right? This is not a dollar club rated off in the morning or anything like that. This is a trade that was well talked about. We didn't go against us. We actually got a great price. This is where we talked about the punching down thing, where we were going to punch down into 90s. And hey, man, we might as well make it a true dollar club right now. We're short at 96. Why not take an 85? As there it comes right back into the downside right now. All right, man, we have flipped it up. Let's see if we can find it again. Another one. And then maybe we'll find another one. Yeah, that's the idea here, right? Is to try to keep on stacking up. And we did hear Obi talk the other day about, taking one day he was doing really well. I feel like he was saying And there were so many other setups, but he didn't take it. He didn't keep that foot on the gas there. So we actually do that today. We keep the foot on, and obviously we push the pedal there on Oracle. And now we're just gonna not shy away from Nvidia. I don't love the fact that I'm short right now, but whatever, man. We put about a unit on up here, so hopefully it comes in. We did get short earlier and got stopped out on VWAP, but then we take it on the 50 period and now on the 25, and just taking some more profit down there to the low side of this trade. And despite all this back and forth today, I'm going to be at the highest spot I've been at all day. So, obviously a green day here today, and we're pretty happy with it. But everything is position pending. I mean, if this Nvidia really goes crazy, I guess we could get stuck on this. But my out is 225. I did put 25s, but I guess we can change this to 225 15s. But we're just going to let Nvidia go a little bit here. See if some of the luster is out of it. It's up 7%, but we are covering some down there. Watch out. That's where my stop is, 225.25. So that's what we're going to watch out for there. It's 10:48 already, man. You're going to have Obi. You're going to have Joe come through, otherwise known as Joby.
Yes.
On the midday show.
And we haven't looked at Joby in a while. We probably won't, but Rohan has asked several times, and appreciate you, about Meta specifically. So remember, Meta's wild action yesterday was all about the settlement, right? Obviously a heck of a lot smaller than what people were expecting, but there was the restrictions that were getting put on, like time limits and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to get into my opinions on it. It doesn't really matter. But have a look at when it settled down and put in that lower high at 588, look at the wick that it put in. So it completely rejected that settle down lower high and could not hold on to the prior close. So this is going to be pretty important if it can get back to, even if it can get back to VWAP, it's going to need to prove there's buyers above like $590 on Meta. Otherwise, this is a fail of 600 again, a fail of the 50 period, a reversal. And what I thought was good news, at least initially everyone thought that was good news, that it was a smaller amount they were going to pay. And I would also think that for one more, I'm going to go to Adair in a quick little second, for one more, Snapchat is on the precipice. Like this feels like a bit of a flat bottom break. If the continued pressure stays on Meta, I think Snapchat's in some trouble.
Oops.
I already don't even like the stock, but we break down under 530 today. I think there's room to $5 on Snapchat, but it's probably just going to follow Meta. If I see Meta breaking down, I'll probably go over here. It's just a worse stock.
Man,
let's go up to the desk. Let's see how the US dollar is doing. Sometimes it matters. Maybe not today, because Nvidia is going to tell us.
Yeah.
Here is the US dollar. As you guys can see, we're green today. So a little bit. This would be a 2-day green streak, but on the daily chart, after we made this double top, first top in late June of 2026, second in late July of 2026, we've kind of seen that decline here on the DXY. Not really much of a change here. This is the daily chart for the US dollar. We did get some economic data this morning of note. Initial jobless claims a little better than expected, 203,000 versus 208,000 expected. So nice look there. I want to talk about some comments made by Fed's Hammock, because tomorrow at 10 a.m., we're going to have the Fed Chair Warsh speech, his first speech as Fed Chair not his first speech ever as Fed Chair, but his first speech as Fed Chair at the Jackson Hole Symposium. Now, this speech could be interesting. By this time tomorrow, it'll probably be done. They're usually 20 to 30 minutes, I find, and my recall is that there's no Q&A, so we're gonna have to wait and see what happens there. But ahead of that speech, this individual, she is Beth Hammock, the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland. She came out and made some comments, again, suggesting that the Fed should hike rates sooner rather than later. She also made it very clear, and again, she did vote in favor of a rate hike back in July, that if they don't raise rates soon, they might be in a position where they're going to have to do more later. She doesn't view the current policies being effectively restrictive or restrictive enough. And she also kind of made some subliminal disses at Fed Chair Warsh, saying that the Fed needs to, talk openly about the economy, talk openly about where they see policy. We know that those are two things that Fed Chair Warsh has vocally made clear that he's uncomfortable with. 66% chance still of rates being held in place at that September 16th meeting, 34% chance more or less here of a hike. If you look forward, we're seeing a hike in December of 2026, as mentioned earlier, that 45% chance of the hike. We're also seeing a hike in June of 2027, then a potential 25 basis point rate reduction again in December of 2028 or 2027, December 8th of 2027. So basically that means by the end of next year, we would still be 25 basis points higher than we currently are. Back to you.
Interesting talk there from Fed Hammock. We haven't heard that yet.
Come on, Hammock.
It's what we talked about yesterday, right? The fact that Fed Chair Warsh has given an open mic to all of these, Fed.
It's like you
Fed
talk,
heads.
not me.
Yeah, it's just like I'm not going to give an opinion, so it's up to you now. And if the Hawks are going to be there and sort of throw some shade at, remember, it's like a board, right? I mean, this is a committee.
Yeah.
So they're all going to have their own opinions. They don't all have to follow suit with whatever the Fed rate board is saying. And yes, Adara?
Well, as Trump said, Kevin's fantastic, but he has a board. So that's to literally
go.
quote him directly.
Yeah.
And he said that
And he can't get rid of them all. He's trying already. Miss Cook is still in the building over there, so we have to watch out for that. And no matter what this talk is, we still see very similar. By the way, we did fade some Nvidia here, so that's starting to work out a little bit. 66%, 33%. So it's actually getting higher right now that there's no cut at all. Come a month, well, not a month from now, 3 weeks from now, September the 16th. 66%, so 2/3, 1/3 right now on the descent side for a hold, right? So descent side for a raise, I guess, but looks like we're getting a hold. And then I know Neil did this in the pre-market if you guys weren't with us, but it's 45% chance that it's just a one rate hike.
I think that's the same.
But yeah, no, nothing's changed. But I just wanted to show everybody that by the time we get into Christmas time, your credit card may be up about 1/4 point on what you owe. Or hopefully you owe nothing, pay it all off. But 375 to 4 right now, not great for mortgages. I guess that it's going higher. The housing space has been a little weak, I guess, on some of those pending home sales numbers. But, right now we're just looking at the Fed Watch tool, and it looks like 45% of a chance of no movement at all. Just one hike by the time December comes through. So not that dramatic thing that we're looking for. What's up, Fabian? We're still short on Nvidia. There it is. Another one. Thank you for your donation.
You donated twice already.
Ooh.
The last 30 minutes.
Oh,
Okay,
shoot.
there you go. Two donations
That's
for
a different
Ubong
one.
in the last 30 or 40 minutes. So our hats are off, which I'm not wearing one today, to you. So thank you so much to everybody. And thank you, Fabian, for coming up with this
Well, it's all
idea.
about
I mean, it's been a good one, and we're really happy.
I do have
that
a
you're
question
doing it.
for
And you're going to look
Fabian,
10 times handsomer.
We got the arrange. We know who's cutting it, where we're doing it. We have a plan for that.
Whoever's here that wants to cut it.
Okay.
And then I'll just kind of even it out with a buzzer.
So we'll all do a sniff.
Yeah.
I guess maybe we'll all do a bit of a
I want to get the hedge clippers.
There's only 4.
hedge clip. That would be jokes.
I got some scissors from Dollarama, so something to get the job done.
You can cut your hair with Dollarama.
We're not doing
We got hair
Dollarama. We're not doing Dollarama hairstyle.
I'm sure we can.
We'll get it figured out. We'll get it.
Fancy.
Can everybody hear you? I don't think so.
I think we can figure out
No,
better
no.
than Dollarama scissors.
We can get it figured out.
Because
Maybe
that's what
Dollar
we-
General. I mean, that stock's up today.
It's a
Tree.
Dollar
Dollar
Tree.
Tree. Yeah, we'll figure it
Dollar
out.
Tree, Dollar General.
Here we have Dollarama. I don't know if you guys have that, of course, in the United
Dollar
States.
Tree. By the way, that Dollar Tree moved down.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, everything's fine. It's almost back to green, and then Dollar General goes the other way. So they reversed the move.
They're reversing
Although,
the
look,
reversion.
DG's still up and Dollar Tree's still down, but they reversed it. Like this one got sold at the open and the other got bought.
How close
which
did that come?
it kind of makes some sense. I don't like these buyers that are
Oh, I just saw the reversion, man.
they're trying to step into SMCI. I thought we were going to get down in closer to 37.5.
Yeah.
But this is still trying to hold that bid. But the futures are still looking at least relatively weak. SoFi is getting close to the top, so it's pushing into that high. But I want out at the high. Remember, the market's pulling back here. We're off the highs, we lose
Spooky man is
VWAP.
here.
I think we
The
take our
spoofy man.
advantage to be able to get out at that top with the NASDAQ starting to look at least a little bit weaker. And oh my goodness, DRAM's at the low of the day again. It did. It ended up going further than we expected, but yeah, it's coming right back in there. I don't know if I like this. These were very distinct bottoming tail candles for entries. Unless something like that materializes on DRAM, I think we just stay away. All morning long, the memory names have been taking it on the chin more than everybody else. No need to fight it a little bit later on in the session. Only 3 minutes to go. I wonder what lunch is.
We have a top stock here.
As long
with-
as it's not Thai.
Yeah, as long as it's not Ty. You're saying you had a bad experience there last night with Ty. But I'm happy because my girl Ramin is in the building. So we say hey to Ramin. It's been a long time since she has been around. She doesn't look too pleased to be here, but she is here. What's up, Ramin? Right there.
I saw a smile.
Yeah, oh yeah, she's always smiling. So
I
it's
thought
great to have Ramin in the building again. Good to see her as Trader TV Live family is getting bigger. So we want to say a shout out to Ramin as she gets ready to pop one out. We'll see how that goes. Therefore, Ramin, it should be an
that's what you
exciting
say.
one to come. We are very, very excited for Ramin and that should be a good one there. And can't wait to have a little baby running around here. That is for sure. And we'll teach it how to invest properly right off the open. We'll get it to buy some Micron and all of that. Oh,
Hey, well, it's
Nimrod is back.
It's all about, I was going to say, it's all about
the biggest
this.
donation to date, I believe.
Ever?
How much is that? AED 750.
So is that the same count though?
No. Oh, he mentioned why. So yeah, shout out to Nimrod. How much is that?
Your other account limits. Oh, that's
I
why.
still can't hear you. Under 90 USD. Okay, so it's not going to be the biggest one ever.
Super chat.
But there it is right there. Yeah, it's Nimrod. My other account limits. Okay. So there it is. Daily super chats for some reason. Yeah, man, what the hell, other account? Thank you so much, Nvidia. So send Joseph what he did on Nvidia. He loves you guys. Thank you so much. He's coming in November and he's going to look at the charity in a couple moments. So Nimrod, thank you so much for everything you're doing for us here at Trader TV Live. And if you do check the charity out, here, Nimrod, I'll just give you like everything you're going to super chat us, just go to the charity. Right now, immediately.
Right to the.
So thank you, Nimrod. Okay, by the way, I know you're long on Nvidia. I just took a short there and lost. So we were able to get some out there. We reloaded at 226, so not the end of the world, but there it is, the high of the day, man. Hopefully this keeps the super chats going in. If you're long on Nvidia today, oh boy, there it goes to the upside. Nvidia really kicking. And the only short that I had all day was Oracle. And that's been printing there. I'm going to stop out on 150 break. We can put that order in right now and see if we can hold that for the rest of the day. But right now, it's just Oracle for me and a small little trade. Only 80 cents in the money on IBIT. But 150.11s we'll stop out on if it breaks higher there on ORCL.
Yeah, I'm similar with
227.
With this short. I'm going to trail out of this. This is a double bottom at $38 on SMCI, and then look at this cliff from the afternoon. So going to respect that. Trend in, trend out. So it's got a pretty steep downtrend from the highs, which it's respecting. So if you break 38.2, that violates it, and we're not going to get, maybe we still get the low of the day, and I revisit this trade at the volume weighted average price again. SoFi is still kind of slowly clawing up. The market looked like it was breaking down. I really dislike that exit point. That's the only one I don't like, was getting a 20 fill, because I thought we're going to break down. I just wanted to trim. But now we're going to hold till the high. So the high is 19. On SoFi, the high is 1947. But I'm just going to, if it gets to 45 and there's anybody out there, like a big size or some big seller that I see, I'll probably just hit the bid on the way out. And then one last one, and this is only because we got some questions about Meta.
Oh, okay. It's
starting to curl and look a little bit better. So if Meta gets into VWAP, I don't want to short Meta, I want to short Snapchat. So if Meta pops into 577, and Snapchat's still chilling out right here, and it turns, I might end up just punching the bid, because Snapchat's going sideways as Meta's climbing. So if Meta gets there and Snapchat's still holding VWAP, that's like an easy VWAP short with low risk. Meta falls, it falls. It's past 11 o'clock. I have no idea what lunch is. When I said I had a bad experience with Thai, my daughter loves Thai. It was my wife's birthday yesterday, and they wanted Thai food. We got it from a new place, and they enjoyed it. I was like,
Okay, well, as long as they enjoy it.
No. Just, sometimes you eat, and it's like, it wasn't the best.
Yeah, it wasn't
so I don't want Thai food today. I would like us to have assorted sandwiches with a cookie.
Ooh.
But
I can't tell what country it is. I honestly don't know what country it's supposed to be. What I can tell you is it's not going to be assorted sandwiches. And it made me think of an obscure Drake lyric, so that's all I can say.
Oh, wait, stay there for a second, Adara.
Right.
I just realized something.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what lunch is today.
Apple fritter.
Because I'm having an apple fritter.
You
For
are.
snack.
For a snack. Dessert.
Dessert.
Thank you, CrowdStrike. First of all, everybody should just thank you to your portfolios and the relentless buying that is going on today.
Well, as long as you're long, yeah.
Well, as long as you're not. Well, even Michael Burry hedged his
My guess is
Nvidia.
Nimrod is long.
He hedged his Nvidia with calls. So even
of course he
benefited. Did. Yeah, it makes some sense. We'll go throw to Sean. We'll throw to the midday, but that was Joe just saying he thought that was him, some big call buying out there. It goes to show, like, even somebody who was short understood how strong things might be. But we're going to go over to Joe B. Yep. We'll grab some lunch.
We will.
I'll eat an apple fritter, and we'll see you back at 2.
Yo. What's going on? Oh, were we doing?
Yeah.
We were doing.
Yeah. We need. Yeah. Let's go, man. And then after it's just wow. All right, guys, welcome to the midday show. You know what time it is. Hold on, give me a minute, Assassino. We got so much going on. You know who it is already. It's your boy, Joey. Oh, I was actually feeling really ill this morning. Much better after we get some of the caffeine in.
All right.
Obi in the house as well, too, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get into some other things. There's plenty to talk about here. Nvidia going on a run, CrowdStrike, CRM. It's just almost you throw a dart at the board, and the chances are of your stock going up are relatively high. But it's time for our roll call. You know who I have to give a shout out to? Hey, yo, it's Jesse. What's going on, brother? Scott H., my guy in the chat. Juan Padilla. What's up, Basement Boys? Jody, Arcane, Tosho, Travman, Mike P. DeRider, Snowmeister. What's cooking? Vin Vici. I got my eye on you, my guy. No, I'm only playing around. Casey, what's going on? MF, Dangerous. We have the Mag 7 guy, Jeffrey Jurassic. What's cooking? Couple more. We got Ramin in the chat as well. Outlaw Trader, DDT. How about DDP, Diamond Dallas Page? For those who know, no. And we got Sit and Spin, a couple more here. OB. We got Edgar. Put those waves up in the chat. Brad Cowless. What's up, brother? Origin, and one more, Blicky Spears.
Boom, boom.
All right, man. Good morning and welcome everyone to the midday show. Man, oh man,
welcome. It's
going to be an absolute banger today, that's for sure, especially because I'm feeling significantly better, which is always good. But give me a moment here, Assassino, as we pull it up. VinFast. Ooh, I don't have it there. Reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally, up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across expanding EV portfolios. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 four-wheel and two-wheel delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth engines. There it is. Here's my boy Nimrud. It's funny, yo, I kid you not, brother. I was actually, because you and I were discussing some calls, and I'll message you on the side. And in regards to SoFi, we'll talk about it a little bit later. But yeah, thank you very much. Oh, for the record, I owe everything I made on Nvidia and others to Joey Options. No, man, you don't owe me a thing, and you know this already. Just come hang out. We'll have another good evening like we did before in the city. Better be ready to ride those bikes, my friend. But no, in all
this time you got to wear the right kind of shoes.
Yeah, shoes, everything, and you got to be in a little bit better shape there. No, in all seriousness, Nimrud and I hanging out throughout the duration of him being there, and I'm messaging him on the side. And yeah, I mean, just a great guy all around. And yeah, man, looking forward. Hopefully you come sooner. You know where you could stay. It goes without any question. But yeah, thank you very much for everything that you do. And you bring to our community, man. I think I believe you're a legend around here, and I think the majority of us can agree. And yeah, very, very much appreciated. Enough of me rambling on. Nimrud, you and I will talk on the side. Obi, what do you have going on today?
What's going on, everybody? Crazy day. The software bid apparently is here. I don't know if you guys have seen or heard. We had some pretty banger earnings reports.
Yeah, man.
And Nvidia, not really the belle of the ball. It's CRM.
Yeah, it is.
And a little bit of CrowdStrike as well. Bit of a miss on my part, not getting involved with the CRM daily, weekly breakout. That was a little unfortunate. I've been getting a little chopped up, trying to revert the move. But I wasn't that bad. Even though I was a little overboard. I did only start shorting it after it got all the way past that 240. So not horrible, but clearly it's not been working out. And I'm asking my pod members and some of my other trader friends as well. I was like, what is up with this market? There's such directionality and trend. We saw it with ANF. We saw it with, what was that one? DKS. We're seeing it with CRM today. We're seeing it with CrowdStrike. Some of these banger earnings just get these very sustained trends that are not reverting. And I'm just like, oh boy, what's going on here, guys? Things are not happening like they were happening maybe, a few weeks ago or maybe last earnings as well. But who cares? The real question is, are we able to recognize and adapt still kind of adapting. I'm just like, I'm getting lighter and lighter on the scalps, but the frequency is increasing, so that's not good either. But we'll wait and see where is the next trade. Fortunately, still alive for the day. Didn't really get too chopped up on the CRM. But still looking for that next trade. Nvidia, unfortunately, didn't really do too much, man. But you had a banger entry last night. I was sitting right here, and then he's like, "Yo, give me that fill." And I look over, I'm like, "What are you buying?" He's like, "I'm buying some Nvidia."
Yeah,
Buddy got 205s, and then we had that 215 push in the after hours. We were actually doing the show later on, and it had pushed all the way up into 220s. I was like,
dude,
all right,
let's
go.
I'm like, okay, so I forget. I think the time from me leaving here to getting home, I look at my phone. Because it was just an add into my position, right? I'm like, okay, let me grab some 205s here. We'll add a little bit. And from the point of me leaving the office to arriving at home, I open up my app once again. And I'm like, what the heck? And then at that point, I messaged Neil and Sean. I'm like, man, this thing's up to 218 just like that. In the blink of an eye, we're long from 36. I like the no position.
Yeah, what is that?
No position.
No position, no position. And then there's suddenly position.
And then there's CRM. But no, okay, so let's get into some of our trading here today. Oh, we do have a super chat, though, from Descalante87. I apologize if I butchered that. Love how much Joe has grown. Appreciate that. His first week, he kept making this high voice, or maybe I don't appreciate that so much, but let me know what is it. Was that it right there? Anyways, no, bro, found his stride. Like, you're my boy,
what's up, dude?
Joe. I appreciate it, man. All love here. We'll hit the Stone Cold for that one. See, the thing is, though, I'm going to be honest here, as I typically am, right, Obi? And this is one of my sayings. So I felt that the Stone Cold was one of the hotter animations for quite some time. That's me, completely subjective. Then Sean comes in with the I get money.
I like that one. Yeah, that one's good.
You know what I mean? It's from. So now I'm like, man, is it even worth it to hit the Stone Cold? I think this is the best part, is when we go like this.
I want to put in a request for, I already told you what I want. I told
Fabian about that.
Yeah, one. I want that one. The you don't even have to say anything. You just gotta laugh. Slap it
off. you just gotta laugh. But all right, guys. Thank you. That sent you a super chat at the end of the previous stream. Can you please pull it up here? Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what you got going on, and then we'll get into some trading. I don't see it here. Maybe I'll get Assassino to find it for you. We'll see. Oops. I'll pull it up right now. They tagged me, but now my thing doesn't really want to cooperate. Red Devil sent us a super chat.
Devil.
Now, why are you? Oh man, come on, man. Vin, you still on one today? Joey, they're killing the cats. They're killing the dogs. I know, man. They're still eating the cats and the dogs. Devil, Red Devil, we don't see anything from you. Just put it in there.
The previous stream.
He said the previous, but it should still, it should still pop up. Okay. I personally didn't see anything either, but all right, guys, enough is enough. Let's get into the market. We've seen some of the trades that Sean and Neil have here. We'll get to this super chat moment. Actually, never mind. We'll get to it right now because we prioritize you guys first.
Come on.
BTCT starting to heat up. Yes, sir. We're going to send it over to Adara momentarily. All right, maybe after that, we'll get to some of our trades here today. Adara, talk to us.
I'll be brief. Just keep an eye here on SK Hynix. Apparently, they've now started building, so they've broken ground on a $4 billion memory facility in the state of Indiana.
Now we can start rocking and rolling. Listen, a bunch of us trading NVDA bright and early this morning, and I think rightfully so. You never heard that one? They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
No, I've heard it's raining cats and dogs.
What's that?
I've heard it's raining cats and dogs.
They're eating the pets.
Play it again one more time.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Oh, okay.
That was classic. All right, guys. Finally, we're 11 minutes in. I haven't said a word about my trading, but that's all right. We got all day. What's up, my guy, Soto? You're looking fly. Where's the blazer at today, man?
Yo.
All right, man. All right, we love you. All right, guys. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, let's get into the nitty-gritty. We'll break things down. Now, attempt number one. So you see right out of this opening auction, things get a little bit hectic. But you just need to remain calm, especially if you do believe your thesis. You have a lot of conviction in behind it. Great report. And what we've experienced from after the bell yesterday is that clearly buyers are engaged, okay? They're looking to grab things up. So what happened was, as soon as it flipped, there was this initial dip right out of the gate. Okay, no problem. We stay calm and cool and collective. We hop in, and then the tape just decided to go rampant. Then I add some more, and then boom, 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 boom. Tape flips up here. I'm like, oh no, that's not good. We get all out. So a nice little start to the session. Same thing again, I get in, but we kept rejecting the volume weighted average price. I'm like, but I still have some conviction within this trade. Even though I did get all out at VWAP, I was like, you know what? I did miss out on one of the larger legs, but I don't think we're done yet. Thanks, Joey Options Fan Club. Stay calm and cool. That's what we do. Keep on and chive on is what one of the old sayings used to be, I believe. Remember that website, yes. Chive? What was it called? Chive on or something?
Chive on?
Was it Chive?
Was it? I don't know.
Keep on. Anyways,
so I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm not remembering though.
So here's my third attempt. We start small, but the majority of my position is down here. Boom, boom. We take some off, and then I add more into the break of the high of the day. It starts to flip, and I cover aggressively. Now, the exact same narrative. I'm starting small for the break of the high of the day, but we all know that the float is so large, we typically don't get those large and quick, rapid movements through key price levels. And that's exactly what happened. So I start small once again, just to see, at least I'm participating if we do get that break. Now, what we have here is an additional ad, but then right at VWAP was that money ad for us right here where we had the most amount of size. Small, 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 right into VWAP, boom, boom, boom. And right now we're still currently sitting on some right now. $36 is my average price here on Nvidia. We had a high of around $36.97. That's going to correlate with roughly the high of $227. Now listen, I like exactly what Neil was saying here today because I do believe we can identify where Burry is hiding his positions, and I'm being dead serious right now. I could totally be wrong, but I don't believe it's any form of a coincidence that this guy's hedging his positions through some of these larger strike prices. And I'm referring to this $240 strike with 175,000 contracts, and then also this 230 marker that we've been talking about for the past 3 days. 211,000 contracts there, ladies and gentlemen. So that hedge is on, and we talked about the potential gamma squeeze bright and early this morning. A little bit more difficult in such a large market cap name, but things happen, right? Yesterday's price doesn't reflect today's price. Don't forget that. Things can change, and the market is forever changing. I'm done rambling here for a second. We're going to send it over to Adara, and then Obi's got some stuff for us.
I want to talk about Tempest because TEM here making new intraday highs as we speak. This Tempest breakout comes as we had, I guess this was now yesterday, an individual shared a post here about Tempest training an AI model on real cancer patients, and I guess it was able to predict the right cancer treatment, this AI model. Then we had today, as of a couple minutes ago, this individual by the name of Brian Johnson quote tweeting this post. Now, he founded companies including Braintree, which was then acquired by Venmo. He has 2 million followers on X, and he just posted, I guess, about how cool the study is. So he was a fan of this study, I guess, for Tempest. TEM pushing to the upside on this pseudo endorsement from tech executive and founder Brian Johnson.
All right, thank you very much, Adara. Quick reminder, guys. Trader TV members get Sharif's daily morning research note every trading day. The big market stories, key levels, trade plans, catalysts, and what we're watching into the open. It's only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit join below the video to become a member now. All right, guys. So, I'm curious to know what people are trading. Did you guys hit some PRs on that CRM opening drive trade? That was pretty big. I know a few people who had the strongest of convictions on that 336.
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, Jose, him and I were like, did he smash it?
I think you can talk to him about what happened there. But yeah, for sure. I think there's great opportunity on that CRM push. In the morning, especially if you kind of understood, why it might be getting a little hyped and bid up pretty aggressively. The whole Anthropic deal is, something you might want to look into. CrowdStrike as well. It's just picking up the whole sector. Softy's running, CrowdStrike's running as well. So let's take a quick look at the software ETF. Now, I think that's IGV. IGV, the iShares, thank you very much, Dara. iShares expanded tech software sector ETF, and very similar chart to that of that CRM right there, all the way from 105 halves on the open, maybe 106s there, all the way up to 109. So pretty decent move. Maybe, you know, keeping an eye on this one wouldn't hurt on a day like today, where this whole sector is moving along and things may be pushed along a lot further than you may expect. This is me just talking to myself, being like, all right, well, you know, the uptrend may be trending up for a lot longer than I expect. So 224 here on CrowdStrike. So, you know, I did get involved a little bit earlier on that 224 on the break of this trend. We got all the way down to 221s. I was looking honestly for a bit of a VWAP test. Didn't quite get to VWAP. So you know what, it is what it is. Where is the next trade is the question. I covered some, added some back in on the 223s, but now we're just chopping sideways. So bounce off of that 220 pretty much on CrowdStrike, and then 250 CRM. Seems like we're just consolidating at the highs here on CRM, maybe poised for even higher. Can't forget, this is a much bigger picture, kind of a breakout happening weekly, monthly, almost yearly as well. We'll go take a look at the chart in just a second here. I'm just going to take the rest of this off and see if that will take me right there on 224s. It seems like CRM as well about to get knocked out of their through their highs. So 250 70s I think is their highs there on CRM. There we go. So getting out of that CrowdStrike. We're going to trend up off of VWAP. I'm going to be a little bit more patient, maybe wait for that lower high to step in, potentially below that 225 here. Something else you guys might have noticed I am sitting short in is Walmart. Walmart, I had an alert, a little bit of a back burner trade here. Unfortunately, did not size enough or well enough. But you can see they recently had earnings. They got pretty rocked on their earnings report. And I've been keeping this 105 level on watch. I like that 105. $5 above that 100. I want to know what it's going to do with it. I've been watching over the past couple of days. Bit of a bounce here. Cannot get through that 105. Trickling all the way back down. This right here got an alert this morning being like, all right, well, some of these lows from earnings day one are potentially coming in. Guess what happens when that earnings day one low initially gets violated? Boom, a lot of volume all the way down to 102s and then back up to VWAP there as of right now. So we'll wait and see what happens in and around VWAP. Do sellers continue to push a little bit lower? I like the step down. 105s couldn't follow through. This is still very much kind of an earnings follow through play that I'm watching. Can Walmart on the flush? It's digested. It's accepted. We got some price acceptance around 102s, 103s, 105s. But sellers seem to be stepping it down a little bit lower. I want to see, ideally, if I can sit in this, to take inventory into that 100 level if it'll have me. So we'll see if VWAP sellers come in. But that's bigger picture idea. It's likely not going to come in intraday all at once. Walmart's ATR is like $2 or $3. If it's going to get to 100, it'll probably take a few days to get there. So, you know, getting lucky, sitting short on stuff like this is something that I like to do. Watching that bigger picture move come into fruition. Let's see what else is happening here. What else do you guys got going on? CRM base steadily rejecting the high, saying Rob Canton. Yeah, I don't know, man. Listen, I'm sitting short on this too. My stop's pretty tight here near the highs. It seems like we are building into it, a bit of a consolidation into the highs. I really want to see that blow off for that capitulation to really get aggressively short. I'm sure I'm getting chopped up, you know, small size here and there. I've taken it about 6 or 7 times. I've tried it short. Arguably way too many times. I should only be trying it 2 or 3 times. 3 strikes, you're out. But you know, on a day like today, I'm willing to bend the rules a little bit and try a couple more times just to, see if I can catch the turn a little bit. But we'll wait and see. No trend breaks just yet. Just consolidation building into the highs. So far, not really much happening. Andrew Koss, OKTA short. Yeah, this one I was watching off of the open, one of the other names that had gapped up on earnings pretty decently, looking for that continuation. Didn't really come in here, but if you were sitting on pre-market lows with a bit of a bid, looking for that continuation, that was defended multiple times here. This is a 3-minute chart, opening range defense. and then defense in the first 15-minute candle once again, holding that 157, 158 level. Now we're consolidating at the highs. I like that. I really like that. Potential for 170 in my eyes definitely goes a little bit higher if we're going to be very, very tight near the highs there. So Mr. Lonely, thank you for the super chat. Where is Sharif? I think Sharif is probably, resting right now. He's back from vacation, I think.
He's
He was on a
chilling out.
flight yesterday, so he will be here tomorrow. So you'll see him tomorrow.
Yes, sir. He'll be back tomorrow, man. Get ready for some more action there. Red Devil, we're going to get to you. I have your question right up here, but I'm going to give a shout out to my boy. It's Frankie. Paisan, Joey, my guy. Thanks for the Nvidia help. You are killing it. And I banked. Grazie. Great. Yeah, no, thank you, man. Much love there for my boy Frankie. All right, Red Devil, I want to thank you all for what you do, bro. Everyone here on the team, love trading with you. Also, my question was, VST, up from 135 again. Do you think he can break 168 at this time? Now, listen, I pulled up, and I truly, personally, like, I'm gonna be frank with you. I don't know too much about this company, right? I don't know too much about Vistra Corp. Now, what I can give you is some technical analysis, right? So I think from a higher time frame, you can see what's going on. There's some key levels, but don't forget what the possibility of what is happening here. Okay, let's make this a little bit bigger. You talk about the three phases of the market, right? Like whether it be accumulation, distribution, whatever phase you do believe that your stock is in. If it's at the lower end, it could be accumulation, public participation, and at the end you have distribution, so on and so forth. That doesn't matter. Do you think on what's going on here within this range between 167 and 138 that there could be a participant buying this thing up? Now, if I do a little bit of a dig into the earnings report, and what I would specifically look for is what is the trajectory that the revenue, the EPS, how do the forecasts look like within this name specifically, is where I would determine, hey, is this worth grabbing some at these levels? And if it breaks through the support, you know what? If you really like the fundamentals, always keep your stop in place. Always think about your out and have that in the back of your mind. But what is funny is, in my opinion, again, this is completely subjective. Whatever you do, you do. But this is how I would look at it. If you like the fundamentals and it breaks down, well, guess what? You get it at a cheaper valuation, which in yesterday's scenario, in which Obi was talking about yesterday, you guys seen me in the chat. I'm hella long NVDA. The best case scenario for me is that it sells off on that earning report, which it did, and guess what? I get to buy it at a cheaper valuation, okay? Because whoever's selling it, there's someone buying it on the other side, on the other end of things. So if someone's gonna sell off this company for whatever reason it may be, I'm gonna look to be buying. I'll gladly take up some of your shares, all right? So that's how I would look at it, and that's how I would look into Vistra and this company. If you truly believe in what they're doing, what they stand for, at cheaper prices is when you really want to dive in, and then sure enough, always keep your out. Make sure you keep those stop losses in place and risk measures. Otherwise, if it keeps selling, we know what we say, the market can remain irrational a bit longer than you can stay solvent. But personally, a little bit here, a little bit there. Don't forget, if you're going to be buying in tranches, you don't go all in all at once, all right? That's just a big mistake. I'm still making, I just wanted to get better. Yeah, of course, I grow. That's good. That's what it's all about, man. Just keep working, I grow fighting, and sure enough, like, it's the same thing for me, and I think Obi can agree with this as well. And we're not going to talk figures, but it's like you just want it to be bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger every time. It's unfortunately the human nature. It's never really enough, and in this game especially. So, yeah, that's where I stand. That's the camp that I'll remain in until otherwise. And again, completely subjective material. So, yeah, other than that, Obi, CRM looks like it's starting to come back in for you. That was such a cash out break, man. I was messaging Jose bright and early this morning, and I was too focused on NVDA, but look what it gives you. I had this drawn, I sent it to him, 228 all the way up to 250. Like, yeah, what crazy. The hell? That was crazy.
Wild, man.
Crazy.
I think, like, we were talking about the the weekly chart, the daily chart, like what is happening here? Let's take a quick look at this and really talk about what happened today. Why is it somewhat similar to, like, technically to some of the stuff we've been seeing? Sure, it's not exactly the same, but you know, we've been seeing these you know, multi-month, multi-week breakouts here, and another one today on CRM. This is similar to that of kind of DKS, just flip the chart upside down, in my opinion. Sure, I understand, you know, you can't really compare the fundamentals and the changing, whatever. Chart looks good, man. I think that's, you know, I don't like to complicate it too much. Multi-day, multi-week breakout all along. A lot of the longs that have been accumulating on this thing, definitely in the money here, and a lot of shorts that we know, you know, the software trade was getting beaten down. A lot of shorts definitely sitting on some of these names here, really thinking that it's over for SaaS, right? So a lot of those guys are getting slapped up off of the open on something like a CRM today, and you can see aggressive push happening. So yeah, what was that level? 212s. You can see here prior highs, 234s, 235s as well. That was that January high. So yeah, another iteration of, hey, look, we're gonna break out of highs on the year and push even harder. That's kind of what ANF did yesterday. Technically speaking, pretty much exactly the same thing that ANF did, break out of yearly highs. So we talk about how daily breakouts and weekly breakouts and monthly breakouts are some of the best momentum trades to be had intraday, bar none. This is a perfect example of one of those to the upside here on CRM. So don't forget it. Next time this happens, you know what you should be doing. I definitely, this is more of a lesson to myself than anyone else. Like, I should be getting long 135s, but I'm thinking, like, I'm watching this thing really slap up. And
dude, look at this.
I'm watching it at
137s. 228s. Dude,
yeah.
Look at what time.
No, I see the trend break. It's perfect, right?
Dude, look what time I sent this to Jose at.
Yeah,
9:07
exactly.
in the morning.
Yeah, perfect.
That
right
was
here.
a trade.
So this is what Joe's looking at right here. Boom, a bit of a trend break right there, coming into the open, almost perfect, absolutely perfect there, dipping into some of those pullbacks. So yeah, one for the books. We keep getting these earnings reports that are just getting blown out of the water one way or the other, to the upside or to the downside, and you know, it's absolutely beautiful. If you're trading trend, I'm just thinking about, like, okay, what are the trend trading and trend following playbooks that I have that I can bring out? All right, Fabian.
Oh, Fabian, yeah,
if you guys don't know,
tomorrow is the big day, man.
Tomorrow is the big day. Thank you very much to Fabian, who's going to chop a whole 28 inches of those luscious locks. Tomorrow, shave them off and donate them to charity. So I think goal of 10,000, we got all the way to 6.8, guys. So almost there. Don't forget, you got to scan the QR code to specifically donate to the charity. If you do it through YouTube, it's going to be different because it's going through YouTube. If you want to do directly to the charity, QR code, or there is a link in the description and in the chat as well. Right now, here we go. Let's do it together. I'm going to pull up the chat and show you guys where that link is if you guys are interested. Nice little CRM pullback view on the side there of the chat. Boom, boom, boom. Slap it in right there, breaking that support, 247s. Let's go. All right, so this right here, this is what we're looking at. Click on that right there, charity, GoFundMe, boom. There it is, cutting 28 inches live for Angel Hair for Kids by August 28th.
Yeah.
And that right there is a picture of Fabian. So
it is
donate to a good cause, guys.
Tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I'll be here.
It's a big day.
I won't be here, but I'll be here.
Well, you can be here, man. What do you mean? You obviously
I'll be in the building.
Be in the house, that's for sure.
I'll be in the
Do they have a price target exit for Nvidia? Just do I personally? No, now we're just riding the wave, man, to be honest with you. Hey, anytime. Anytime, Louise. Well, we'll see what's going on. Maybe we'll get you on a little bit more. But all right, guys, you know what time it is. It's 11:30, your favorite segment of the day. We're going to send it over to Juan and Adara.
The European market closed as of 2 minutes ago. Here to take us through what the different European markets, the different countries' markets did during that session is Juan.
Thank you, Dara. So, central bank anxiety pushing European markets lower today, overshadowing that of Nvidia's tech gains. So, we see the stocks Euro 600 down by nearly 0.8%, down because of energy input drags as well as of France. Definitely a huge pullback, offsetting that of tech gains. In Germany, the only sector that is or was in the green. Tech stocks, of course, leading the gains after Nvidia's earnings helped strengthen that of AI optimism. We see Infineon up by 4%. SAP also rose about 5.5%. Rainmetal also gained about 3%. Meanwhile, ECB meeting accounts have signaled a potential rate cut for September, noting that upside inflation as well as geopolitical concerns. Now, investors remain cautious ahead of Jackson Hole Symposium, where Fed Chair Kevin Warsh will be speaking tomorrow on Friday. Now, the CAC 40, France, their lowest level for this month. We see Paris hit by lots of luxury laggards, with Louis Vuitton, L'Oreal, Kering all dropping more than 1%, while ST Microelectronics jumped by 3.6%, following, of course, strong Nvidia Q2 results. Now, focus will also be put on Friday's Fitch rating review, following last year's downgrade to A+. Over in the United Kingdom, the FTSE 100 also down by 0.8%. Weak commodity stocks dragging the index down. We saw Shell and BP falling more than 1.5% as oil prices fell for fourth consecutive session. On the corporate front, Prudential, they were also down by 2.5% despite reporting a first half profit growth in their earnings. Other banking stocks also lagged, with both Barclays and HSBC down by 1%. Now, main story for the European region, Nvidia boosting that of chip equipment makers. A lot of boost in global AI sentiment. It lifted European semis such as ASML and BE Semiconductor, despite the broader market weakness. Now, Jackson Hole will be in focus for tomorrow. Markets will be awaiting the opening speech by Kevin Warsh. Any hawkish higher for longer rate signaling could drive out bond yields as well as pressure that of growth stocks. Up to you, Adara.
And CNN reporting here that Lucid is apparently been purchased by U.S. President Trump. So LCID to the upside, then dropping as CNN reports that U.S. President Donald Trump has initiated a long position in the stock. Now, for what it's worth, President Trump has been very vocally critical of CNN, so I suspect if this report is incorrect, we are going to hear about it, and fast.
This guy's,
oh my God,
he's actually made more trades than me.
All right, so I guess
what are you going to do with
this? I mean, bro, think about it. The presidential seal trade. Is this not another iteration of one of those?
Of the Intel kind of thing, or,
anything that he's kind of called out, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I gotta look into it. This is still fresh.
Yeah, but think about it. So it's from a filing.
Okay,
so think about how
mentioned it.
I also, again, given his distrust for CNN, I suspect if this is wrong, even if it's right, he'll probably still hop on it. So be really aware of that. I think if it was a different outlet, we might have a different reaction. But the man has said not the most glowing of comments about this outlet, and I do think that matters here, given the type of person he is.
And think about how, like, if that's coming out now, he was already in the position before. Like, that's not him buying. It's just
exactly.
So you're his exit liquidity, pretty much at this point, right?
Yeah,
like, you get the participation. Like, if you go through it, the guy's made over 1,000 trades last month. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, like, bro, don't you have other things to do? Like, I don't know. But hey, I guess it's great for the market. It has been great for the market. It's been great for us.
I think it's good to ride the hype. Yeah.
You punch long 520. Katina Man's long 520.
I'm looking for a similar kind of trade here, Sean.
LCID. Let's go 520s here. We're now 30. Woohoo. Let's go. Let's see if it's gonna break through, man. This volume. Oh, nice. Yes, sir. Suit them off. 520. This is where Katina Man's long at, ladies and gentlemen. Oracle $2. Oracle $2. We're at a boy. What's better than insider trading? Nothing at the end of the day, right? Strong form. Efficient market hypothesis. Strong form, man. Pure insider information. You know he's not doing it. Of course he's not. He's not writing anything. He's not writing his truths. He's not doing any of that stuff.
I did. What do you mean? mean? Yeah.
You're in long two. There they go. Uh-oh. There it is. Pull it up. Go over to their screen. Never mind mine. I'm in NVDL. There goes Obi as well, too. Oh, and he adds into the strength, too. That's crazy.
Bang.
That's crazy at the high of the day. Oh, Donald.
Hey, yo.
Attaboy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Obi.
Uh-oh.
Head over to put it on Obi's chart. Never mind
We'll see if this
face
can
and see
really
what he's
get
got
going.
going. Yeah, it's
fresh
going. It's
news,
going.
And it's
Look at it
brought
go.
to you here live.
Okay, you got to think of a target.
At Trader TV. So we'll see. Very, very quickly there too. Yeah, boom. Right at 11:30, we get that strength coming in. Let's look at this on the 1 minute right here. Let's see if it can sustain and hold some of this bid. We know that recently it's got a little bit of some volume as well. So we'll see if there is any bit of a sustain on this bid. Fresh news, it's a beaten down stock. I understand. I think you do have to borrow shares for this one, but it's got a bit of a presidential bid as of right now. So we'll see if there is any sort of follow through on this one. I like it. I like that it's above the $5 level. That's pretty. I think $5 may or may not be a bit of an important area when it comes to stonks. So I like that it held that $5 level as well.
Are you short NVDA now too?
Boom, short NVDA.
All right, my guy. He's
from Sean. Nice. Good.
Cooking up there. Yeah, he's cooking up a storm here today. Good luck on that that lucid trade there, Obi. Let's see if that continues for you. Other than that, man, we've been rocking and rolling. We went over our trades. One name that we've been trading here today, and it's, thanks to Nimrud himself, giving us all those super chats. Boom, off to the races. We're just, churning shares on this bad boy. This has definitely been one of our better legs on the intraday session. The initial one pretty good as well, too. So we're not going to complain whatsoever, but nice, solid momentum here in LCID. Two strong volume prints. Now you want to see it continue. But let's keep an eye out on this volume print here on the 1 minute time frame. As you get into more of the nitty gritty and the detail, you see how we punch into 560s and now we're starting to come back in. So an engulfing print here in regards to the volume signature. Now, who knows if this volume you want to see that next wave of participants step in order for us to continue on this path. Now, I really want to add some more because I do believe that 230s is definitely in the works. But you see how choppy this name has been, and NVDA is which I'm referring to.
Oh boy.
Throughout the intraday session, it's because you just have that constant downward pressure of people trying to short this for whatever reason. I don't know if you're not, I guess your thesis has to be based off of a bubble at this point because the numbers are absolutely outstanding. And they're going to continue to be these guys in a matter of no time are going to be printing $100 billion a quarter, in my opinion. So if they're pretty much there right now. David Myers, thank you for your donation. You rocked. Yes, sir. Yes, he does. $277. Man, you've been raking this thing up here, Fabian. Thank you very much for doing all of that stuff. So going to an absolute great cause, and it takes a real genuine individual to do that stuff. So, and everyone in the chat who's donated just shows kind of, the good side of things, I think, Obi. So thank you all once again, and make sure you join us tomorrow, especially if you donated, where Fabian actually chops the hair off, right? You kind of want to see.
Do we know what time that's happening? Do we know around what time?
Yeah, that's up to Fabian, really. He's the guy. He's the guy getting his hair
closer to the afternoon. Yeah, closer to the end of the day.
Closer to the end of the day there. Let the
so tune in the afternoon show tomorrow to see that, guys. Fabian. Is it actually 28 inches, or has it grown longer since you?
Yeah, it has to, man.
It's a little longer than that. But yeah, I was thinking we could probably cut it around the beginning, maybe, of the second stream or of the afternoon stream, around past 2 o'clock.
Yeah, when everybody kind of starts rolling back in. Yeah.
3 p.m. Yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
Right.
I think that's perfect.
Hour.
Leave it to the end of the day. Give me more time with these locks.
Yeah, for sure. It gives you guys time to hit that goal.
Pump up
that
those numbers.
10K. We're almost there. We're at what? Last time we checked, we were at 6.7. No, wait, 6.8.
Come on, dude.
6.8.
How old are you?
6.8. There was sevens in there. There's 2 sevens in there. 6.877. Come on, there's more sevens than there is an 8. So yeah, no, nice, good stuff, guys. Almost there.
Yeah, it's actually shocking how much it's come together.
Yeah,
thanks to you guys. Best chat out there.
Yeah, best 100%, man. questions keep rolling in. They're like, Joe, where did your hair get donated to? I'm like, the market, man. Like, what do you guys think? What do you think this is around here? Yeah, it's the market, man. Straight donations to the market here. Nadeem, yeah, hey man, don't miss it. But hey, we're rocking and rolling here today. How's that Salesforce? I got IBIT up here. CrowdStrike starting to come back in a little bit here as well too. OB market pretty choppy today. Doesn't really seem to care that Nvidia and CrowdStrike and Salesforce are up. Obviously, just not as a collective unit, not heavily weighted. But things are starting to turn around here. 7%. Google pretty choppy this morning, and Meta at one point was up 1% plus. Now negative on the day. Oh wow, it went up to 588. Okay, I didn't even see that. I wasn't even paying attention. There's so much more going on, but I really like what's going on here with Meta. I'm going to be buying some more of this stuff. Without any more shadow of a doubt, just keep adding and bump up, buy more. Oh, sell off a little bit to the 400s. Perfect. That's exactly when I want to. High 400s, I should say, is when I would like to get involved. But let's look at the ABEs here. We'll call them the memory names. So SanDisk down 2%, Western Digital down 3%, Micron down 3% as well too. Seagate down 1%, and DRAM down about 30%. But again, it's kind of the same thing that would happen, in my opinion, in regards to Salesforce. Is it
CRM is getting absolutely blasted right now.
Is it? Okay, nice,
I mean,
man.
Structure breakdown. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead, man.
Like,
go ahead.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's way more important.
It just teleported a couple dollars, and I'm like, all right, that's a little bit faster than we were moving around earlier. I mean, especially if you're looking at some second charts, that you can definitely see the distinct difference in some of the selling that's coming in now. 48s, that was a nice little push in. VWAP's all the way down here at 43s and some change. This was interesting to me. 44s was defended on the offer for a little bit before we broke through it pretty decently. I mean, I honestly got involved on one of my initial shorts off of that size, so that was a bit of an interesting level. Let's see if that resistance now turns into support here on the day on CRM. But yeah, a little bit of a flush coming in. Finally, some relief. That aggressive buying back to back, green candles here. Majority of these, once it does start to slow down, still green, and finally catching a bit of a breather. Failure to follow through of that 250. You know, me and my buddies, we were talking about it. We were like, all right, well, maybe we get the reversion off of failure to follow through of 250. And I was like, yeah, maybe. And I gave it a couple of shots, and I was willing to give it some more as well. But unfortunately, talking through some of that consolidation, missed on some of the ads I should be getting here on the 248 for the secondary leg, lower towards VWAP here. So let's see if we can make that trek all the way to the downside. CRM, absolutely solid earnings today, and more of a hype on their association with Anthropic than anything, in my opinion, and a lot of buying pressure potentially coming in from a lot of the people who are sitting short, betting against the whole software sector and trade. You can see this is not just a bid on CRM today. If we look at IGV here, the software ETF, similar kind of a story where, looking at the weekly, we're probably pushing past some prior levels with that software bid that had already been coming in to the market. We talked about, I think, INTU as well. INTU, another name that was beaten down pretty aggressively, but over the past couple of months has seen a bit of a recovery, over about 45% recovery in the past 60 days on INTU. Let's take a look at some of our other software friends as well. I guess Oracle, does that fall here? Oracle is kind of a story on its own. Funny enough, look at that. All of this TA on Oracle. Absolutely beautiful short, by the way, back through that 200. Trending below, you can see a lot of these anchored VWAPs. Shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon right there. A lot of these anchored VWAPs tied to events that were significant from 2024, from 2025, and then the stock starts to use all of those anchors as resistance, making that lower high. That was a bit of an oh boy moment indeed. And of course, their fundamentals falling apart a little bit at the same time definitely does not help and adds more fuel to that fire already. So good look there on what do you call it, on Oracle. But yeah, let me know any other software names. I know CrowdStrike, I guess, another software name for the earnings today, very similar to that of CRM in terms of action. There, 245 we're trading below, guys. Okay, all right, okay, cool. 245. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower. Where's that VWAP? 243.27s I have on one of my charts here. So we'll see if that one can potentially come into fruition here. Seems like Lucid is not really working for me too much. Should I really be sticking around? If I have to ask the question, I should probably just get out and be like, all right, I'll take the hit on that. That should have gone through that 550 right away. The fact that we're just chilling on top of the quarter, on top of 5, I'm like, maybe even if we were poised to go higher on this news, maybe I overhyped it too much for myself, where I was like, oh no, it's presidential trade, blah blah blah. But Joe was astute enough to point out that hey, it's only a report of the filing. He didn't actually say anything. So thank you very much for that. That definitely does kind of kill the hype around it in my mind a bit. So was looking for that bit of follow through, not really getting that, but we are getting that follow through on CRM. What's going on?
Don't be his exit liquidity, man.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be buddy's exit liquidity. No. I highly doubt he's going to be like, oh, we're going to sell to the PR, but on a Lucid position, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
who knows? Who knows though? Who knows?
Two legends.
245, bit of a hold here on that 245. Let's see if we can continue to trade a bit lower. We are definitely in a bit of a downtrend now on CRM. Is it time? It definitely is for the reversion.
Oh, yeah.
I think so.
I think it's already been kind of cooking up here.
Exactly. I've been involved.
That's good, man. Nice.
I mean, maybe arguably a little bit too much involved on the front side, but the right side is coming in. Luis mentioned this yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Like yes, he's 100% correct when it comes to some of the mean reversion on the large caps as well. Being like, all right, cool. Sometimes you got to get chopped up a little bit and try over and over again. And sometimes when you are doing that, the higher it goes, you got to be sizing up more. And it's sometimes holding for longer for the move to actually come in. And you can see that's exactly what I pretty much did here on CRM, keeping it tight. Initially, I was really, really light on top of 140. Unfortunately, didn't mean to give it a whole $3 to $4, but it swiped up and I was like, oh boy, that's a bigger loss than I expected, but it's all good. And then I really started to build in underneath that 244 because that's where, a bit of a seller starts to show up, slams start coming in and it can't really get above. So I'm like, all right, I can risk against that. So I tried that a couple times before that broke out as well. And, I'm just like, okay, dude, what are you doing? This is very, very strong on the day. It's this squeeze sector, Anthropic, great earnings, directionality of hyped tickers on good earnings as of recent moves. So taking that into consideration as well, all other factors equalized, like what have good earnings names that are breaking out on the weekly, daily, monthly, multi-time frame levels. What have they been doing? They have been showing extreme direction on some of their trends.
All right, Obi, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got going on here, brother. We're gonna post up at the TQQs here because we're getting a little bit of a rebound in this market. I'm not going to chase it north of the volume-weighted average price, but let's see what we got here. We're still in this NVDA trade. You got the short going on there. You're all at a Lucid. I think that was a pretty good idea. Some of the signals that were being displayed was just like, all right, that's it. You had the high of the day break. Maybe that was just like that punch through, and then you get out.
False broke. I'm 100% sure. Buddies were sitting there on the other side, 550, being like, all right, if this fails, we're slamming it back in. Like I would, like if I'm not long, I'm taking that trade as well. So
I feel you on that. So here it is, right? Like let's go. We got this break up now. Now this is exactly what I'm looking for. Gorb, I haven't seen you in the chat today, Los Polios. This is a pretty good print here, exactly where we're looking for. So I'll go relatively light size to start, and if we get this pullback to 72.15s, in which I believe is where I posted up at, no 20s. So that'd be a 20-cent pullback. I think that is completely reasonable. Now we've been chopping, accumulating here on NVDA. I do believe we're going to make that push to 229. Anything can happen. I'm going to add some more into this position, the NVDA one that is. Before we send it over to Adara, are we expecting memory and photonic stocks to rebound today or sell off more? Great question. We'll get back to that. Thank you very much for the super chat. We'll get back to that momentarily.
On Uber here, climbing a little bit. It did have a bit of a volume spike, nothing too crazy, but Uber CFO saying that one big step closer to a fully autonomous deployment. So Uber is saying that it's closer to fully autonomous cybercab deployment.
All right, thank you very much for that, Sia. Yeah, I mean, it's a good one. But hey, he caught $5 or so on that. I'm looking at Bitcoin, and I know we haven't been talking about the crypto space this much. Oh, okay, are we expecting memory and photonic stocks to rebound today or sell off more? I mean, I think that's a pretty good question. Just listen to what the price action is telling you, and where can money potentially be funneling into? Right? If you ask me, it's like, okay, we got NVDA rocking and rolling up 7%. We have Salesforce up substantially as well, too. I think around 20%, maybe a little bit less at this point, 15, and then CrowdStrike. So you're seeing a rotation. And when you have strong rotations like that, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to find a rebound from an intraday standpoint. And then also, what are the higher timeframes telling you? When I'm looking at Western Digital here, I don't see any form of a rebound. Now, if you're looking to get involved in some of these memory names, a break of this 415 level, I think that's a pretty attractive area to get in, to start dabbling in some. I wouldn't be just yet, but that's all right. Missed this NASDAQ trade here with that signal. Gaurav, I haven't seen you in the chat. Los Pollo, same thing as we go and head towards the high of the day, Obi. Now we're only a couple of pennies away from the high of the day. Once again, 227 on NVDA. It's just been a range trade throughout the intraday session, and I think it's ideal to try and just play that. Unfortunately, we didn't add any more, but hey, if it breaks then and holds and sustains, then I think there could be a good opportunity for us to climb a couple points higher.
Yeah, I'm seeing here, this is actually, CRM is actually bouncing off of its 15-minute VWAP here as of right now. So I do have to be wary of that. That low of the bar, 243.70. So we did bounce off of that. And I honestly was looking for a bit of a reversion into VWAP. So I'm going to start taking some off here. On my other chart, I have it here at 243.30. I understand a little bit arbitrary, but 250 reject. I like that. I'll take it. 245s, $5 pullback. All right, cool. Where is the next trade? We take those. We definitely take a little piece off of those right there. It is overextended a little bit by my definition, and I understand day one aggressive strength, very much so. But sometimes too far, too fast is very much a thing, and you get a little bit of that rubber band action right there. Kishore, thank you very much for your super chat there. Thank you for your donation. Thank you very much. Yeah. All right, guys. So,
yeah, thank you very much.
Walmart, yeah. I think I took off a decent chunk of this Walmart right here. As it's not really coming back, man. I think I should have taken some more off earlier on this flush into 102.27s. Funny enough, I still have an order sitting at 102.25s. You know what the low was, Joe? 102.27. So GG's comes all the way back up, 75 pennies back towards my entry. Not the best.
Did you take some?
I didn't take any. No, I was sitting. I had layered a bunch of orders around 102. So I was sitting on 102, 102.15s, 102.20s. And I think 102.25s, I think, and maybe some in 101.80s as well. Let me just check. 102s and above. So that's where I'm sitting there. Didn't really come in at all, so I took most of it off right here. Where is the chart, you may ask? Let me pull that up. Walmart now trades on the NASDAQ. So right there, boom, taking some off there. I'll put it back on if we trade, if we hold below this VWAP area. If we get back below and start to trend a little bit lower, that's fine, but I don't want to give it all the way back. So we'll wait and see. All right, Yost, thank you for the super chat saying no question, just shout out for the great coverage during the Nvidia earnings announcement. Thank you so much. You guys saved me a bunch of money during the first 5 minutes of the fake out. Thank you for joining us as well on that earnings report as well in the after show. So that was a lot of fun yesterday as well. I was sitting here while everyone was doing the round table, and it was good. Earnings report was good, but later on as well, that dip got bought up pretty aggressively. So that was nice to see at the same time.
Man, I have a headache, and this constant jackhammering is paying no good to it whatsoever. All right, yeah, Gaurav, I think our next game plan here, so it's a pretty strong engulfing print. Like, I mean, you look at the TQs in the NASDAQ, and you have about 45 minutes of selling 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 minutes of selling, and then in one 5-minute print, it's just engulfing this whole range. And one thing that we can kind of confirm with this to see if we can classify this as genuine or somewhat of an anomaly is the fact that the volume is there. It's nothing crazy. So when it comes to effort and result, I would like to see a little bit more volume, but on a session like today, I'm not going to go against it, right? Like, so if we decide that we want to break, Nvidia wants to go towards the high of the day, I'm all for it, all right? So not to, and this is going to be the issue. I don't know if we're going to catch this fill here today. TQQ, let's head over there and see what we got going on. See, this is a stretch, man. I wasn't going to chase it, but I mean, when did we post up? Like, right when it was at 11:50, and then sure enough decides to go on this run here, which is kind of crazy. But hey, missed op there. There's going to be plenty of more throughout today's session. But what there's going to be plenty of more of what's happening now, and Neil's lesson of the day.
Let's take a look at what the markets are doing at the moment. You have the SPY that's up well over 0.5%. The triple Q's up 8%, and the Dow is up 0.30%. Let's take a look at what's happening now here. So XSW, I know you might not see a major, can't see something major here on my screen, but the State Street Spider S&P Software and Services ETF has now hit an all-time high today, surpassing its prior high from 9th of December 2024. So if the fund ends the session above the 205 mark, it will notch a new closing high. Currently, it's trading around $209.80, and the ticker is also on pace for its 5th straight weekly gain since September of 2025. That's all for an update at the moment, but let's head back. Before we head back, let's go to Neil for his lesson of the day.
That's not me. That's me. What's up, everybody? You know what? I was hearing Obi say something, and I was talking to another trader about, the martingale strategy. Obi knows it. If you haven't heard of this, so like the martingale strategy is like a roulette thing. Now, roulette's not exactly, it's not a 50-50 proposition because you've got the 0 to 00, so you're really not getting a 50-50 if you go red or black. But the principle effectively runs down to, right, like say you're getting a 2-to-1 and it's a 50-50 bet. If you put $5 down, you win, you make your money, great. If you lose, you're down $5. You bet 10 the next time, right? If you lose again, you bet 20. You just keep doubling your bet, and eventually, once you do win, you'll be up your original amount. Like you're going to be up a small amount. You're just going to be getting back to where you started with that one win. Obviously, you're piling up larger and larger losses, but because you're betting incrementally more each time, eventually when it does work in your favor, you get that win. And the idea of the martingale, as long as your bankroll is big enough, infinitely so relative to the amount that you're betting, you can always win out. So when I heard Obi saying, when you're playing a reversion or even any kind of a move that is starting to extend, you have more opportunity the crazier the move gets if you're reverting, right? Like the more it expands the range, the more reversion is going to be good. It's very important when you're looking at something like that to not just start martingaling it. You have to make sure that what you are doing is still structured. And if you're going to take every single good-looking entry on a stock against the trend or whatever, it has to actually make sense in its own right. Now, to each their own. I will be the first to admit, like when I was dip buying, you saw me, I dip bought twice in DRAM and would have done so a third time if it took out that low. Again, to each their own. I did not take any more shares here than I did there. What I did do is average up when it looked better. So the only time for me that I had more shares here than I did there is because the average up made some sense to me. I saw the buyers starting to come in at that first kind of resistance spot in here. I'm like, wait a minute, that's a tight exit. Let's add to this position because there's a pretty key level and I like the momentum in there. Not just because, oh, the first trade didn't work, I'm gonna put more in on the second one. There needs to be an actual solid reason that fits your profile, that fits your risk parameters, that fits your proven trading strategies, that justifies you putting more into it. Not just, well, if I got in X, if I go 2X now, I don't need it to go as far to get my money back. It's a dangerous way to play the game. And the reason why it's so dangerous, if you martingale something, when you pay out, you win, but you pay out small. If you run out of bankroll martingaling, you get absolutely destroyed. That's why you'll always hear me try to talk about risk to reward a little bit, because it does matter how much you're willing to lose before you make something. Just one more thing that I wanted to add into this, and this just goes from like anybody. This is how trading is. You know, Nvidia relatively flat for me today because the breakout trade didn't work. It then did the false break of the volume, or not the volume weighted average price, the false break of the low, and this was also an average up. Again, it false broke the low. We added on the way upside, took some out in front of VWAP, then we got the high, and then that was it for me. You know, at that point, this thing has gotten choppy. Probably should have looked at a VWAP long. This one didn't really get there. That one actually made some sense. But you know, that's fine. I can accept that. The breakout didn't work. We got a good dip buy in there to get our money back. But sometimes your day is going to do this to you. I've traded Moderna 5 times. Twice today, and then once each of the last 3 days. And it had always gone perfect for me. And so one of the things that you don't want to do if things are going well is change the profile of your trades. I took breakout long trades, and then the short trades have effectively been short VWAP when it presents a high, when it presents an out. Now, in this particular case, I was like, okay, when it loses the volume weighted average price, short, but all I was doing was I was giving the out to the prior support level. Not because it showed me a topping tail candle. Remember yesterday, it showed this topping tail, so when I was shorting under VWAP, I already knew where the out was because they established the resistance. And then that just doubled down on the resistance, it broke VWAP, broke trend, like all that kind of stuff. In this particular case, I was just shorting under VWAP and then giving it to the prior day low instead of what the market was telling me. So long and short of it is, yeah, I had the direction right again on Moderna, but I changed my execution profile from what had worked the day before. And this is like, well, every time I traded Moderna this week, we'd had a win. And then today I changed the execution profile because I wanted to open the stop up a little bit to hold it longer. And all that did is make it less precise because I wouldn't have actually had an entry until after this move. So it's after the first time we got out. And if I'm really patient about it, then all of a sudden, I'm going to allow it to show me the lower high because the out should now be 146. And therefore, I can take the VWAP short, give it to 46. That's $2. There's the 1-to-1. There's the reload, 1-to-1, and then you get the extended move. Everything that you do in trading should be about positive expectancy or killing this fly. Forget about killing the fly. We'll get them. Everything you should do is about positive expectancy. But that's not just I trade this stock, I expect to win. It is I am looking for this setup, this trade, and that execution pattern gets me profits. So if you have something that works, you don't flip it up to like, oh, I'm gonna change the way that I pick my stops on this, despite the fact that we had 3 or 4 in a row that worked before. No, stick to the pattern that works for you. And you know what? If there wasn't an obvious setup that had formed on Moderna and it went down and I don't make a trade all day, that's perfectly fine. But what you can't do is take what had worked yesterday and completely ignore it for a different setup on the stock. Not that I've never done that setup. I've done that setup plenty of times. usually on an Intel back in the day, but this doesn't apply to Moderna. And we tried to apply it somewhere else, so it ended up being a mistake, and it's the blemish on what was a good day. That said, I wanted to, just one quick update here I wanted to give, because I left you guys with a little something. And again, this has nothing to do with the lesson of the day. Meta is starting to break higher, and the thing that surprised me, because it held that 570 floor, was Snapchat. I had said I wanted to short Snap when Meta rolled over. The profile is completely different now. Snap is blasting higher, and my thought was if Meta rolled over, there'd be a flat bottom break to play into 5. This is a completely different trade now. Now it's waiting for some kind of a reversion, which is all the way up at 565. So I don't know if this is going to be a trade. Something's got under the skin of Snapchat. Maybe it's just the market or it's just down too low. Whatever it is, I'm going to stay away from that one. I'm going to give you guys the lunch grade, which is going to be pretty solid. It was barbecue chicken with like sticky rice. I haven't had the vegetables yet because I crushed the chicken in like 5 minutes, but it is delicious. Great lunch. And of course, it is topped off, and thank you, Adara, for the apple fritter. Because CrowdStrike is the gift that keeps on giving. It's gifting you in your accounts. It's gifting you outsized moves that get us an apple fritter, so I'm pretty happy about that. As we throw back over to the midday, be careful with that martingale style strategy. Make sure that if you are taking more shares, again, like the same trade, doesn't work here, I'm going to take it again there, and you're going to take more. Make sure it's because you have a valid execution reason to do so, risk to reward or proven strategy, and you're not just martingaling it. Because martingaling, it's a great theory in practice at roulette, but in the stock market, that can get you a world of hurt. Back to the midday.
Thank you very much there, Neil, for a great lesson of the day. Guys, VinFast reported a strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally. That's up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 four-wheel and two-wheel delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth engines. All right, so let's see what is going on here. I asked you guys, what is going on? Where is the next trade? And a few of you mentioned a couple of names. So let's get to them and let's see what's going on. Because I'm honestly looking for the next trade. I'm not itching, but I'm definitely asking for where everyone's kind of looking right now. We'll take a look at this. So Salesforce, I covered most if not everything, looking for a potential to kind of add back in for a continuation to the downside, but beautiful kind of a reversion on the break. Failure to follow through of that 250 really kind of brings it in, and then you get a crack of that trend, and then floodwaters are imminent there, all the way to the downside. Boom, 224 within the span of, we'll say, on the break of that trend, within the span of roughly 24, 25 minutes, we were all the way back down at VWAP. So that is that. You know what? I'll take off the rest of it right here. Boom. Don't need to be involved in this one if we're gonna curl nicely like that. Yeah, I'll look
nice
for a lower
there
high.
5 minute. Oh no.
Yeah,
what is that,
right?
5 minute?
This is a 3 minute.
Yeah, that's a nice print. Oh man, I
It's
wish
much stronger. That signal is much stronger on a 5 minute than it is on a 3 minute.
It has, like, think about it, and again, if you go up the time frame,
Yeah, the
I think
stronger
that's
it becomes.
exactly.
That's just always the case. Yeah.
Very well said. But what's working for us right now, ladies and gentlemen, is this. I have nothing left compared to what I had before, right? Like, I'm talking about 10% here, roughly. Let's take an additional fill, bro. I got some call options at 223, with the 230 strike and almost lost. Almost in the money, my man. Yeah, they call me Big Papa. All right, I like that name. Just be cautious, right? Because I do believe, considering how we've been moving on today's session, it hasn't just been a straight path, right? It hasn't been exponential, just a linear move here in NVDA. Watch out for this, and I've been pounding the table about it. Trapman's been making some cash, but this is where we can run into a potential resistance zone. I talked about us heading into this level earlier and how it affected the earnings report. Now, considering it's not a sheer momentum style play, what happens when you have more of a slow grind is that I think that when you see something of this magnitude, you will have price start to push a little bit lower and lower, all right? So we'll run into 230, and I mentioned it bright and early this morning. If we happen to breach that, and there's a couple of things that you can see in correlation, momentum and volume really start to pick up. How do we identify that? Through the time and sales. Then there could be a 230 break potential play, but then you have that next stage where 175,000 contracts are rocking and rolling. So just be cautious. I'm not saying take the money and run, but just be cautious of what happens around these levels because we're printing 228 roughly here. We're getting pretty close. So something can happen relatively soon. Maybe not this minute, but NVDA has definitely been pretty good for us here today. Nice call out there, Obi, on the CRM. Did that signal display itself on the 5? Yeah, it is on the 5, right below.
As well,
yeah, right on the. So when you see something kind of across multiple time frames, give you a little bit more conviction within that setup and a better $1.50 pop, a little bit more than that there, Obi. So not too bad. The NASDAQ and the SPY still relatively choppy. The push and pull effect, but we'll rock and roll and we'll continue to take some more and then maybe a quick scalp through the 230 marker if we're fortunate enough to get there.
Yes, sir. So yeah, I got to make sure I'm canceling all of my orders in some of these other names that I'm no longer in at the same time. So Apple, I got eyes on Apple here. I don't know if you guys noticed. So yeah, watching stock sell on my main screen, stock has been holding below that VWAP, which is somewhat interesting here. But Apple seems interesting here. Yesterday, we got a bit of selling coming into the market after a very strong close in and around this same 315 area. Looking back at last week, Thursday and Wednesday, this 315 acted as a bit of support. So just as of recent, this 315 has been acting both as a bit of a support area, a bit of an area where when we break down, we get a strong flush and then we step a little bit lower on top of 310s. And then when we bid back up, holding as a bit of resistance over, I guess, through the overnight session. So 315, watching that, it's struggling to kind of push past it. You can see here, strong bid pushes Apple all the way past that 315. We make a high of 315.16. Now, chop, chop, chop. Triple doji, maybe a little bit of a inverse hammer there. That's definitely a doji. That's definitely a hammer. So a lot of indecisiveness, wiki business here. So what can I do? I'm going to step up to a higher time frame right there, just pushing up to a 30-minute chart and see. Is this a 3-bar setup? Potentially, maybe. We'll have to really see what this bar closes as, and we still have 15 minutes left. But so far, all I'm seeing is that supply that was stepping in yesterday and I guess a little bit last Thursday, stepping in the same areas as of right now, slowing down that aggressive bid that we got coming into 12 o'clock. So eyes on Apple for that. Why is AMD lagging? Asking senior trader. I don't know. We'll take a look at AMD in a second. Ron, thank you for the super chat. Any reason, explanation for MU's sell-off? Well, I think we just looked at stock sell, right? Take a look at stock sell. I'm pretty sure it's a bit of a sector move here. When we look at memory, looking at DRAM at the same time here, DRAM, look at that, boom, flush city all the way to the downside. Yes, we did get a bid in the after hours on DRAM for a nice 2 or 3 hours there, potentially off of Nvidia's earnings report. You can see that bid really start to step in after 4:15, going all the way into 6:30 last night. But none of that bid was sustained coming in off of the open. Aggressive selling. So I think pretty sure it's sector wide. Now, if you're asking me why, I have no idea. But just sector wide selling on this name. Maybe not really looking like Nvidia was everything that they were looking for. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, man, I mean, I think there's a couple of things because I forget who it is. It's packaged directly with NVIDIA's GPUs. It could just be like a rotation, right? Like you have money coming out of something that goes on these insane runs, and then we've seen the weakness. So I think there's a bunch of things just kind of combining, where you see a sell-off rotation maybe into Nvidia because it takes an immense amount of capital, and then you see the Salesforces and the CrowdStrikes and some of the cybersecurity names running. So that's where I stand. Again, if I knew behind the scenes of what actually was going on, but that's just my opinion, and I think has the opportunity. And also think about it from a perspective of the crypto space, right? I'll pull this up. Remember those major liquidation events that we had in Bitcoin back in October? I think it was October 10th, and then there was an additional one in November. Well, what happened was in the Kospi in South Korea, you just had an immense amount of the pot. It's funny, I was listening to the All In, and they're like 3% of the population got completely liquidated in their accounts. 3%. That is insane. That's how many people and how many retail traders were actually involved. And then when you go on,
it's mainly because of their president, right? So what
Apparently
happened
he
is
was promoting it.
their leadership was heavily promoting involvement in the stock market. So he was like, I don't know the details in it, but all I know is that the extreme surge of relative volume in Kospi and their stocks came from retail involvement due to promotion by their government, which is crazy, right?
Dude, 35% of their population were involved with the overall index, and then 10% of that just gets completely liquidated. Like and I'm using kind of the comparison between Bitcoin is people get fearful. You don't have them jumping the gun, and they're not quick to get right back in, and that's why I truly believe it's been a slow recovery, because when you have an index fall 44%, man, that's a lot of people losing a lot of money, unfortunately. And then I understand the bottleneck and the demand aspect of things, but you need people to get involved with the stock itself, regardless of what you've priced into the market. It's all public information. It's been priced in. Now, to get that additional wave, you need participants, and some people might be fearful. I could be totally wrong on something based on that, but so yeah, Philip and BTC. Well, what do you mean? Okay, I understand that, but BTC fell actually 55%. So this is where, but what I'm getting at here, and what I'm getting at is just the over leverage aspect. Okay. What's really caused the issue is the leverage issue, and it's the same thing with. It's funny, as I'm listening to some of this stuff. It's not that Leopold was wrong. It's not that Sam Bankman-Fried was wrong. Is that they were just extremely over-leveraged. It's not a trading issue. It was a leverage issue.
It was a sizing issue.
Exactly. It was a leverage issue. And then, like, you fall 17% and you're over-levered, like, you're at 2 times, that's 34%, right? So if you don't have capital on the side, you're in big trouble. So it's not necessarily about what actual underlying it is. It's a leverage issue.
Yeah, definitely. I think...
I'm pretty sure SBF had an insane stake in Anthropic. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure he had one of the largest. He had a massive investment, but he just leveraged himself, and then sure enough got liquidated, and then that's where you lose all the money. Let's send it over to Sia.
I'm going to dive into the small cap, but just quickly going to mention what I just put on the screen right now. SKHY, SK Hynix CEO, saying not seeing any significant signals of a memory downturn. With that, SKHY not reacting too crazy, but I thought that's something you should know. Let's take a look at the small caps for today. IWM that's the Russell, is currently up 0.30%. Let's take a look at 2 tickers. GPRE, first of all, Green Plains Incorporated had a bit of a volume spike just a couple moments ago. So market cap for this company is at $1.01 billion, and it's down 3.5%. And further, U.S. President Donald Trump and the agency heads have discussed a plan to compensate biofuel producers in the future years for any business loss due to refinery exemptions. The stock reacted to it, and it went up a little bit, but there has been a little bit of a pullback even now. Let's take a look at KPMR. That is KPMR. There you go. Sorry, not seeing anything here. I'm so sorry about that. KMPR. Anyways, we're going to move ahead. That's the ticker KMPR. Kemper Corporation is down and further sliding 3% and below. Market cap of $1.62 billion. There's just some analyst commentary with this a couple of hours ago. They were maintained at buy by TD Cowen. Nothing too crazy going on here. And that's all for your small caps. GPRE is down 3.6% and further. KMPR is down 3% and below.
Yeah, some great comments in the chat as well too. So you're the real Don D. That's exactly what he did. But again, we don't know, and I don't know enough about the situation of would he have gotten caught if he wasn't over levered. I think that's a major question that is still looming because he had some pretty big stakes. Exactly, and it's the same thing.
That's what kills most traders. And I've been reading about this and hearing it in the trading space a lot as well. It's like one of the biggest things that kills traders is straight up sizing.
Yeah.
Either the lack of
leverage,
the lack of sizing, or too much of it.
Too much, yeah. Well, too much is definitely the killer because look what happened to our boy Leopold. So Leopold was targeted, but he wasn't that leverage. I mean, I forget what he raised. It was like $200 million, and he turned it to $20 billion. I think at the peak of it was $45 billion. Insane stuff. But then when you have these pullbacks where you fall 15%, you're too over leveraged and you don't have the capital to hold that margin threshold, and that's what happened to some of these individuals. SBF may never have gone caught if he was in over leveraged. Instead, he decides to have these wild parties in the Bahamas, in the penthouses, doing everything that he was doing. So yeah, that's all it is, ladies and gentlemen. I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying in the chat here. Is just the guy risk management. Too allocated and no cash on the side. Otherwise, you'd be running a little bit of trouble. But now back to the market as we take some more off here. Neil's getting prepared, I think, for this 230 break. Uh-oh, look at CRM. What a beautiful bounce off of that 244 level, Obi. Nice look there. Heading towards that 230 marker on NVDA. Things are looking pretty good. We're not going to complain about this. We're long from $36, printing $37.22.
Yes, sir. So I'm kind of just looking around. That CRM bouncing pretty nicely. So that VWAP bounce, very, very solid there. So solid reasons to buy on the right side of that move, especially if there's no continuation, and then back through 245, pretty solid as well. Picking it right back up, 248 here. So buyers stepping it right back in. And what I really like is that 244, right? I mentioned that there was some significant action on top of that 244 when we were on the left side of this move here on the initial bid before the selling came into VWAP, and then now the buyers coming back in right on top of that structure, which I really like that. Kind of significant. Don't have the long, but did use reasons to buy to get out of the short there. So where's the next trade is basically what I'm waiting for. Let's see if we make a lower high, or do we actually get back through that 250? If we actually get into that 250, do we break out 250.72s? This has built up a decent amount of pressure, I'd say. The shorts have worked out very decently right there. And yes, exactly. So don't forget to donate for the Chop for charity. Thank you for reminding us. They're 28 inches for Angel Hair for Kids by August 28th. So that's tomorrow. Time's approaching real fast. What do you got going on?
No, okay, so I checked multiple sources here. So yes. FTX actually invested $500 million in Anthropic when the startup was valued at $2.5 billion. We're talking about $2 trillion valuation.
Ooh.
SBF he would have went down as one of, that was 13% of the company at the time.
Yeah.
So SBF would have went down as a complete legend if he didn't over leverage himself and spend his customers' money. I say this all the time, my cousin's fiance had an FTX account and he lost everything. I don't know if he's got it back yet, but but that's what I was talking about, the shying away aspect of things. He's like, I'll never do that again. He's like, I'm done. I don't want to invest in it. If there's the chance of that happening, I don't want any part of it.
Yeah, no, I think definitely. I would say that putting on a risk is not for everybody.
No, it's not. It's not.
You got to be comfortable to put on a risk, and yeah, it's not for everybody, and that's okay as well. And I'm looking for where to put risk on next. And it might be this Walmart as it slowly but steadily shows me that, hey, Walmart VWAP sellers might actually be on board here. 102.95s is the high of this consolidation. So nice little chop, 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 chop there. So I'm looking at this. We're looking at a potential break of this low here. The sideways consolidation has lasted for over an hour and 12 minutes roughly, I'm seeing. So we attempted, we tried. What is the market doing? Market was near its highs, but chop fest on this here as well, on the ES and the NASDAQ, still within the same kind of ranges of the candles that were printed over an hour ago. So haven't really moved too much in terms of fresh price discovery on the day. So that's not really the best. CRM still holding that bid back up through that 248 now. SK Hynix, we did mention, or I think I mentioned a little bit earlier, their CEO is talking, or he was saying some stuff. So I pulled it up. Nothing crazy. I don't think it's anything significant, but something to watch out for here on SK Hynix. Let's take a quick look at DRAM. But let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? Wow, DRAM about to break the low a day. So that might be something here. I really like that look. So I would assume that both Micron and SNDK are doing something similar. There it is right there. Low a day tests very, very nearby on both Micron and let's see SNDK. SNDK as well, maybe a little bit more flaggy on this one. What other memory names right there? So SK Hynix, of course, can't forget that one. Recent IPO. Not similar in terms of the magnitude of selling that we got off of the open, but we've been sideways and sellers have been pretty dominant underneath VWAP here. So similar kind of story across the board in some of these memory names. Ooh, what about some of the storage names? Let's see Western Digital here, Western Digital WDC. Wow, okay, that selling coming in here as well. Strong relative volume in the pre-market. So it seems like, Joe, one of the trades today was long software and short hardware.
Yeah, it seems to be the case.
Seems to be the case.
Has to be the narrative, man. I mean, yeah. CrowdStrike pretty good. Salesforce really good, right back at the high of the day. Good out there at the volume weighted average price. I think that would be ideal.
It's strong reason to buy, right?
Get out.
Strong reason to buy.
Now None is asking us. None0550 is asking us about Oklo. Obi, we'll get your 2 cents on it as well momentarily. But here it is, right? Like a name that's been hit pretty heavy, 78% off of that all-time high. Now, what I like about this setup here is if you're thinking bigger picture, it's kind of the accumulation phase in which I was referring to. You're pretty good because if you crack $34, I think that would be a solid out because there's clearly a base here at 37 bucks. And even so, I think there could be a good opportunity, especially if you see price start to turn around that you can re-engage. But right now, considering double bottom right here, I don't think it's horrible. And from an intraday standpoint, nothing crazy from an appreciation on the longer time frame, which is, I think, really important. Now, Trapman, I know we've been going over Nvidia quite often a bit here today. CrowdStrike starting to pull back. Salesforce heading back towards the high of the day, up dragging the market up along with it. But one thing that I want to see as we head into almost $229 is when does panic start to ensue? And if it does, we'll be able to identify it through some of our x-axis indicators here, right? Like, so you have the volume. Let's see if this holds up. And what you want to see it is just really, really pick up and amplify. And when you do see that, when you have the ability to identify the volume coming in, is that people are slowly starting to panic, especially at that strike price. I would love to know which contracts Burry hedged his position against, because I remember the up. I'm sure he's averaged in a little bit, but he was short from 210, and it would make sense that he has the 230s written and the 240s, and that's why we've seen over the past couple of days that size really start to increase. So let's keep an eye on it. Momentum, volume pickup heading into 230 bucks. It could be a really, really nice scalp, but we got to see some of these, the sentiment currently change, not this grinding bid. Otherwise, it'll just be met by defense and most likely sell off, in my opinion. Let's send it over the desk.
The SPY is currently up over 0.5%. Let's take a look at what's going on with these sectors. Electric tech. Wow, Nvidia has a very good move right now. I'm actually regretting pulling out of Nvidia. Anyways, Nvidia up 9% on the day. Apple's flat. You have Broadcom that is up almost 4%. MU down close to 3%. AMD is down 2% as well. Intel rallying as well, up 3%. GE is down close to 3%. TXN is up 2%. WDC, however, towards the downside, 4%. Cisco, KLAC, Dell RTX, and ANET with MSI all flat on the day. Tech services, you've Googled that is flat as well. Meta is currently down 0.61% to be precise. Microsoft up over 1%. Palantir is up. PNW up as well, having a great day with IBM, CrowdStrike, and Salesforce all soaring. CRM is above 20%, CRWD 17%, PNW 12% almost. Palantir is up close to 5%. Netflix, however, down 2.5% with Oracle flat on the day. Finance, you have a bit of a mixed sentiment across the board. BRKB and JPM with GS, WFC, and Citi, bit of a flat sentiment, but Visa, MasterCard, Bank of America, and AXP a bit into the red. MS, however, trading a bit towards the upside by 0.5%. Hood is up 2.14%, and Coin is up over 5% on the day. Retail trade is lagging a bit here. Retail trade lagging a bit here. You have Amazon and Walmart, well, below the 1.5% mark. Costco is down below 1.5% mark as well. Home Depot, TJX, CVS continuing to slide. However, you have WSM and DG that are up on the day over 3.5%. Carvana also up 1.7% and TGT up 1%. Producer manufacturing, the only name in the green in this sector is LRCX that is up close to 8%. Energy minerals a bit towards the downside and a mixed sentiment in the latter half of the sector. Health tech relatively actually not strong, relatively a bit flat as well. You have DHR that is one of the only names that is up in the sector with WAT up 2.2%, and Lilly is flat. J&J is down on the day. Consumer durables, you have Tesla that's up 2%. Rest of the sector looking like a bit of a mixed bag of stocks with Ford up as well. Consumer services, consumer non-durables, utilities, process industries, transportation, a lot of red across these four sectors, as well as process industries. Health services, you have UNH that is down and sliding 1.5%, with LH that is up 1.5%. And finally, moving on to communications, Verizon, TMIS, T, all into the red, and Echo flat on the day.
Good stuff. Thank you for that. Man, look at this curl over. Oh, that was it.
Back to 250. 250.
That was it, man.
250.
What was the 1 minute? What was the 1 minute telling us?
I mean, hey, man, you called it out too. You had a lot of time. I mean, you know.
Yeah, but I'm so precise with the entry.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You don't have to be. It's like sometimes, you know,
game of pennies, man.
Sometimes it's okay to not have everything that you want to set up. Like this, it's still there. The trade's still on. It doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to have all the, you know, ducks lined up in a row for the trade. You just gotta sometimes you just gotta dive in and take the trade, put the risk on because it's there. You recognize that was a great opportunity.
Yeah, I know.
Just like, you know, sure, maybe you miss it by like $1 or $2. Maybe you have to size down, but the trade is very much there. So
yeah,
250
you're right.
back on. Like I'm thinking about maybe flipping the script on this one, and if we're gonna show me that much strength off of VWAP, and we're poised for a 250 retest, that consolidation at the highs, guys, which was very convincing to start getting involved with, especially on the break, aggressively back through that 249. So that's I'm thinking about watching this one a little bit closely. Really have to see that umph and that push through that 251 and a sustain above to really have me convinced that we're maybe potentially looking for a trend higher. What was the short float on this one? Do you remember? I think you looked
on Salesforce.
CRM. Did you look it up?
No. Oh,
right,
yeah. Okay.
So let's do a quick look.
Yeah,
here.
pull that up here. Pull that up. We'll get right back to it. But we're starting to see a sentiment shift here within the time and sales, and the volume is starting to pick up. This is okay. I'm pointing at it like you guys can see what I'm looking at. As we inch closer and closer to this $230 marker, look what is happening on the time and sales and the volume. It's starting to pick up. All right. Why? Because there might be a chance, and there might be that slight chance that people are panicking because their 230 short calls could be potentially underwater momentarily. Volume really starting to get rampant. So here we have the time and sales of NVDA, and this is my derivative of the actual asset NVDL. Okay, so these are two different. I had to pull this up because the size is really starting to display itself. Now someone's gonna win this battle. Keep an eye out on this marker because what we are seeing here is pretty interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about 230. Now, the question being is, are we going to be able to break this and hold it, or is hedge funds going to have the ability? Now, that could be it. That could be the end of the roller coaster. But as we get closer and closer, you can see the narrative change within this underlying asset, and I think it's a pretty cool thing to watch here from an intraday standpoint, especially we've been talking about this level for quite some time, Obi.
Yes,
Did you find the short float on?
So the short float on this one is not that much. It's about 3.3% on CRM. So, I thought it was going to be a little bit higher, but 3%. Still pretty significant for a stock that is over $200 billion in market cap there. So interesting stuff there. Let me know, what are you guys trading? What are you guys looking at? I'm not really seeing anything too much that's too convincing to me. That 250 is the only thing that I'm really watching right now. Next pivot, 235 for Nvidia, saying trader forever. Let's wait.
We got to break 230 first,
on
man.
NVDA. Yeah, exactly. Let's break 230 first. It is a bit of a straight line up from VWAP, but we're seeing a similar kind of a move in a few different stocks.
Pull up the tape on this thing.
What's the tape doing?
It's getting very interesting. It's starting to shift. Like people are saying just around the corner.
Right. So you have the NVDL chart on, but you have the NVDA tape.
Yeah. Okay, nice. Exactly. It's starting to change. I'm saying this could be like, it could be a big nothing burger. But what we can see is like we're in this 1 o'clock, we're almost at 1 o'clock, right? This is supposed to be lunchtime. No one's really paying attention, but yet we're having an increase in volume. I could be totally wrong, and this could be the end of the show, or not this show, that is, the NVDA 230 show, because the sellers just overtake the buyers. But what we're starting to see is just a slight profile change. And I mean, heading into 230 could be something pretty cool to watch. And hopefully we have the ability to kind of capture that here and just focus on the tape as well, too. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to interrupt you. But yeah, it's really starting to ramp up here. It'll be pretty cool as we head into that zone.
For sure. I'm just reading the chat here. CoreWeave Merseni. I was going to say mercenary, but that's Merseni Fluor Delacour? Okay. Anyways, let's see. CELU, they were saying. CELU, what's going on here? CELU, cellularity. Ooh, this one definitely multiplying itself here off of the open pre-market high breakout off earnings on cellularity today. Another earnings name with some directionality. Didn't have eyes on, but good look there. Hold a VWAP. I like this one. $2.09 on this one right now. Cellularity, guys. Let's see what they did as of recent, 3 hours ago. Boom, boom, boom. Musel Innovations. I want to know about their earnings report. Not really seeing too much here. Apparently, according to this chart, they should have reported today, but not really seeing that happening here. So how do I get back? Back to chart. There we go. 210s trading on CELU. So good look there. Strong relative volume. Talk about
what's that?
11 million times its normal traded volume. 11 million times. The average 30-day volume being 5 million. I'm sure that's skewed by recent stats as well. It's probably much lower than that. But if you're going to be doing 153 million shares on the day, you might be experiencing a little bit of relative volume. So yeah, good look on that one. This is definitely where one of the parties is at today on the day. So yeah, I like that. Not really my cup of tea. So good luck with cellularity. Netflix is dead, saying athlete stan. Okay, so let's take a look at the good old flakes. Netflix is dead. Doing relative volume in the pre-market. Hello. Okay, interesting. And then selling off of the open. Is this more of the same? I know last time I checked this stock, we were bouncing off of that $70 higher time frame level. Let's see what it's been doing this week. 30-minute, boom, kind of a sideways chop, guys, since last week, holding up into this $80 level. Nice little bid off of that earnings swipe lower. 65, the low of this whole move from those all-time highs, guys. From those all-time highs, this is the lowest we've gotten so far on Netflix. So you can see our all-time highs, 134s, and we've gone to a low of 65 right there for a nice, decent little pullback over the course of 378 days for a pullback of 50% on the stock. So pretty decent pullback. 50% retracements is what I usually, kind of try to look for. And the fact that that comes in exactly at that $70 prior mark, and then we're catching a bit of a bid, I like it. I like it. Definitely, if I was looking for a reversion of this multi-year trend on Netflix from 2022 to 2025, that 50% reversion, I guess almost 50%, right? I would say shy of that leg, definitely over 30%. But yeah, nice look on Netflix. It has been bidding up over the past few weeks, and that's something I have been keeping in consideration when I am watching the markets. T, what's up, yo? Saying, look at SPY.
Yeah.
See what we spy on this one. Yeah, nice little trend on the weekly, eh? It's like this stock is almost rigged to go up. Pretty strong on the day today as well. 771.60s is the high of day. Nice little trend, trending higher on top of that opening range high as well on the pullback. So I like that. Showing some strength on the day after, some strength in the after hours as well. So a nice little uptrend on the spider. The NASDAQ following up here as well. Hasn't really quite gone through some of its morning session / pre-market highs just yet, but on its way there on the cues. What's up, Sia?
Before we send it over to Sia, oh, okay, no, that's all right, continue. No, don't worry, don't worry.
Let's take a look at the USD BRL pair, that is the Brazilian real, and currently trading around the 5.16 region according to the central bank as of today. Brazil's current account deficit has widened far more than expected in July. Brazil's current account deficit widened far more than expected in July, reaching its highest shortfall for the month in 7 years, as external accounts have now deteriorated across the board. You have also the rupee dipping and the pound slipping. Let's take a look at the USD INR pair here. USD INR. Pulling up the chart here, that ended the day around 95.5 to be precise. The Indian rupee has declined and it has given up early gains as of today as the dollar demand has picked up pace. So the rupee ended the day, like I said, at 95.54, around that region per US dollar, down 0.1% on the day. And the INR had reversed gains briefly after touching a high of 95.4. Let's take a look finally at USD GBP, that is the British pound. So the pound has eased to a 1-week low against the dollar and the euro, as sources are saying that the investors have now pared expectations for an interest rate hike by the Bank of England this year and shifted their focus to, as you do all know it, the annual symposium on monetary policy at Jackson Hole in the United States. We also have a speech coming from Fed Chair Kevin Warsh tomorrow. So all of that happening in the monetary markets, and let's send it back to trading.
Thank you very much, Sia, for that. Bit of a pullback off of that 250 test, that retest of 250 on this Salesforce as of right now. 249.81 is the high, so still waiting. Apple's still kind of holding underneath that 215 level, guys. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on the NASDAQ and USO. We're getting some comments coming from the top security official, whose name is Reza in Iran. He's warning that Iran would strike the U.S. military and economic interest if the U.S. starts what he's calling mischief against Iran again. So again, if the mischief, quote unquote, starts up here from the U.S., Iran's ready to strike both militarily and economically against the U.S. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Los Pollos. That might be a pretty good play because, again, I mentioned that it could be a little lackluster, and I think that's kind of the narrative, but I'm not going to write it off completely. We did see the volume start to increase, so at some point maybe there was some participants who were reducing their size and getting out of their positions here, but not the breakthrough or the squeeze that we were necessarily looking for there, Obi. It's much more difficult on such larger cap names. The largest on the planet now. Let's see actually how much it grew in size, because yesterday I believe we were talking about 5.1 trillion. We're now sitting at 5.5 trillion. All right. Crazy amount of cash here. So yeah, let's see. We're going to be patient. We went to a high of around 229.87 roughly, 75, so we'll call it. But yeah, anything can happen. If you get a negative catalyst and the pressure really starts to move lower, I think there could be a short opportunity here as well too, if you're looking for anything along those lines. But we also have to respect what our Greeks are telling us as well.
For sure. It's still kind of just observing this CRM, nothing's really changed. So I was talking about Apple here, guys. Attempted that 315 once again, but getting slapped back in. So we're seeing that, existence of that supply that we've been seeing, I guess, over the past few trading sessions, maybe yesterday, the most significant, and I guess, on last Thursday as well. A lot of selling stepping in here into and through the 315s. So just observing, waiting and watching and being patient, trying to sit on my hands as best as possible, waiting for the next trade. I am slightly, got a slight itchy trigger finger for this CRM short underneath this 250. But I'm going to be more patient. I'm going to be a little bit more patient here. Just wait and see if it's gonna bid aggressively and then just stall 49s, boom, 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 and not really kind of start to bleed right back in. I don't know. I don't really feel as good about it. I'm going to be patient and let it tell me if there is a trade for me setting up there on that one. Palantir continuing to trend higher as well. So Palantir, we know this one. I was watching a little bit earlier for a potential reversion. I even drew that line in, arbitrary chart art as not really respected. It's respected on the initial break, but breaks right back up. So when indicators usually, what's happening there on the middle of the screen there? Is that the full moon?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
What's going on there? It's like
Scary.
feels like someone punched the screen, and now we've got a bit of a.
I was thinking something
thing
else there, Obi.
What is that?
A hole.
A hole?
Of a firearm there, maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, maybe. Oh, is that supposed to be? Okay, I see what that is. Is that supposed to be like a bullet hole or something?
I don't know, man.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't really see that.
Lunar
too
eclipse
much,
this eve. Oh,
but,
it's the lunar eclipse this
is
evening.
it?
Yeah, don't
okay.
stare at it.
The eclipse. Yeah, we shouldn't be staring at it right there.
Isn't there like a video of Donald Trump staring right at it?
Famously.
Yeah.
It was a meme.
It's like, bro, don't look at it. He's looking right at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be doing
Neutrons.
that. But when you're 80 years old, you're probably like, I've lived through enough of this life. Let me just live life a little bit more on the edge. You take some risks.
I'm all about that. Yeah.
That as well. Yeah.
Exactly. One spin, Obi. That's it. Well, multiple spins, I guess, but.
You only live once.
YOLO. YOLO, sir.
That was bringing back what 2025 there.
Yeah, man.
With that, yeah, AXTI. I guess you guys are talking about JL822. I'm looking for more stocks. I'm looking for more opportunities, but not seeing too much here. I guess Nike I've had eyes on. Nike, we know that's been moving around with some of the retail names. Let's take a quick look at yesterday's runners, ANF. That one was absolutely beautiful there. Not really doing too much. So we got that leg on earnings day one. Today we're getting that consolidation. So tomorrow I'll be watching to see if ANF continues to trade above 150. So maybe we get that 3-bar push on ANF on a strong earnings report. Don't know if it's going to happen that cleanly. That's probably ideal scenario, taking a break of that 154 halves. Maybe you have some inventory from 150s from the morning session. So maybe tomorrow that sets up, but that's all in, I guess, speculation.
Holy cow.
So let's see what else you guys are looking at. AAOI here. What is that up to? Applied Optoelectronics. Ooh, okay, AAOI. Of course, we know this name. 112 on 112s on a bit of a support throughout the day. 1130s is the day low here on AAOI. Not really seeing too much here, guys. Yeah. What are you guys trading? Is there a news report or something on Microsoft saying Jason Hill, MSFT? Hey man, you know what the report is? The report is that software is strong. That's why the whole sector is up today. I don't think Softy itself specifically has any sort of direct news.
I can confirm they don't, at least not that I'm seeing.
Thank you very much, Adara. So they don't. But guess what? When a stock like Softy, I've spoken about this before, when a Mag 7 starts doing multiple relative volume, even over 1.5, that can be pretty significant. Today, on a 5 period, Microsoft doing 2 times the R-vol here. Funny enough, I was looking at this 505s and being like, do I revert this for a push back in? I was also watching it in the morning for a break of 500 to push into that 505 or even further level as well. Didn't take either of those trades, but it seems like Softy continuation there with the rest of the sector. So Softy, I'm asking, is this the leader of the software sector? I don't know, but we'll keep an eye out on that IGV there, the iShares Expanded Tech Software ETF. That's holding up quite nicely. Fresh highs on this one. I think there was another one, software ETF that I remember. Yeah, XSW. That's the State Street one, Software and Services ETF, XSW. I guess this one does absolutely no volume. So maybe don't even touch this one. So yeah, how much volume? Average daily volume, 52,000. Yeah, no, thank you. Not really going to touch that with a 100-foot pole as well. So maybe we find another one. Software ETF. Let's just look. What else is there? There's the one on the CBOE, XIGV, IGPT, Investco AI, and Next Gen Software ETF. Also no volume. Damn, I guess it's only IGV that does volume. This one does absolutely nothing. This is, again, breadcrumbs on a chart. 190,000 shares daily traded on the 30-day average. Yeah, not happening. Not happening at all. Apple pushing for another push, another attempt at that 315 here. Let's see if this will be the time that it can finally break through. Some more aggression there. Market also printing some fresh highs both on the ES and the NASDAQ. Marvell failed VWAP saying MF dangerous. Whoa, there goes Apple high a day right here. 315, 18s. Will there be follow through? I don't know. It's pretty choppy in this area. So I think the likelihood of continuation of the chop is probably higher than a follow through, unless and until we can really break out and break out of the range with volume and kind of sustain some of that action as well. So we'll wait and see if that one comes in. Let's see, what else was I looking at? Tesla? I don't know. What's happening with Tesla here? Let's look at the Mag 7 real quick. Let me look at my thing. Alphabet and Amazon are the weakest of the bunch. I would say Amazon a lot more than the rest. Literally everything else that I'm seeing here. Even SPY is pushing for pushing fresh highs on the day. USO is pushing for a potential high on the day as well. Nvidia pushing for highs, Tesla pushing for highs right there.
I think that might be
Microsoft the same thing, Apple the same thing. But let's look at Google. Distinctly different, consolidating, chopping around sideways, closer to VWAP. Amazon actually beaten down on the day, trading below VWAP. So distinctly different on this one, showing relative weakness compared to that of the market. Let's take a quick look at Meta as well. Oh boy, wow, whoa, look at that reversion. Talk about a hammer inverse hammer candle signal there, Joe. On Meta.
No.
Look at this one, right here. Boom. That's that same kind of inverse hammer that we saw
on the 3.
CRM off VWAP. Let's see if it shows up on the 5. See, there's the thing. It doesn't show up on the 5.
No. Get into more detail. Yeah. See what the 1 displays. So 1 minute. It doesn't always, man.
Yeah, it doesn't always. So 1, you can see a nice little rejection of that uptrend right there. So maybe getting involved 584s was not too bad of an idea there on Meta platforms. Really having a bit of a platform now on top of this 570 support since 1030-ish. So we'll see if that support level can be broken down. So if you're looking at software, OB, look at RBRK, saying stock trader. All right, let's take a look at this rubric here.
Quick second there, Obi. I am short NVDA. There's no incorrection, so I'm long NVDA, short NVDA. It's really key to note.
Oh, he's hedging.
Yeah, I wouldn't even like.
He's hedging his position.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't even say that. But it is some form, right? Like one goes up. The average prices are completely different, right? And I have a little bit more. So I have like 10 times more size, but I'm not giving this very much room. I just believe that I think that I could totally be wrong, but the sellers may have won on this one. Again, we'll give it some more time, but just considering how the momentum and price action has cooled down and prices slowly moving lower, that's why I'm going to see if the hedgies and Burry have won at these highs of defending their $230 level, Obi.
Yeah, man, definitely have to watch that. Funny enough, y'all call out rubric, and as soon as it's called out, we get a strong volume spike through the high a day.
They report earnings tonight.
They report earnings tonight. All right, thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, so doing a little bit of relative volume in the pre-market 7 times and roughly about sustaining 3 to 4 times relative volume throughout the day here. Fresh highs on that bit of a spike, volume spike on rubric along with the rest of the market. So good look there on that one. Joey making a crazy straddle right now, saying Ben Affleck.
Yeah, I would like to think I know what I'm doing. Trust me, I'm out. As soon as it breaks this high, I'm out. I'll take a couple of stabs at it, but I'm not giving this very much room, right? Don't forget. And look at the tape really start to ramp up here. So there's definitely a big time battle going on between the Bulls and the Bears right now. Obi, I got to pull up my tape here, because I know we had both of them kind of lined up with each other. That's my NVDA tape. Oh no, that's the time and sales. All right, let's see if we can fix this here. Again, I'm not holding on to this, and I don't have very much size. This is just more or less, I'm not going to say experimental, but I want to see what happens at this level, because clearly there's a lot of activity going on here around this 229 marker heading into that 230. We could squeeze, and that's what I'm thinking here. I'll get out as soon as we crack this high. It's that simple, and I'll keep the long position.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at someone sent me a thing for Lucid that there was some size on the offer, and then I just realized that was more than 20 minutes ago. So disregard. That trade is probably done and gone as well. So we've already kind of pulled right back in. So 31 about 20 minutes ago would have been around here. So I guess we did trail off of that a little bit, but no idea. CRM still holding underneath that 250, watching it pretty closely. Short PLTR. No, I don't know about that, man. Last time we just checked, we were trying to push through these highs and continuing pretty decently as well. Okay, there's a bit of a flush on that CRM, trading back down into 248s and some change. All right. Can you really hold that 250 as resistance? That's one of the questions that I am asking. Trader Griff, thank you very much for the super chat. Gents, can you check IONQ break on 43, playing $41 calls expiring tomorrow in the money, but how would you play this price action? Good question. I think if it's an options question, probably directed at Joe.
Oh yeah, we're
there.
out.
So
yes,
IONQ. So they're saying what are the calls? 42 calls. 43. So break on 43. Okay. So the break on 43 is coming. That's what they're saying. I think that's what they're talking about. Looking for a break on 43, and then playing $41 calls. So does that mean that you're playing 40 and $41 calls, or you have 40 $41 calls? 40 times $41 calls. That's two different things, right? So that's one of my questions. How would you play this price action?
Coming, Obi.
I don't know, man. How would you play this price action, Joe?
I'll have to get back to that question momentarily, because right now we're just focused on this pretty cool event that could potentially happen here. Like again, I was just seeing who's going to win this battle on the short, because it looked like we were going to establish that lower high. I got to get rid of this data point. We'll get into that momentarily, Obi. Sorry, I was just really focused on the tape here as we creep towards the high of the day, which could give us a pretty good setup. Why is it doing that? Oh, is that correct? No, it's not. Oh, it's the low that I'm looking for. Hello. Breathe, woosah. Go up to 226 and see what we got going on here. What do you think?
Look at it. Can be pretty.
Yeah, look at the tape start to ramp up a little bit here.
Yeah, we're catching a bit of a bid here.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Market's looking to
not too
break out of
bad.
its high on the Nasdaq.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the actual underlying might be a play here. Let's see what happens. See the defense right at the high of the day starting to step in. Yeah, so we want to see a substantial amount of volume step in. And this is what I'm talking about, just sticking to your risk measures. It was a field trade to see if we would get that breakdown. Who's going to win the participation? I'm long NVDL from 36. We're trading at 37.72s. And I believe at this pace, if you break through the high of the day, you're going to actually probably head up into $38 on this underlying asset. So pretty good look here so far. High of the day there, lows. Be cautious of this one because there could be some form of a squeeze. Once again, it's not the same. It's not of the same magnitude from my experience when you have a $5.5 trillion company, probably a little bit more now, $5.6 trillion, compared to where you see that company that's in the small cap land, and it's just like everyone's getting absolutely blown out of the water. It might be a little bit more of a slower effect here, but who knows? Anything can happen at this inflection point, and let's keep it at that. So other than that, you're still short Walmart there, OBQcom going as well. Katina Man will like that. There we go. 230 coming in here. We're about 14 cents away, ladies and gentlemen. It's only a matter of time. Do people 30 seconds, says Stratman, do we punch through, or are we going to just hover around this neck of the woods? There's NVDL, our only blemish here on the day. We'll head back over to the actual name that we're long in to see. So whatever I lost, it's just we just gained from this appreciation here on this move up in this name in NVDL specifically. So, and here we go. Yeah, but again, I don't know if we're gonna get that. Look at our volume by time profile, right? It's extremely cool right now. And what we would want to see, just due to the amount of size, is that volume really start to pick up, and that can give us a little bit more conviction and correlation with our thesis that we've kind of established here. And if it does, then double top, oh, you might get that move back lower. So just be cautious, guys. Wrong move on the NVIDIA. Yeah, I know, Rencho. Yeah, I think you might be a little bit late here, my friend. Make sure you hit live. Hang rate stop, buy order 201 with a 210 limit and immediate 230 stop loss. I love that. Yeah. That's a really good idea, to be honest with you. If you squeeze through that level, then sure enough, it's just like Scalp City. See you later. Take whatever it gives you, and then just reassess the situation from there, Obi.
Yes, sir. And I'm just looking at, someone just sent me a link. There's a Traders for a Cause event happening in Toronto now.
Is
Usually
there?
They,
Oh yeah.
In the States a lot. There's another one in Toronto now. So that's,
Don't forget the money show. The
excited,
money show is
that.
on the 26th or 27th.
The thing about the money show in Toronto, man, like that's where I first met you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The thing about the money show in Toronto is that it's not the same as like the money show that happens in Las Vegas. Like, that's the big one.
I
wouldn't know. Right? That's where you get like people coming in from all over. Like that one has been. I mean, that one has been. It's shown to have a lot more, I guess, interest coming in. So I prefer that one a little bit. I've been to the money show a couple of times in Toronto. Mm-hmm. It's it's all right. They got to step their game up a little bit, but it's not. It's all right. Nothing too crazy, but the last Traders for a Cause event in Toronto was a lot of fun as well. Got to meet with a few awesome traders.
Yeah, how was that?
No, it was solid. It was solid.
How about the Vegas one? Oh yeah, you went to the Miami one, right?
Yeah, I went to the Miami one as well.
Vegas does provide the liquidity. Well. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so when is this one? The 30th?
September 30th. No, someone just showed me pictures. They put up pictures from last time, and some of us are in those pictures. You can see.
Oh yeah.
Right here. Like,
is this Toronto?
That's the whole crew.
Is that Toronto?
All of us. Yeah. This is last time in Toronto.
Oh, that's 2025.
I want to see if I can find that.
Is it coming back this year?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. September 30th.
Oh, okay. Well, you just said there was a picture from.
But this picture is from last year.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So let me see if I can pull up some of the pictures there. We show the whole crew there. Wayne's in the picture.
Wayne.
We got Prad's there as well. We got Adam there. Adara was there as well. Yeah, we had a bunch of traders come through on that one. Dallas was there as well. It was a good time last time. Yeah, that was a while back. So September 30th happening once again right here in the heart of Toronto, apparently at the Rec Room. So that'll be fun.
Where was it? Was it at the Rec Room last year?
Last time I think it was at the Steam Whistle.
Whistle Brewery?
Yeah, the brewery. Yeah, it was good.
Try this one more time here. We're not going to get carried away with it. Let's just see how it reacts. Things really starting to cool down here. And
Yeah,
give us a little bit.
not seeing anything too crazy, man. The market's kind of settled down.
Yeah,
The
I
morning
agree.
was pretty aggressive, a lot of hype. That software bid really, being one of the main focus of majority of traders that I spoke to. And yeah, that's kind of died off. So maybe we look for a secondary move. Maybe we look for continuations, or yeah, exactly. Dawning oblivion, saying MU and SNDK just hanging around. Yeah, just hanging around. Nothing too crazy. We had that Nasdaq push of that high right there. No real follow through. Pulling right back in. I was looking at Amazon for a potential push through that 256. Guess what? That's coming in quite nicely there. 255s and some change on Amazon, but not really a trade in my book. So just observing, just watching. Nothing too crazy. Los Pollos Hermanos saying, I see huge wall at 230. That's why shorting Nvidia today low risk. So you see a huge wall at 230 on NVDA. That's why you feel comfortable shorting the Nvidia below that 230. Interesting look. Cool. I'll be watching that. The high of day, 229.91. So by a wall, I'm going to assume you mean an options wall, very likely at 230. But again, when you get those whole dollar levels, there's probably going to be size at 230. There's probably going to be size at 225, at 220, at 235 as well, right? Some of them may be more stacked than the others. But yeah, good look there. 230 potentially, something there being called out by Los Pollos Hermanos. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Google here, guys. GeoOGL in focus, seeing reports from Bloomberg Legal that Alphabet, GeoOGL, will be settling a class action suit alleging that they charged excessive commissions to UK app developers through the Play Store. Also, keep an eye here on MSFT, this Humane AI company and Microsoft reporting a long-term pact. So for people asking about news on Microsoft, we just got a story about that long-term pact with Humane. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So I'm still trying to find some of those pictures from last time. I got to look at past events. I think to look. Completed events. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Got them right here.
I'm not gonna try that anymore.
Yeah. Here we go. I got a picture right here. Boom. This was the last Traders for a Cause right here. You got.
Oh, we got a boy Yanni.
What's it? Oh, I have to.
Where is?
Yeah, there's Yanni. There's Wayne. There's Dallas. There's Adam. There's me. There's Pratt, and there's Adara right there. So a solid set of traders at the last Traders for a Cause event right here. So yeah, maybe we'll see. Maybe I'll see you there. I'm definitely looking to go. Apparently sponsored by some people that we know as well. Six Trading apparently.
Okay.
So we'll have to see about that. Other than that, let's see what's going on. Binoculars, Tesla, Nvidia. Let's see. Reading the chat here. I don't know what Dragos means by binoculars. Tech on tech crime here. Yeah, maybe. When you
Where's
have
the tech on tech crime?
No idea. Are you talking about the hardware sell-off and the software bid that's been happening today? Because that's been a pretty solid trade. And if you were hedged in the right way, I guess you made money on both legs of it. Yeah, that's pretty interesting what's happening today. Yeah, don't really have too much else. What do you got going on?
Yeah, same thing, man. We took another attempt on it. I think
so. You got out of that short position.
I re-engaged at the high of the day because I'm like, nothing's really going on. So it's just like paper cuts pretty much on these as we creeped higher. So just getting out, because at this pace, I do believe that we're gonna break. But there's a couple of things that I want to look for. See, it's just like little scratches, and what we have in the appreciation from our other, it just offsets it really. What I would do is if it really started to work, I would remove one side of the trade and allow the other to appreciate exactly like what we got going on right here. If the short really started to work and you see that flip, then I'm out of my long size. But other than that, here it is, right? We'll see. We're still hovering, man. There's a big time battle going on. The volume is extremely cool at this given moment, Obi, and I want to see that increase for us to kind of look for that $230 break, which, I mean, it may not happen today, but if it happens tomorrow as we inch closer to expiration. So, yeah, Traded for a Cause, let's see, go check that out. And also the Money Show. Money Show, not as, I guess, as fun.
Nah,
it looks
man,
like you guys
not here. I don't think
No,
so. I was
okay.
honestly expecting a lot more.
It's coming.
The thing is, in terms of legitimate prop
230
firms,
break coming.
and I mean like old school type where they kind of fund you, and you don't have to put up capital, or actually have vested interest in training their traders. Not many around in Canada, I would say.
No,
I know I've heard of some of the guys in Vancouver, great people there as well, but not too much in Toronto. I know we have a few dudes that don't, I guess traders don't really come out to much of these events in Toronto. That's what I've noticed.
I don't know, Sharif
More
was
of a
at
thing in the
Blossom
States.
Con.
Like I know that there's day traders in Toronto, right? But
Yeah, absolutely.
we got the TD and TD floor is like right there, right? The TD building.
Yeah.
TD floor is right there.
Yeah.
TSX is right there as well.
TXS is right down the street, man.
Yeah. So what's that?
Trader TV
Yeah,
Live.
Trader TV Live is right here, but
Yeah,
like,
hit
in
the
terms
I
of like other
get,
traders,
man.
I don't really see them around too much. But then again, walking down the street, I'm not gonna look at a guy and be like, "Oh, that's a day trader," right? It doesn't work like that.
You don't do that?
No. I don't think that's how it works. Oh boy. Apparently, DAIC has been halted up, saying Bhavin Patel. Yeah, we know that name's been running around doing some crazy things here. DAIC halted up.
Don't worry,
We
the small
talked
cap guy
about
is-
this one yesterday.
We're running
right?
into 230 here, Obi.
Yeah.
You continue. I'm just gonna narrow. Like if anything happens, then I'll just mention it. But
Nice.
yeah, I
A
mean,
bit of a halt
230.
up there on DAIC as of right now. So yeah, this was a name we were looking at yesterday with Luis for that opening range low breakdown, and it seems like more of the same today when it gave you that exact same move once again. Another 15-20% drop to the downside off of an opening range low break on DAIC, but a halt up. Interesting.
The 230.
230 incoming here
See,
on
that's the
NVDA.
Tina Man's going. We're ready.
Oh
to
boy,
we're going
look at that
to rock and roll
size.
here, man.
Look at that size. We slapping the size or what?
Yeah, man.
All right.
Holy cow! Look at that. That is so crazy. Man, look at
my
this
God.
size right here. That's insane. Let's get our quote highlights up, man.
Insanity.
Insanity. Man, if that breaks, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We gotta be cautious.
Do you risk against it? I know traders that would look at that size on that
Well, that's
230
the
and be
thing.
like, well, that's my exit liquidity. I can just risk against that, wait for the decrement of the offer, and just pound it in short.
That's what I'm saying, though.
You could do
There's
that.
Someone there, Obi.
You can definitely do that. No, of course, I see
How
that.
come I
there's someone
can't?
there.
How come I can't put my quote highlights on you? There we go, bang.
There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I guess you can see it here on my screen
You have
where
your quote highlights?
these are
look at this
individual
big here.
shares right there. That's 600,000, 500,000, 400,000, 200,000 shares. So
Look
we're
at
talking
this.
about just over another 23,000 on 99s on the offer, 98s
Go,
on the
Katina,
offer.
man.
Boom, boom, boom. There it is. So yeah, people stepping up in front of that size on the whole on
Of course they
Nvidia over, I would say, what is that? Over about easily over a 1.5 million visible size on Nvidia at 230 as we push right up into it. Let's see if we're going to get that break through or not, guys. We'll have to wait and see. A lot of times, a lot of that size kind of winds up, boom, breaks through in a single sweep. So we'll see how far that continuation potentially comes in here on NVDA as we build up nice and slow, nice and steady into that 230, guys.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we'll have to be patient with
And they're
this one.
holding this, man.
Yeah, it's holding. It's
It's
holding.
crazy. Let's do a bunch of things right now. Because Sean, you don't think it's going? No, it's not gonna hold. You think it's gonna break?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah, well, think about it here. 180 mil, you have to hedge. We're gonna pull it up here once again. If we could do like, here, maybe I'll just have to condense this somehow. We need someone working the sticks because there's that 230, 211,000 contracts, something that we've been talking about. 230, really rocking in and rolling right now. What a fight at 230. This is insane, man. It is. Look at it. Somebody's gonna lose here at some point. Watch out for this 230 marker. I think all of us are going to have a bunch of fun with this momentarily. I want to know everyone's game plan here. Like, what are you doing, Obi? What are you thinking about for this 230 break? The now? Oh, did you just get? No, it's not. We can't go far down enough. No, it did. No, it didn't.
It did. No, it didn't.
Yeah. See, it's not there yet anymore because it was at 98.
Not there.
It was at 98s and 97 through 98s. Uh-oh,
Yeah.
Who's winning now?
I mean, I got long 96s and I risked 10 pennies, to be honest. I was like, all right, if we're going to go.
Are you in?
Go. I was in and I was out.
Oh, okay.
I got in and out.
Okay.
So,
on the short scalp?
No, on a long
scalp?
On a potential.
Okay,
I just risked 10
okay.
pennies. I was like, let's see if it goes now. And
Yeah,
if
this
it
is
doesn't, that's
crazy.
fine as well. Yeah.
This battle is
10
insane.
pennies
Oh,
scalp.
look at that tape. Who
Third.
just hit that?
Loss.
Whoa, that's crazy.
What?
Man,
Wick action?
some crazy size came in on the tape there. That was, wow, a clean flush. Yeah, this is the battle of the ages, man. This is what we've been waiting for Q2 of 2026, ladies and gentlemen. It's just this insanity that we got going on. Pardon me?
Technically, it's Q2 2027 because Nvidia is a year ahead.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. So yeah, here it is, 230. We're still holding up on this. Man, oh man, homie Joe, we going to squeeze it. Frankie, my guy. Frankie, yeah.
Hey, yo, Frankie Bum.
Yeah, it's Frankie, yeah. I'm
in
trying to
from
hold you.
TikTok.
I'm trying to hold you. So let's see what we got going on this one, man. Yeah, I don't know. I think it might be a little bit more lackluster, too large, unfortunately, right now. Large and in charge. Bird up.
Come in, let it
Shout
come
out to
in, let it
everyone
breathe.
there.
It's
Obi,
still-
there it
it's
is. Are you
still
going short
trending up
there?
into it. Nope. Why would I go short? No, not up here. I'll go short if the trend actually breaks, but I mean, if you're shorting off a failure to follow through, what is the actual high? Did we print 01s on NVDA?
No, man, we didn't touch. We printed
230. 99.
Yeah, we didn't.
So it's
touch
not a false
230.
break for me. I think the trade is still very much on. I'm more than willing to get chopped up,
Is
for
it
10
back?
pennies a couple of times to participate in the move when it's actually there. So just being patient, waiting and watching this tape and this L1 like a hawk here, maybe a little bit of the book too. But we are pulling off of that 230, about 30 pennies off of it. But you can see here on the chart, some of the pullbacks, 50 pennies to $1, building up into this 230 level. So we'll see what is going on here. Surprise visit by the director of the CIA to Moscow this week to deliver a warning to Russia not to attack NATO countries.
All right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's not happening just yet. Short
bit of a
pan
chop.
dob. Yeah, but I think a lot of us are just kind of focused on what's going on at the tape here up in this 230 marker here on NVDA because there's going to be a really good opportunity and a good trade here momentarily, I believe. The longer it hangs up out here, the less I do like it, though. I could totally be wrong. This is only time will tell. Sorry, I'm just reading something right now. Yeah, it's just 20. Yeah, I don't know, Obi. It's fine, Joe. Yeah. No, I'm cool, man. I mean, like, think about where we're long NVDL from. I'm still sitting in that. So whatever happens, I don't know if I'm gonna take one more swing at the short. If I hop in short, then maybe that'll add a little bit more fuel to the fire. Probably there, Obi. Just like our little mRNA scenario the other day. Toss a bid to your NVDL. Yeah, imagine. No, I don't know. The longer this takes, I think there's the probability of it breaking. You got a self-stop, or are you just going like straight punch?
You know how I like to do it.
Yeah, all right, man. Enough
feel
said.
it out.
No, I'd like to feel it out.
Feel it out.
I just want to provide some kind of context as well. When we had the Nvidia 1200 break on that was June 5th, 2024. That took forever. That took a good hour.
Yeah.
I was just in an hour building into that on NVDL. So I don't think this is like at all antithetical for Nvidia. I think it can still give us that break. It just might make us work for it because it has in the past.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Adair.
It's right there.
Yeah, there it is. It's coming now. Look at all that size right back up in there. 230. Oh, it's rolling. It's rolling, man. That defense, that supply zone definitely coming in handy. But that was a pretty strong uptick. See, the volume not stepping in just yet. That narrative will change. It's slowly chewing it up, but yeah, it's getting smaller there, Obi. You see that? Yeah, what a game, man. This is a whole bunch of fun watching this size. Yeah, steps right back down here, though. We were chewing up those 98s for a bit. Now starting to come back in. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Yeah, so is there as much
you
size
didn't take
there
it
now?
yet. No, it's not. Yeah, as soon as it breaks, Katina Man's in. Same thing
So he's
with
got
Obi.
with an edge A or like a script order. So
Yeah,
if you print
prepared.
like above, then yeah, it gets.
No, I
gets
think
you
that
in.
might be it.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. I like to
Could
try a
be
couple
wrong.
of times. Sometimes I like to do a mix of both, right?
Yeah.
Build into it and have scripts out for the push above if it actually goes as well. But as of right now, I understand that this could take a lot longer, so I'm just gonna kind of feel it out, build into it. If it goes right now, it goes right now. That's fine. If it stops me out, I'm more than willing to take a couple of cuts.
Oh, you're at 98s?
Before it actually comes in. Yeah, it swiped up that one time, and I was just like, oh, let me get some. Yeah, it didn't really go that time. So that's fine. Tried a couple times. We'll see. Stopped out once again underneath. So you can see here why the idea of that, churning that short underneath the size, looking for that size to become your exit liquidity. But you got to be fast, right? You got to be real fast for that kind of a push.
What do you think about holding it till 70 though? 229.70 Obi.
I mean, if I'm entering from a little bit lower, I like that a little bit better. But like,
Yeah.
I'm just giving an arbitrary 10, 15 pennies because I'm like, if we're going, we shouldn't be looking back.
Yeah, exactly.
Then yeah, so we'll wait and see. It's still chopping. It's still chopping around in this range, right underneath 230. Guys.
Yeah, lost. That's what we've been talking about, man. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people just keeping their eye gamma accumulating. It's there. 212,000 contracts. I have 211. You could probably round up there at that marker. That's why it's such an intriguing level for us to, or interesting level for us to kind of keep an eye out on here. But a little bit slower than anticipated. But when it breaks, it's just gonna pop, pop. Who knows? It's gonna be a lot of fun if and when it does. Yeah. What else are you guys looking at? Obi in it back again here at 88. It's much better price there. Yeah, we'll just wait to see what's gonna happen with this name. What else? I can head over to something else just so we're not hyper. Uh-oh, we're right back up there. Never mind that. Scratch that as we climb a little bit higher. Nice, almost, you get 6 cents right there, just like that, Obi. Now, can we break? You can see the size really start to display itself once again. I wish I could go a little bit further down our time and sales, but I just don't have the option to. Look at the, yeah, this is as big as it gets, though. You can't scroll down, no?
No, you can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Here's 98.
I can show you how.
Okay, cool. 98's here once again. The defense stepping in, keeping it. Boom! Look at that. Oh, there it goes.
There's the break.
There it goes. There it goes.
Bang!
That's
There
what
it
I'm
is.
talking
Straight
about,
through.
man.
20 pennies.
Yes,
Doesn't
sir.
work right
Oh,
away.
what
No,
a
it doesn't.
flush. Man,
Bit
oh
of a
man,
chop,
that's
good
what I'm
chop. There
talking
it
about,
is.
brother. Look at the volume step in on that, man. This is what we've been talking about for quite some time. That was crazy. Yeah, that was wicked, man. Oh, man. Bang, done. That's it, David. Done. That's it. You're out.
Come on,
beautiful. That's it. As soon as it snaps, someone's in trouble. We're going to keep an eye out on this level here. That was absolutely insane. Man, oh man, nice, Katina, man. I don't know if you just scalped in and out of that one or Obi. Obi, you're still holding on. Did you take any size off? I'll ramble on because I know you want to focus on this. You don't have to answer any of the questions. But what we want to see is a follow through within the tape. Yeah, no worries. There we go. There's my guys. This is what I'm talking about. The 230 break. Yes, sir.
There we go, Sean.
Man, there we go. Oh, man, he's sweating. My boy put some size on. That's why we have no hair. You have to understand this.
Oh,
exactly
boy.
why.
Exactly. That's why. I mean, if you're not losing hair, are you really trading?
Hair? What are you even doing?
What are you doing?
What a break of the 230 marker.
Boom. 230,
Man,
50. Let's slap it up. 200,000 shares on
man.
250.
Oh, I was too busy commenting. I wish I
50.
should have participated.
Oh, come on,
one,
man.
Yeah,
Come
let's
on.
go,
You gotta
my guy. That's what I'm
participate. We're
talking
having
about.
fun.
Yeah, that's huge. Rock and roll, man. 40 cents just like that. Bright and early. Go back to the morning segment. Go back to yesterday when we're talking about the options chain and the amount of size at this level. You need to have that in-depth look when it comes to this stuff. What's Sean's position? 230. 230 break. As soon as it cracked that, 230.05. As soon as it cracked that period, I got high. Trading is making me lose some for sure.
Same.
You're putting on that size, starting to come back in here, but look at the volume step in, all right? So there it is. If you didn't lose a couple strands of hair on that trade, then you weren't big enough.
I didn't
it's that
build
simple.
from 229.
My hair went gray, says Micron. Exactly. Giddy traders is exactly what.
Size? What size? Let me take care of that.
Yeah. What size? I got long hair, down to about my shoulder. So, hey, you're next on the docket for the cut as well, too. There, Mike Peter Ryder. Man, good stuff there. It's crazy we waited how many hours for this to happen, and it's about 120 seconds of action. And then I'm not going to say it's the complete end of things, but it's probably going to come to some form of a slowdown momentarily. Let's send it off to Adara.
Yeah, so President Trump's talking right now, and he just said he's changing the name effective immediately of Lake Ontario to Lake America. So just beware, he's talking. Just because the Nvidia excitement's happening doesn't mean that we don't have to keep an eye on President Trump. He's here to remind us what he's saying is still on watch as well. Back to you.
Man, I mean, everything can't just be like the Gulf of America. Like, you got to be a little bit more creative with it, I think.
There's a stop. Stop me out. Stop me out on the rest.
Thank you, Joey. Did pretty nice.
Hit my stop.
Good
Let's
stop
go.
There. Let's see what happens. Lake
Come on.
America. Bro, you live in
Hit
Vancouver.
my stop. Why are you not hitting my stop? Let's go. If it doesn't hit my stop, best believe I'm taking more back through that 230.
Oh, watch the tape here.
Why is it not hitting the stop? This should have hit my stop already. I'm out of more than 90% of this move right now. Come on, print the 70s. Let's go. There it is. There's my stop. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yeah,
Come again on that one. 230. You guys have to try it a couple times.
You guys can
now
have
it's coming in.
Yeah, at this point, they can have Lake Ontario.
Yeah.
We only care about these 230 breaks here on NVDA. So who's laughing now? No, I'm only playing around.
What do we say it's called? Lake America or something?
It's Lake America. It's Lake America. You guys can have it, man. We're over here just trading. No, there goes a nice breakdown from that 229 marker. Selling pretty aggressive. So,
boom.
Yeah, good stuff.
See, that's a good short.
That is
on the
really
back
good short,
through 230, that's a good short. You barely hold anything against you on the 230 short, right? I understand risking against Buddy that's sitting there at 230s, but look at the bigger picture. Like, we're building into it. Understandably, if you're fast and you're, algorithmic, you might be taking those pieces off real quick, just really turning against that 230 size. Right, boom, there's some aggressive selling coming in right there, all the way into 229, almost $1 on the back through. So that is something that I really like. Talk about a bit of a blow off. Did I flip? No, not yet, but I definitely use those reasons to sell, and you can see reasons to sell start coming in, 230 50s, 230 25s, below 230, 230 80s on the stop out, because I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely going to be wrong if we trade back below there, and then, yeah, back down to 229.5. So where's the next trade? That worked out nicely. And didn't really have to pay too much before it actually worked. I only had to pay 10 pennies twice before it gave me, from 80s. Sure, I didn't get 10. I lost on that last little bit. But right here from 229.80s, I got 230 10s, 230 20s, 230 40s as well. Nice. And all over the place. So yeah, losing 10 pennies a couple of times to get 30, 40, 50 pennies worth, not too bad. Didn't really go to 231 like I wanted it to. Not the best. It only goes 50 pennies barely, so not the best dollar break.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Because this won't get updated immediately, but tomorrow's update at these levels, I want to see what they're looking like, because there's definitely some action. You don't want me to make cars for you, my guy? I'm not making any cars. Yeah, John Rodriguez.
You're talking about the Ford plant in Ontario.
Oh, is he? Oh, yeah, John. This is John Rodriguez. This is actually what we've been talking about all day since the morning here, is this 230 level and just the amount of exposure at this zone. You get that punch through, a little panic, but now you can see that the hedge funds are pushing price down pretty aggressively. So a pretty good look there and a bunch of fun. trading that with everyone. But the short definitely panning out right now, Obi, as the volume stepped in. You can see that across multiple platforms. A little bit too early on the short. You wait for that break, and there you go. You have some data collected as well. Next time we see this, and you have that punch through with no follow, with no
Both are valid
continuation,
trades.
it's just boom.
Both are very valid trades.
I think so. I agree, man. I agree 100%. And congratulations to both you and to you and Sean on that trade.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Yeah, quick little scalp. Nothing too crazy. We were prepared for it. We know how the trade shows up if it does, and we only got an initial part of the trade, only 50 pennies. Like, if this is good, when this is good, and Sean will let you know when this is good. Like, it'll just keep, like, you will not look back at 230. We're just gonna keep going. 231s, 232s, maybe even 235s when it's really good. That's why you got to set up for this. That's why it's worth trying a couple of times. But if it only gives you 50 pennies, you just go with the flow. Read the flow, boom, slap it right back in, back through 230, not there anymore. If it gets back above, fine, maybe the trade's on again. But a bit of a breather here, $1 lower off of that 230. Currently, failure to follow through. We'll have to wait and see if this prior 229 gets broken. That's where that prior kind of a pullback was supported, and we got that push into 230. So we'll see if that buying steps in again. We're holding 229s as of right now. 250s on CRM once again. So that's picking up quite nicely. A little bit of size, nothing too crazy, about 20-ish something thousand shares on that 250 on CRM. But it's unlike anything like that of Nvidia on that 230 here. So we'll have to wait and see. There goes the size on that 250. Boom, right through on that CRM.
I want to hear what Adara was
yeah, about. I think Adara's got some sort of a news, but hasn't we haven't received the call just yet. But Lele Love in the chat, thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, so now that I have a new knot, $25,000.
You know what a knot
$2,500
is,
right? of Nvidia.
Off of
Nvidia. Where to put it for the close? Love you, Joey. What's a knot?
Like a stack of cash.
Okay.
Knot, I guess.
Oh, like
it's
a knot.
American
Okay.
thing. Yeah, like a knot. But Lele's in with the lingo. Oh, I think you're asking the wrong individual. MSCI tomorrow. I think that could be a good opportunity. Neil.
I thought you had something to do with trading.
Bang.
All right. What you guys
Whoa, here now. All right, he got it, man. At least he got it there. Bang, bang, bang.
Right. No, it's rare you hear Neil slam the table. I'm like,
man,
whoa, something must have definitely happened, and it's a flop.
Yeah, exactly.
So something definitely did happen.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, why have to put it something necessarily today? Why don't you wait for a high quality opportunity? And then if you see that, then you can put it towards that. It doesn't mean specifically enjoy your $2,500 today. And you know what I always say, Obi, don't spend it all in one place.
Yeah, don't spend it all in one place.
CRM.
Except if it's, your favorite kind of dessert, then yeah, it's okay. It's not bad.
$2,500 on your favorite dessert?
Why not?
Okay.
Lifetime
you guys
supply.
know Trump's done now. He just announced the Lake of America change, took a couple questions, said Iran's in big trouble, said he's spying on China, and then that was it.
Lake of America.
I don't know, Adara, you might have more, I do believe you're going to have more knowledge on this than what I am. How come he gets to choose the name of it? I don't know.
So I do have a lot of knowledge, but here's the thing, Joe. The answer, and I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
No, I'm not. Like, how come he gets to choose the name?
I don't believe he does.
Okay,
I think that's a fair question.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. So when they changed the name of the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America,
yeah.
Believe it or not, that actually was allowed to fly by judges because Associated Press was continuing to refer to the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of Mexico. Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, banned them from the White House press corps. And then they went and they said, hey, why are you doing this? They go to a judge. The judge says, you guys have to call it the Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America. So the point I'm trying to make is somehow there was enough ground for that to happen. Now,
a little bit of
this Lake of Ontario, Lake of America, I don't know. I mean, we all memorize the names of the 5 Great Lakes. I guess you're going to have to add an A into whatever acronym you use. But yeah, to answer your question, Joe, he can and he can't.
Oh, okay. I mean,
so basically, if you don't play by my rules and if you don't say the things that I want to be said, you're not allowed to my party.
Pretty much. That's exactly what he
Sounds like a great form of government, but let's try to
bullying.
find a great form of a trade here.
Why are you bullying his
Back
best
through
friend?
229s
Best friends.
on that Nvidia 250 breaking out here on CRM as well. So, okay, interesting here. So 230 breakdown coming in quite nicely, CRM 250. We'll see if we can get through that high a day. Distinct difference here on both of these leaders of stories today. CRM coming in with their earnings report, as well as Nvidia, both catching a decent bid on the day. But Nvidia hasn't really pulled back with any sort of a decent range pullback, whatever you want to call it. Just not just straight line up, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, straight line up, bit of a chop, but consolidative straight line up. We did kind of mention earlier we were kind of sideways choppy, but you can see NASDAQ a lot more sideways than the ES as of right now. So just a quick little observation there. Walmart still holding in and around that 103. So I guess today's not the day. CRM, high day, 250.70s. Here we go. Let's see if we can crack through 250.70s on the offer, guys. So let's see, breakout. Is there going to be any sort of aggression on the breakout? I'm not going to take this breakout. It's 130. I'm not taking this kind of a breakout at 130. Look at the distance that we've traveled. We traveled from 251 to 244s, and then 244s back to 251s within somewhat of a symmetrical time frame. So we've covered quite a bit of ground in a short frame. Maybe some people like that better for the 250 break because you tried to flush and you aggressively came right back. A bit of a shake and bake or however you want to call it. Nah, I don't really like it at this time of day. I'm going to wait and see how far that 250 can really crack. We're already up aggressively on the day, over about 21%. I have 21.8% at current prices. We're pretty much at high a day. So we'll see if CRM gives us that bit of continuation. So that's kind of what I'm watching here. And if that 230 comes back in on Nvidia, I'm more than willing to get involved. But so far, the shorts are definitely winning on the back through trade. So that was a good look as well.
Uh-oh. We got the sorry boys back in the house. My guy Jesse in here now. That's a serious foreign policy. I mean, you guys can have it, man. I don't think we don't really swim it. Have you ever swim?
I would not. Listen, I love to go fishing. I would not eat fish from Lake Ontario.
No, you don't. What's up, 420? Bud Monster. Yeah, no, honestly, I'm more of like a Lake Simcoe guy. I go north.
Yeah, we go to Lake Simcoe all the time.
In Lake Huron.
Boating is great there.
Yeah.
A lot of fun, both for just boating around and for fishing.
Yeah.
Especially for fishing. I know Randy will have a lot to say about fishing up in Simcoe for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Simcoe, was it Erie?
Lake Erie,
Lake Erie, I've been going to a little bit this season. So that one,
nice.
I wouldn't, probably just as dirty as Lake Ontario, but especially by the city shorelines.
I wonder if it's. Do you think Google will change it that quick? Let's pull this bad boy up. We're going Google Maps here, Obi, and seeing what we got going on here. Lake America. See what we got. Where we're at. Where we're located. I'm still Lake Ontario. Ha ha. I'm only messing around. Yeah.
251.
It's still Lake Ontario. Where is it? Come on, man. Is this where you were at? You were in Lake Erie. Yeah, no. It's right. No wonder it's covered.
I just realized they already have a lake, Lake Michigan.
Yeah, they already have it.
We have a U.S. lake. So why can't we eat, Lake Ontario, Lake Michigan? We each have one.
We each have one.
I don't know.
Clearly, it doesn't work that way.
It's okay. You see how that line cuts it in half?
Apparently,
y'all can call your half Lake of America. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Boom. From this side here, we get more creative. Like maybe Buffalo Lake or Rochester Lake.
Yeah, come on. What is Lake America?
We got to get a little bit more creative over there. Nice
Lake Michigan is beautiful.
Yeah, Lake
Michigan.
That's a
good name.
Boom, that's a big lake over there. I was right here last weekend. I'll show you guys exactly where I was.
Lake Detroit.
Lake Detroit or something. You got to get creative with it or something.
Detroit Lake.
Detroit Lake sounds pretty good.
Detroit City.
Lake St. Clair. Where was I? Your boy was right here over the weekend, man. Oh, yeah, nice little Grand Bend area and stuff. So
Okay,
good stuff over
yes.
there. I know a lot of people like Grand Bend.
Yeah.
You got a bang for that one. But no, man, look at it. You guys can have this. You guys can have
Look at that piece of water right there.
Yeah,
Look at
this
that.
one?
Compare that piece of water. Now
Yeah.
just scroll
Zoom.
up.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there.
You guys
Boom.
can have that, man.
Boom.
You guys know that.
What is that
ain't
called again?
big. Which one?
Sorry, what that
Hudson's
one's
Bay?
called? Boom.
Hudson's Bay? Yeah,
Boom.
come on, man. And look at all this fresh. Mike Peter Ryder would like that, all this fresh water up there.
I wonder why it's called the Hudson's Bay.
Exactly.
Might have something to do with the
company and stuff.
Hudson's Trading Company.
Yeah,
back in the day.
we're just messing around with you guys, man, having a little bit of fun with it here. But yeah, Mike Peter Ryder's all about that. Doesn't deserve the name. Oh, that's crazy.
Hey, Adrian's Art saying stocks. Let's stop the politics. Let's get back to trading. I agree with you. Where are the trades at?
Look at
we're
CRM.
giving you CRM 250
Look at
breakout.
CRM
That's a
right
trade.
there,
I mean, I don't have
250.
it, right? But that was good. It's working out really well. So
Yeah.
shout out to anybody who had that.
Yeah, you can hold the lake, man.
Still
You
waiting.
gotta
Man.
know.
Yeah,
250, that bounce there.
Hold that.
Man, started. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, what are you guys looking at? I mean, that was pretty quick. It was 120 seconds of price action that we were waiting for a little bit there. We'll be on that 230 break. And look at Salesforce go once again.
Yeah.
Man, what a bounce off of 244 up to 251. So, yeah, it's been a fun one here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this right now. I don't have the roll call button, but what we can do is the red or green. How's everyone looking here today? Are we red on the day? Are we green on the day? I'll fire things off, put it in there, bang. Bro, yeah, okay, well, you can take that down.
What is that? Adam James.
Yeah, obviously. We could say, yeah, there we go. There we go. Green, who do we got in the chat? Oh, RAF says Hangry Wipe. Green says Brady. Who else we got in there? KMX Savage going, ha, ha, ha. Very Green says Bart. We have Audrian saying green. MF Dangerous, red. That's all right. Some days, some people are red. Some days they're green. Got green over here from Peter Hop. Nicholas also green in the chat. Red says Vin. Yeah, that's because you make fun of my hair earlier. 420 Bud Monster. Lele. Yeah, you're laughable green today. Looking to spend that cash. Jesse laughing up with some green storms as well. We have four on flow. He's putting out that money with the tongue. A little red here from Seal. No issues about that. Green baby says thick, big thick candlesticks. Mr. Duck, it's green with the hearts. Trust fund, baby. That'd be nice, isn't it? Green tennis balls, I believe he's got in there. Red says Mike Peter Ryder. That's all right, brother. Guess what? There's one more day, and it's a pretty big one tomorrow. Obi, I know you like touching on that stuff.
Yes, of course. Yeah, no. FOMC tomorrow,
Yeah.
as well as MSCI.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a quarterly rebalance event happening tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting. That's always fun, especially if you are at a prop firm as well. So yeah, good luck to anybody who's putting on some real risk tomorrow. Good luck to you. Godspeed. And yeah, we'll be looking forward to some great opportunities tomorrow if they present themselves. If they present themselves, there is no problem going max BP on certain types of trades.
That's your game plan tomorrow, right? Just hit the notional and see what we got
no,
going
I haven't. That kind of a trade hasn't really shown up in a while.
I think SpaceX might be pretty big tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta look at some of the sheets there.
Yeah.
For tomorrow. I still haven't done all of my homework just yet, but it'll get done by.
Neil's got his eyes on that as well too.
Yes, sir.
What's Meta up to? Yeah, I know I was talking to Jesse not too long ago. In regards to Meta, and see how it's been performing. Yeah, down about 0.8%. I mean, still within this range. So I think it's something along those lines. Just like if there's writers involved with this who've just been making bank on this extremely wide spread.
Yeah,
it'd be tough. You just go so far out because think about how long it's been consolidating. November of 25. You have a couple of whipsaw moves, but you've just been stuck within this range for quite some time here, Obi, when it comes to META. Haven't put in a new all-time high since August of 2025. So a year ago, this name hasn't put in an all-time high. I still like this name. I'm going to continue to like it for the foreseeable future. The fact that they're just going to be paying some cash fines, I think, is a slap on the wrist and is a tailwind for these guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, sorry, I was just going to weigh in quickly, too. Like I said, I read through the entire little press release, and what's interesting is the emphasis in the press release is very much, and again, this is probably part of the agreement, on trying to get TikTok and YouTube to come settle as well. That's clearly
Oh,
what
really?
the states really want. And Rob Bonta, state AG of California, said as much today on CNBC. So it's interesting. I feel like they view Meta as just one step of a wider goal.
Yeah.
Which I thought should be kind of an interesting approach.
It would make sense. Like if you're gonna go after one, you probably go after some of the other larger social media giants as well. Like TikTok, if anything. People saying that algorithm is pretty crazy. Here comes this one 228.90 break. OBS, we cracked through some support levels and the selling pressure is really starting to pick up here. Salesforce is just on a different planet at this point. I mean, it's crazy, and I understand it's like, man, we were really kicking this stock when it was down, but actually as I read through the port and I listened to Mark, I'm like, the numbers aren't actually all that bad, really. And then sure enough, I think, and this was a couple of quarters ago as it was just continuing to slide. It was somewhere around here. And even on an additional report, I'm like, you know what? It's actually not that bad. Now you're up 71% off of the lows. And sure enough, there it is. Because I was using it as a comparison to another company. I'm like, if this company is doing this, and yet we're selling off over here, it doesn't really make sense. And obviously it doesn't have to be rational because the market can be irrational at times. But anyways, let's send it over to Dara, see what she's got going on.
Keep an eye on Meta, guys. We actually have a catalyst on this as well. This came out a couple of minutes ago from Business Insider. Business Insider reporting that Meta is building a new AI agent called Hatch. Now, apparently they released an internal memo in which they said that with Hatch, you can, quote, do anything you can do online. So it will basically act for you online. It connects directly to apps like OpenTable, Spotify, and Instagram. Spotify is not moving on this. I already checked. Apparently, it's designed to be like a hyper efficient and hyper effective AI assistant.
Nice short there, Obi. I was in it initially. I took a scalp, but just on this latter half here, when you open up at the lower end, good opportunity to get involved. Give you 50, 60 cents just like that. Now, I don't know where the selling is going to stop at this point. We're not too far. We weren't at, not too long ago, not too far off of the all-time high of $335, 2.3%. So, I mean, that could definitely happen relatively soon. But again, we have to wait for these short contracts to kind of expire. Let's send it over to Adara.
Wall Street Journal reporting that the White House has spurned a return to the June deal with Iran. So I guess they're saying that there's no chance we're going to go back to that deal that was made in June. It's unclear if there's any new information here or if this is just a rehashing of earlier things that we heard from outgoing White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who, if you recall, today said that the U.S. and Iran are not in talks and the U.S. is open to whatever when it comes to Iran. Again, Wall Street Journal just reporting that the White House is spurting a return to the June deal with Iran. I would love details on this story to get a sense of what they actually mean by this. If I get them, I will keep you all posted. Back to you.
So right before that came in, yeah, volume and order flow started to get a little shaken up here. So yeah, some volatility coming into the market on that news. A bit of a pullback here on that initial flush there. CRM also pulling back through 251. Nvidia holding below this 229 as of right now. Not a serious kind of a reaction just yet. Let's take a quick look at USO. I think that's where the party really is at, guys. Right USO, now, yeah. Boom. There it is, aggressive strength, 128.80s all the way up to 129.65, a dollar move on that news report right there. So oil catching a bit of a bid. Let's see if that selling steps into the market as well, like we've been seeing over the past year or so. Bit of a, opposite directionality there when it comes to the market. And oil, a little bit earlier today, I mentioned, I was like, hey, they're both going up. Nvidia's up, SPY's up, and USO is up on the day. I was like, something's happening here. Interestingly enough, bit of a news later on in the day, more aggressive bid on that USO here. So let's see if we can crack through this 228 halves on Nvidia for a pull into, I guess, a little bit lower. We've been grinding up since the morning session. The breakout of 226 happening here at around, when was that? 226 is, I guess, around 11-ish initially. We chop it up, pull back into VWAP, and then trend all the way back up to these highs. So pretty solid earnings day one when it comes to Nvidia here. So where did it go? All right, so I got confused. I'm like, where did my chart go? I don't see my stuffs. So there it is, 228. We'll see if it happens. I liked the 229 breakdown, but you know, it didn't really. I got in a bit late. You guys can see my entry is 88. That's 12 pennies, way too late on this, and you can see coming right back in. So probably going to be a little bit light on this one as it pulls right back into my average. Maybe looking for a better place to potentially get in. Oil stepping it right back into 129. So nothing too crazy just yet there on USO. Other than that $1 pop, market's not really doing too much.
There's a potential good polarity here, Obi. I mean, like support, this acts as resistance, right? So you have that flip in use. So if that holds this 229 level, I wouldn't be surprised if you see some more downside here. Please chart Iran. I have a 37 call going into earnings up 18%. Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at IREN up 18. You're up 18%. Congratulations. I mean, that's good, right? Like 37 call, never said when it was expiring. Just understand the fact that you are always at risk, especially going into the earnings report, of it going the opposite direction, right? Like a lot of us were just uncertain. A lot of us were uncertain what was going to happen with Nvidia on the report, and then sure enough, you expect the unexpected at times, and I think that's been the narrative. Always be prepared. So we're reporting after the bell today at approximately, oh wow, why? Okay, it's 5:15. So yeah, just be cautious. There's tricks of the trades of how you can lock in profit and everything along those. Look, Obi, what was once support acting as resistance, nice over-under play right there. A reversal in structure, so change in structure. Pretty good look, and I do believe we're going to head in, put in a new low at 228.50 as the selling pressure really starts to pick up here in NVDA. Let's see if it can continue its slide. The lower it gets, the better price I get. I bought some more today at 224. I bought some at 205 yesterday. And if we get into the teens, I'll look to allocate a little bit more because $100 billion quarters incoming.
Yes, sir. So yeah, a bit of a pullback there. I did like that hold of that 229 area. So I did get a little bit re-involved on the trade here. Let's see if we can trend a little bit lower. 228 halves is the next stair step down, and I just kept it simple. I was like, all right, if we're going to trend a little bit lower, I'm just going to sell a little bit every 10 pennies and see if I can just get with the trend there and get involved back into. Back into it as it continues to work, or until it continues to work. So we're going to be watching this one as of right now. Alphabet pulling back. Amazon continues to make fresh lows. So the market went all the way back down to VWAP, went all the way back up to its highs, now pulling back towards in the direction of VWAP. But while all of that was happening, Google just pretty much flat sideways, and Amazon slowly but surely bleeding to the downside, not catching any sort of a relief. So interesting look. We know that some retail names were hit pretty bad this over the past couple of days as well. So I want to know what's going on there potentially. So I'll have to wait and see. 228.60s really kind of holding a bit of support here on top of the half. Nothing significant. I'm just talking about random flurries that I'm seeing on the tape. Half that stuff is random and insignificant to say the least. So let's just see if we just see more waves of red. Keep it simple. Keep it as simple as possible. I want to see more waves of red. Dark red specifically, that signifies participants hitting the bid and below the bid as well. So I want to see some dark red as well. So where you guys might be asking, am I seeing the dark red? Well, right here on this here tape. So bright greens, people hitting up into the offer. Yellows are mid prints. Greens are in the offer. Reds are into the bid. And lights are above, darks are below. So that's what I have kind of in terms of the tape setup. So if it's a dark red, I can see some aggression. If it's a light green, I can see some aggression as well. So good indicators for tape, in my opinion. But yeah, still kind of holding up this level, so no
It's
continuation.
gonna
But
be-
there is continuation on USO, dude. USO 130.
Still going?
It's still going
Oh.
to the upside. That's why I'm kind of holding on to this Nvidia position.
Yeah,
Because I'm
yeah.
like, if USO really gets going, then we might see a little bit of a continuation to the downside here in the market.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Obi.
And I like that.
Yeah, I mean, like we were just too early on our
is
short
fresh.
attempts, right? Like this is a small W. We try this one here, stopped out, stopped out. Once we get that pop and that fade with no continuation is when it's been a really good opportunity to engage on that one. Boom, to the downside, but we'll take that scalp, eliminating some of that loss. We've actually only traded one name today, and that was, and the majority of our size was executed via NVDL. I'll zoom out. We'll get this rolling here. Just a quick trade review on what we had. As soon as I seen last night after the bell that we were continuing on the path that we were going to focus on this underlying asset getting to $230. We are fortunate enough to sit in that camp, be a part of it for that move into there. But boom, off to the races we go. We peace out, stop out, break even. Not too bad. We'll take it. Another attempt here. Unfortunately, we didn't get the meat of the move here. We scalp out, but it's like, all right, no problem. We're still banking. Get involved once again. Comes back in. As soon as we get into money, we hold that. We take some.
Oh, there's more
add
news.
some more
There's definitely more news.
of the news. Yeah. All right. As soon as we're ready, we'll send it off. Did you see some volatility step in on USO
well,
or
no on Nvidia?
on
Well,
NVDA?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just speculating. Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, US like you
punch
said,
into-
USO up.
Yeah.
NVDA down, right? Like it's that size coming in. Those short shares are starting to come in. So
Yeah. Definitely.
on NVDA. Just had to wait for 230 on
Back
that
into
size.
250 here on CRM.
Yeah, man. It's at the high. It went to the high of the day.
Yeah, it broke out. We got to 252s and change. So if you took that, high a day breakout trade, like that was nice. It gave you a quick little scalp for a couple bucks. But pulling right back into that 250, the question becomes now, guys, can we sustain above 250? We had that multi, is it an hour? I don't know, roughly, it was a very long time, right? So multi-minute consolidation here on the CRM, just underneath that 250, and then we kind of wind up, and then break out of it. Don't go that far, only about a couple dollars off. So watching that, let's see if that becomes into anything significant. Does that resistance become into support is what I mean. On CRM, on top of that 250, as USO continues its trend to the upside right there, now printing above 130. So yeah, a little bit of a bid stepping in here on the USO. Not really too much selling stepping into the market though. CrowdStrike at some fresh highs, continuing to trend up. Palantir, I thought that might have been a good reversion, but still holding up, still trending to the upside. Nike is just doing it to the downside. Bit of a continuation right there. DKS still holding that 130 level from this morning, so nothing too crazy. There's that push down on Nvidia. I was like, that tape is telling something's coming in. Buddy doesn't step in until, what, a couple minutes later? Forget about seeing Burry on the options chains, bro. I see the spoofy man here on the Nvidia book and tape a couple minutes before he decides to start. The spoofy man? The spoofy man.
That's
Come on.
crazy.
No, it's interesting. So all jokes aside, I was just reading up on how some large participants like to initiate their positions and their algorithms. So basically, it's kind of like a punch and TWAP type of style. So what they do, they try to get in aggressively with a decent chunk of their size initially, and then they put the rest on for TWAP. So think about it, how would that look if you're watching the tape?
TWAP?
Time-weighted average price.
Oh, okay. All right.
Boy.
All right. TWAP. All right.
Yeah. So TWAP is basically you can turn it on, and based off of a time, you can make transactions based off of increment in time. So that's kind of a TWAP, kind of similar to VWAP, but it's just time weighted.
Yeah, it's TWAP. Yeah.
Time weighted. It's not price weighted. So regardless of price. All right, so boom, nothing. I can just read a book or hack your computer and see what you've worked on saying KMX Savage. Yeah, sure, man, go for it. Do it. You can read up on all the minuscule edge that I may or may not have in some of the mean reversion stuffs that.
Yeah,
that
that was
I'm
really
looking
nice.
At,
Really nice play.
Take it. It's all good. 250 breaking down, coming in right now on that CRM. So I guess that resistance not really holding as support right now. So back through 250 could be a similar trade as the back through 230 here on Nvidia. So watching both of these names, not really seeing too much. Yeah, exactly, for sure, bro. Seeing dead, yeah, I see. You know, saying like, oh, I see dead people when the market's not really doing too much. That's something that I say as well. I see dead stocks. Nothing's really happening.
Oh, really?
But something that is happening is the sellers are very much on board here on the NVDA. Back into VWAP. Where is VWAP, you may ask? I'm asking that same question. Where is that VWAP? Oh boy, that's far
to get 225.
225.80.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
226 is so $2. Not that much when you look at percentage ATR, especially if you're looking at on earnings day.
Yeah.
That ATR might be a little bit. You might do multiples of
Ben
normal
Affleck,
ATR.
that's crazy.
So yeah, he's saying
Jesse, man, stop it.
What is Jesse saying?
Yeah, he just killed me, man. Oh man, yeah, oh boy, oh boy, it's right. Oh man, it was a rough start for me this morning, and then things turned around. But yeah, Obi, it's that time. It's oh boy.
Is it that? Oh boy, it's 2 o'clock.
It's 2
All
o'clock,
right,
man.
Okay.
Oh boy.
But I'm not done trading my position yet.
You're not done? Oh, okay. All right. So you're take more time. All right, we'll take more time here.
They already switched the board up.
They already switched the board out.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Now Nvidia is really pushing into the bid here. Oh my God.
Obi.
228s.
Obi, I use this analogy. You know when, like during a comedy show, when they want you off the stage, they put the red light up there?
Yeah, they turn the light.
Changed
Here they changed it.
So like, get out of here. Yeah, get these guys out of here. It's been 3 hours. No, I'm only messing around with you guys, just so you know. All right, guys. Fantastic.
Good luck.
Solid week, Obi.
Yes.
Nice 2:30 break. We waited quite some time for that. Some banger trades. I'm all out of my NVDL
Good luck
trade.
with the rest of your week.
One. I hope everyone had a fantastic one here today. All out NVDL. It was an absolute banger. Rocking and rolling. Great time today, everybody. See you, Jesse. See you, everyone in the chat. Make sure your Friday Junior, you make the best of it. Don't spend it all in one place.
Yes.
Stay green. Stay cool.
Don't forget to tune in tomorrow in the evening for Fabian.
Oh, yeah.
Shop
Fabian
charity. Don't forget
tomorrow
that,
as
guys.
well, too. Sharif
That's
back
important.
tomorrow. So we got a lot rocking and rolling. It's going to be a fantastic Friday.
Yes.
So make sure you join us right here, Trader TV Live. Second to none, my guy.
If you're in that Nvidia short, look for strong reasons to buy.
Look for strong reasons to buy. Let's send it over to the boys.
I heard the last part.
I'm
So I
not
just
sure,
heard look
so
for strong reasons to buy. That's what I just heard.
I'm looking for reasons. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, so
Okay.
it's not that
I'm
I
in
don't
the
know
short
what it's
now,
saying.
So I got to try to.
I could barely hear what these guys were saying because of the drilling.
What was that, Neil?
What?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The market's finally dropping. Now, see, the problem is, if it seems like I'm yelling, it's because I feel like I have to yell, but I don't have to yell. I really don't. That move in USO, like this is crazy. So USO spikes.
Yeah, we'll go on with
now
that.
The market starts to come back in. I don't know what's up with it. Like I was shorting this off VWAP and like regular stuff. It stopped out, got back in when it rejected 91, and I think we're just getting some. It's not hurting that we're seeing what's happening in USO, but we'll take it. Let's go up to Adara, I believe. So I think the president's still speaking.
I have another oil headline here. This might be less USO and more some of these names like your Occidentals, your XOMs, Exxon, your CVX. As we get a report that President Trump is expected to convene a meeting next week with U.S. refiners and U.S. fuel retailers to highlight the administration's efforts to bring down gas prices. So keep an eye on these oil names as, again, President Trump reportedly convening a meeting on efforts to bring down gas prices. We'll send it back to Sean and Neil.
You know what else we're seeing right now, everybody? We're seeing some updates out of Orogenics, ticker OGEN, on the NYSE American. The company's developing, it's activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, and its first site is fully operational, and we've got patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002. That's an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening the balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Shout out to Origenics. And the market just got to VWAP.
We like it.
Where's VWAP again?
We learned about TWAP over there.
Yeah, that was a
They
new
showed
one.
Time-weighted
Yes.
average price there. Not something that you can generally. I mean, there's going to be some charting softwares that obviously will have that, but VWAP much more commonplace. So we just took a bid there at 228.60. Basically, oh no, we didn't get filled there, did we? No, 227.64. Actually, just bounced straight off. I thought we got filled, but we didn't. All right, that's at 70s right now, so let's just change our bid just a little bit. I mean, I don't think we need to be that specific, but we're going to be it anyways. We'll put a bid there at 74s, right at the 200 period moving average. This could be, Obi was just sort of saying there when we left, find a reason maybe to buy it. So at the 200 period, we have covered there, some 228s, which was only 40 cents. But if we can get this 70 fill, which we're pretty close to right now, that could be the trend to break. I mean, the trend already broke right here. We went long at 230. That was a lot of fun when it happened, but then it fell back down in. Then we started to go short, so averaged it in, got a little bit out. But we'll see what winds up happening. Oh, just bounced right there off 227. So 227.70. Hopefully this continues its downside move there. We want to thank everybody. If you are hearing some drilling downstairs, just because Randy struck oil yesterday, and now
That's why you didn't see Randy this morning.
Yeah, now he's got the whole crew down there. Yeah. He hired a couple guys. They're down there drilling. So pretty soon, Trader TV Live fully funded due to the price of oil. So
we're gonna have our own sovereign wealth fund here.
This is exactly what it is.
That's what you do.
And it's going to be investable too. You guys can invest in the Trader TV Live Sovereign Wealth Fund. That's someone else that has a sovereign wealth fund that has given it up a little bit. They're Lucid. We got a ridiculous. Where's Adara at? She's still there. Does anything ever come of this story here? Because the Lucid story, did Donald Trump buy Lucid or not?
Okay, so here's the thing. I think that if it was a no, he would have said something, or Rapid Response would have said something on X. Rapid Response is the account that basically will immediately respond to any kind of reports about Trump. In early 2025, they were directly on X denying some reports surrounding whether or not tariffs were still happening, right? So I would expect either them or President Trump via Truth Social to respond if it wasn't true, especially because it reported by CNN, an outlet that President Trump and his team notoriously is not a fan of. So I think if it was quote unquote fake news, we would have known already. That's my opinion.
Right.
But either way, they said it was a filing, so they saw the filing. That was their whole report. If we get more details, I'll let you know.
I'm good with that. I think that's about right. If they would have thought that this was an incorrect story, it's clearly out there.
Right.
Why are they not pushing the narrative that it's not accurate? But I just want to show you guys this was the trade. So I flat out missed the story came out and it just ran, almost immediately from 505 up to 545, 550, right? So that was a 10% move. When it came back, that's when I got long, right? It was when it came back. So it came back. We defended VWAP right there, and then we just, as it blew up, man, we were sitting right here. We got a lot of these outs just boom, that candle halfway through, upside at 40, 50s, right? 50s, 55s. Then when it came back down in, that's when we sort of started to empty the clip a little bit on it. We got a last little piece out right there when we bumped up against 530 again. But right now you are drifting lower. I have my stop now breaking 510. Actually, I had it breaking 505. I think we'll just keep it there. 505. We're playing with house money. We don't have nearly, I could check. So 500, probably maybe we have maybe 15% left of this position or so. And it's, once the story was over, it was over. I'm actually surprised I didn't punch out right here when it broke the level there, but we didn't have enough shares left to worry about it. And all of a sudden it came back. We probably had about 25% left. Then when it came back, we got about 10%. So that's why we have that 15 or so % left here on LCID. So yeah, man, Lucid right now. Let's give it, you know what? Because this story is not confirmed at all, let's just go to 514 on this. We're basically giving back absolutely nothing on this one if it does not pan out for us. So let's go okay, you know what? I'm going to go 509. It's really a small position. We don't talk about share size, but it's really small for me. So we'll just wait to see what happens with Lucid right there, 15%. This was pretty good there. but downside. Like I have just about a unit when we talk normally for share size, but this is only a $5 stock. So like I have almost more than double the shares on this Nvidia trade right now that I have on that Lucid trade. So I can, I'm letting this one go 50 cents. I can let Lucid go 10 cents. So that's what we're doing right now. Lucid, and then the IBIT trade. I mean, come on, man. This has been the banger for me of the day. My number one P&L name today is IBIT. We put down 44.75. Thankfully, it came through. Boom. Our best out is 45.80. We'll have to watch out for that. And that's all that I got on right now, waiting to see if Nvidia comes. Wow, I didn't realize that stock.
I didn't realize it either, but it happened. And I've been looking to see what was going on with Webull. I couldn't come up with anything crazy, but I was going to wait for. Look, I actually was considering shorting it before when it was breaking through this level, like 950, but it consolidated up here. So you a little bit of a breakdown on Webull after that consolidation. But I'll treat it like it's a trend break, but it's more like a bull flag break or whatever you want to call it. Give it to the highs and just let this one matriculate. 945 is an obvious level, and then the prior high at 935, and then the volume weighted average price. I don't have the time ball. I don't have the TWAP on this thing, so I can't really give it to the T-Weezy on that. But let us know what you guys are watching. I imagine it's going to be a whole lot of Nvidia on Nvidia Day, but I just want to get two things out of the way. I don't even have to say anything. CrowdStrike and CRM. Damn. Like, are you, like, both of these names, I know Okta was a big deal and everything, but how many people actually own Okta? Ain't nobody own no Okta. Who owns Okta in this? Who owns Okta in this chat?
Yeah, chat.
Nobody. But you probably got a little, well, old heads have some Salesforce, and certainly some people, I'm sure, got some CrowdStrike. They're the ones that struck oil. They struck gold. The headline here, Amazon accused of selling banned drones. What's your point? Verge. They're Amazon. Amazon can do whatever they want to do. Banned drones. Amazon's been getting dunked on.
I feel like
all day
Amazon
long.
needs to do a better job of vetting some of their vendors.
Look, I understand. Like they're
selling fake stuff. There's a lot.
They're loose with a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of questionable stuff on Amazon.
I think that's fair to say. But
I'm gonna say that straight good.
That's not new, though. I don't think. And we kind of know. You know the deal with Amazon sometimes. I feel like.
For sure.
Yeah, but you don't want these banned drones all over the place.
I'll see how Ramin's feeling over there. Yeah, no, I think
probably can't hear you yelling.
No, I probably can't hear. I can't. I
smoke signal.
Barely hear anything over here. Yeah, no, I think you're right about Okta. They're not a very popular holding spot there. Now that I look at this, yeah, what is going on with Amazon? This is like not great. I mean, I don't know. Big move there on earnings, obviously. Back there, July 3rd. Was that the earnings date? Must have been. July 30th? That seems, yeah, must have been. But anyways, nice move upside there for Amazon, and just, halfway back already. So it's like you're now covering up day one of earnings. There, Amazon not holding the bid very well at all. We talked about the overall Mag 7 being up 4% or something this year. That's what I can call it Mags. We could get that for sure. But Amazon was 232 right there at the beginning of the year. So now you sat in this stock without a dividend all year at 232. I mean, whatever. I'm just talking about just from the beginning of the year. 232 to 255. Like you're up 7% maybe on the year there on Amazon. That's not a great look for look, positive is positive. We still have a lot to go, but it was looking a lot better up near the highs of the year and all-time highs. Now you're pulling back into the 50-period moving average. This could be, I've always said, like, I don't want to get more tech names, but that's not horrible. Picking up some Amazon at them spots right there. All right, still short on Amazon. McDonald's looks good for a McBounce. Dun, 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 dun. Chris is loving it. All right, McDonald's. There was a stock there that Obi mentioned was Nike, and I thought that was like probably beat up a little bit too. And I don't even know what the stock is doing on Amazon. On Nike. But look what
Every time you say the name of that company, I'm hitting a negative graphic.
But this one might be right too. So I got out of McDonald's, and it was a minute ago. It was up into this area when it was just barcoding. We've seen these tops. Felt bad about it as we ripped to the high side. I do no longer own any more of MCD, but I think you may. I mean, we could probably go onto the weekly chart here for McDonald's, but yeah, there might be a little bit more, Chris, to go. What's up, Chris, in Minnesota? I was in Minnesota at Shattuck with my daughter earlier this year as well. Love Minnesota. Went to the Mall of America for the first time. Man, that mall's big. You know, when they've got a slides and amusement park is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah,
Hello.
That's next level.
Yeah, they got, and it's a nice amusement park too.
Let's stop playing
There's
around.
really nice like roller coasters all through these different. It's all through like the food court and everything. There's actually, I think they have 2 food courts.
Y'all know how to do it if you
They
got,
have
if you got an
Bubba
amusement
Gump
park.
Shrimp Company or whatever, Forrest Gump, whatever that place is called. We didn't go to it, but that was nice. We went to Outback Steakhouse that night
Hold on a second.
when we were there. But is it Bubba Gump's? What's it called?
That's a real thing.
Yeah, it's called Bubba. Yeah, it's called Bubba Gump Shrimp House or something.
Like,
Yeah,
like
yeah, look
from
it
the movie.
Yeah, I mean, it's for 100%. 100%.
Yeah?
Because we were going to go, but then there's enough people that were part of it that were like, we don't want to eat seafood or this or that. So we wound up going to Outback where you can have.
Who said they didn't want to
there
eat
it is.
seafood?
It's good. Yeah, Mall of America. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Bubba Gump, it's called, someone said in the chat.
No, so, inspired by the film?
Oh, no, there's pictures. Yeah, no, it's a film. It's a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's legit, man. It's
crazy.
So next time you're in the States, go to that. But just talking about McDonald's there, look, I think that they've tried to revamp their menu. I think just costs are getting a little bit excited, right? I mean, you know, the cost of beef these days, like, it's just through the roof, you know, some of the expenses that all of us incur every day. And I think McDonald's is doing that and not doing a good job of passing the fees along, because to me, they still have a lot, like it's still dollar coffees here, dollar fountain drinks. I know they make money on all that, but you know, the higher end, like, I hate saying like a Big Mac is like a higher end item because they do have the McValue meals, but I just feel like $15.99 or $17 for like a Big Mac, fries, and a Coke seems to be a little bit much. And but I like the stock, and actually, you know what? I don't know if you know, Neil, why, but like I don't know why it's down this much. Like that is I don't know if they had just bad quarters overall. Like what is going on? That is down 22% on McDonald's there in about. I guess it's a long time. It's March, so, you know, 6 months, half a year, 22%. It doesn't seem like much you're loving it, but I think you might be right there, Chris. Maybe it is time to start to nibble a little bit, but I would like to do the research and try to figure out why McDonald's is down so much. I mean, I know there's alternatives nowadays. You know, we've seen Kava and CMG just put up a good quarter, didn't they? Chipotle just put up a good quarter.
They're cheap compared to Yum Brands. I mean, Chipotle, like.
What is their PE?
20.
Let's answer that question.
They're trading at 20 times.
20?
Chipotle's still over 30. Yeah,
Might
you know
be
what?
expensive historically, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing. Like maybe that's what you got to do. You got to look at what historically, like when was the last time it was this bad for McDonald's? Because I don't have a terribly good explanation for them.
Here's an American franchise.
It's been such a good company for so long.
Adair's favorite,
7-Eleven.
This was redeem 500 points, which is like,
500.
they have like a special or something. I was like, they just got these iced drinks in now. You're not too late, 7-Eleven. I mean, it's only the end of summer, but this was pretty good, so I decided to try this one.
You can't wait that long to get the iced drinks. It's now definitely too late. I'm definitely in for those Bubba Gump shrimp. I don't know if next time I'm in the States, it's probably not going to be till I'm in Florida, and I double checked. I don't think they're in the Tampa area when I looked online there,
Okay.
Which is fine. Like the next time I'm not like somewhere else in the States.
Maybe there's one in like.
Because I love seafood. I'll try any seafood.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, you guys let us know what Bubba Gumps is all about, but I feel like it might be like more fast. Like it's a sit down.
This is fine.
But I just don't know what the quality of the food is.
Aaron loves seafood.
Seafood is the best, yes, says Mike
100%.
Peter Ryder.
All right.
I am nervous. I do see some notes there about Marvell today, and I don't want to say I'm
After the bell tonight?
Yeah, I don't want to say I'm nervous about it, but look, it's not participating today. That's the only thing that I'm a little bit nervous about, right? The NASDAQ is up at 1%. I know the NASDAQ's falling right now. I'm actually going to, man, at least that drilling's not that loud, so we're fine with that at least. I just got out of some more Nvidia because you know what? The more I look at this, the market is actually starting to take off a little bit there off of VWAP. So I know I have way too many fills on Nvidia, but we're trying to let this one go. It just doesn't look like it really wants to. The stop was always going to be here at the 25 period moving average. So I just canceled my stop and now I'm gonna have to put another one in. So 220, I think that would really be 227.90. I'm just gonna go up just a little bit because it's earnings to give it a little bit more room against that. I think we'll average it in and then we'll go out. Let's go at 228.16s or so. Let's give it about 16 cents, which is not very much on earnings, I understand, but that's really at 90 right there. We'll average in a little bit more at 227.90, and then we'll see if we can basically double our position. We only have one unit on right now. We'll see if we can double that position off of there, and then see about a downside push off of the 200 period and the 25 period merging together there. But yeah, I don't know. You guys let me know what the story is there with McDonald's. People still asking the questions about that.
100%.
I have no idea.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't have to make sense. It just has to be how it is. You can't ignore the price action. Yeah, with that bounce that's sort of happening on the NASDAQ, I'm just looking at this. Like Intel, it's holding the 90.5 where VWAP failed before. So it's basically like 91 to 91.5, just above 91 is where the short is. If it breaks this consolidation, I'm just jumping out and then waiting for another shot at the top. Someone asked what was going, like why not be short IBIT? Because I thought IBIT was not as good of a setup as Webull to me, like the risk reward, even if it gets down to 90.30. But it is coming back in. I just didn't think that was
go long somewhere
as good as a setup. So I'm gonna get a bid in front of 40, and then I'll probably wait until we get to 30, 35 to see where this is gonna go. 45 even.
Is that what you meant? We said 40?
No, I'm talking about Webull.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about Webull here. And really, remember, Webull is just doing it differently today. Like Coinbase. Yeah, like Webull's up 7.5%.
That is
It is.
Oh man.
Coinbase is up 3.5, but it's already pulled back. See it rejecting these tops. Robinhood would be another one. That's I should have gone to Robinhood, not Coinbase first. Like Robinhood is only up 1%. When you look over, like it's under VWAP and dying. So Webull's doing this sort of on its own. And I just feel like the pullback makes some sense. So once we get the 40 fill, we'll look for like the 25 to 30 range as it finally starts to come back in. We got Arthur holding MU 920, 1 day to expiry calls, hope or take the L. You know what, when I was a trainee, I remember one of the things that got said is if you find yourself hoping for something to happen in a trade, and that's it. You don't have like your reason for being in is gone, like whatever it was, like maybe it's past like the stop that you did. Whatever it was, it's like that's gone, and now you're just sort of hoping. That was always hey, you should be out of it. Once your reason to be in is gone, nothing else matters, and you should be out of the trade. But I can't speak to what your risk parameter was on it or what you had. We can always have an idea of what the chart is doing, and I'll be the first to tell you, I did not think this was going to happen to the memory names today after the quarter from Nvidia. So I'm just as surprised. I do not, I thought it's a breakaway from the 50 and a chance to retake the 1,000 and all that. And now all of a sudden you're potentially breaking support. Now, has it broken the weak support? I suppose it hasn't, because there's still something underneath the 900 level. But unless that was you're out the whole time, I just can't see, I'm not really seeing the positivity here. I'm sorry, there's not much to look at. And I say this as somebody who tried multiple times this morning on DRAM, and DRAM's like right back to where it was. I thought it was too far. The market went V-shaped, and this is the telling thing. So even when this made the bottom at 957, like you made the bottom on the Qs, and we just kept going higher and eventually broke out. And this is right back at the low. That is the most obvious sign of relative weakness that you're going to find. It's almost undeniable, so it kind of sucks. And then here we go, Chris.
Same guy.
McDonald's has struggled with inflation costs and struggling low-end consumer spend, but it's overdone, in your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the call, right? Is that it is potentially. We did get re-short there on Nvidia, by the way, so I'm gonna have to start ringing some kind of Reggie now. There it is on that short. We talked about getting it just in front of 228, so we actually get yes. This is a money. Right now, let's go. Let's go. Right now, yeah, nice little move to the low side there as we put up some more shares to get a little bit more out of NVDA. I don't know how far this is going to go. I feel like we just got a rejection, which is what this is creating to the downside. So I'm going to just continue to get out here on the bid if we can, which we are doing, and just at 227. This is the lowest it's been in this move down. It's silly because I lost money here. Like the minute, and I was sitting here, Obi was here, obviously, Neil wasn't here when that broke, but it was just like, once it rejected 230, I really thought it could hold the two, so just being not sloppy, more stubborn, I guess. Like I thought it was going to hold the 50-period moving average. When it did it, that's when I should have got out. Like when it didn't hold it, instead of trying to average in there and then eventually, bang. Thankfully, man, I hope Easy Peasy's here because this is the exact kind of trade that he and I talk about, and that, it's just the sort of the reversal off of a rejection. I don't ever pigeonhole myself, I'm a reversion trader or anything like that. I don't think that that's proper to do that. But if you are looking for something that's been working for you, I don't disagree with it at all. For me, it's just more trend break right now. Like this is a 50-period moving average, the purple, or the pink, all the way up. And then when it broke that rate there, that's sort of when the move sort of got escalated down into the downside there. So I think that's the proper way to basically deal with everything, is wait for the trend to finally break, because this thing was super hot, man. It was over 10%. Like it broke 230 today. The all-time high is 236. We sat here yesterday, and I even was talking with Baxter on the way home, and it was my eldest, and I was telling him, like, look, I'm not even sure how much Nvidia can go. And I think you and I were talking about this on the after show. It's already 7% of the S&P 500. It's already like 13% of the NASDAQ. It's already $5 trillion. Can it realistically add 10 more percent?
Without there being some serious profit taking.
Oh, here's another $1 trillion company. Why is GameStop sitting at a pinned price? It's that low at 18.
Yeah, sorry about that reaction.
I thought GameStop
said $1 trillion
was trying to hold that $21 level. Once we go at the chart, we'll have a check of that. Yet the warrant, okay, well, this might be something else there, are soaring. Oh, isn't there, what, Adara, can you check this out? Something about GameStop's report last time, there was something about warrants, and that they could be exercised at some point for shares. There was something. So maybe that date.
Yeah, because they're up 50%.
I was going to say, maybe that date is upon us or something. But there's a story.
Expiration date was October 2026, October 30th, 2026.
Okay.
At 5 p.m. I haven't seen anything since. That was as of October 3rd, 2025 when this started.
So, and can you just confirm that the warrants are for $32?
That is correct.
Okay, well then, tickle me pink or whatever they say. I have no idea. What is the price of GameStop? It is $18? And the warrants are going up?
No, that can't.
Well, the warrants must be almost worth nothing, right?
You're telling me this warrant is the right to purchase at 32?
No, that must be something different.
That can't be right. No. Really?
More work need to be done on that question.
I'm with that. That doesn't.
Okay, here we go. Someone there, Pranit. Here, this is what Pranit said. I'll put it up. I don't know. I haven't read this
high
yet.
leverage speculative bet.
I'll put it up. GME's soaring because of a high leverage speculative bet on GME rising sharply. Yeah, okay. I was going to say that, potentially just low liquidity. There's one person that came in and was like, I'll take those. Like, I think GameStop's going to double from now to the end of October. Oh, by the way, oh man, this has been quite the move. Like, I just wish I was smarter, man. Like, too many outs on the way down. We still have half the position, but there it goes. And I'm going to, take out a little bit more there at 18. Oh, listen to this story before we go over to Adair. She was at the wall. So I just met my friend. I went to go see Gia. She's over at U of T with their training camp, right? So she's over at U of T with coaches from U of T and everything. And one of her coaches that I just met basically a couple months ago when she signed on with her new team, we become sort of friends. We have a tournament in Detroit. So he goes to me, and it's in October.
Okay.
End of October in Detroit. Okay.
Well, I already see where this is going.
He looked it up.
Of course.
He's like, hey, Do you think you'd be allowed? He knows, we're both married. You know, you think you'd be allowed? There is a Michigan Wolverines game. I believe there's a Michigan State game. There is a Detroit Red Wings game. And there's a Detroit Lions game.
That's
so he's like, choose which one would you be interested in? I was like, you know what? I said, you know what? I want to go to Ford Field. I've been to the Big House in Michigan. So I saw the Maple Leafs play the Red Wings there, actually, when Barron was born, when Gio was just born. So it must have been 12 years ago. So that was cool. But they are playing
the Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers.
Are you going to wear your Packers gear? That's the only question that matters.
The problem is the lowest ticket is $700. I'm going.
Of course you do.
So I'm trying to negotiate. Marissa's already said go, so thank you so much to that one. But yeah.
If you're a Packers fan, it's an easy.
Yeah, and the guy, and I'm not sure, I don't think he has a dog in the race or whatever, horse in the race, but yeah, how cool was that? So this little story is like, we're going to be in Detroit for a week, and it never works out. Like,
man.
Yeah, I know. And when we were in Boston, the Red Sox weren't there, so I was like, womp womp. But now, yeah, that's going to be awesome. Ford Field, Packers. I wonder if you guys are in Detroit, am I allowed to wear Packers? If you go to Bills game and you're wearing like New England or something, you better hide your.
First of all, we've already seen what happens if you do that.
Yeah, that was 20 years ago, but I don't think it's I do wonder.
Before we go to Adara, just very, very quickly, Intel was 91 to 90. It just bounced clean off the $90. Like, I mean, clean off of 90 even. So I just jumped out of the trade, and I'm thinking about where we're gonna move the stop to Webull, but I haven't decided. It bounced off that 940, which was the next target. I'm thinking I should just place it at 950, but my gut's telling me, like, give it back to break even and look for a place to reload it. But let's go from the window to the wall, because I see Adara. We can't leave her waiting. More earnings, I think.
Hey guys, it's today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. Now, I have a whole bunch of visuals out on X at TTV Research on Nvidia. I have one on CrowdStrike. I've got a whole bunch of earnings previews. You can check those out on X at TTV Research. But I thought, what would look the best on the wall today, and what info do I need to give you guys the most? And in my opinion, that's a look at these mega, massive docket of post-market earnings tonight. Here are 10 names of note. All of them have pretty decent implied moves. You can already find this visual on X at TTV Research. So let's get into it. Autodesk and Workday both coming out at 4 p.m. These are going to be, I would say, the smallest expected moves that we have here. 8% for ADSK and 7.7% for Workday. If you go over here, 4:05 p.m., you've got roughly half of the big earnings names tonight reporting at 4:05. Ulta, 8.5% expected move. The largest by far goes to Elastic NV. This is, at least at one point, was a Dan Ives play. So this one has a 19.3% expected move. They are in that AI tech space. Next up, Rubrik, fairly recent IPO. This one went public, I believe, early last year. You've got a 12.6% expected move for RBRK, 10.3% expected move for the belle of the ball. This is, I would say, tonight's version of Nvidia in terms of levels of excitement. This is Marvell with that 10.3% expected move. Sentinel-1, 12.6% expected move. Affirm, it says 4:10 p.m. I find they usually report closer to 4:05, so just expect them potentially a little bit earlier. But that's got an 11.1% expected move. Gap, usually pretty timely at 4:15 with a 12.1% expected move. And last but not least, I put TBA because it says they're going to report at 5:15 p.m. for IREN. Last quarter, they had their press release at 5:17, so we could get a pretty late release for IREN. Either way, when they come out, we're expecting a 10.6% expected move. You can find this visual and all of the expected moves on X at TTV Research. Plus, I'll be reposting it a couple minutes before these earnings hullabaloo begins at 4. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to check us out on X at TTV Research. We're also on StockTwits at X at TTV Research with less infographics and the text posts. So either way, check us out. Enjoy the show. That's today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. See you up here this time tomorrow. We'll go up to the guys. And
maybe it was. And what else did you want to say,
What was the last
Adara?
word?
What did you want to say, Adara, at the end?
oh, just donate.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Honey P.
Then I'm glad
What
we,
are we-
I'm glad we went back to
Hold
you
on a
for
sec.
that.
We're not at 7,000? We haven't crossed the 7,000.
Well, someone's right now is going to donate $91.
Yeah, I mean, we're $91 away from 7,000. Well, that says we're like 102. It doesn't really matter. We're very close to 7,000, but I want to remind everybody that Angel Hair for Kids, the way it works is every
Nvidia.
2,500 is a sponsor for one child to get a wig, and Fabian has the locks to make sure we get, I think, up to 4, I believe. So let's get her done. Let's get it done. Let's get to that 10,000 mark. Obviously, every 2,500 is fantastic. And thank you, Easy Peasy.
There he is.
Easy Peasy in the house with the donation. We appreciate you so much. Everybody. I mean, everyone's so kind and everyone's so generous, for sure. So I want to thank we have the best community out there. We say this all the time. We really, truly mean it. And this is a fantastic cause. And I think everybody can get behind it.
Look, I mean,
the reason why the wigs are expensive because you're taking real hair and making it custom for
of course.
for each kit, each
Oh gosh.
child. Okay, so something's probably
Adara's having a moment. What's up, Adara?
Okay, so a lot of times when I see President Trump share this type of post, and I'll explain what type of post in a minute, I like to do my research first, and that's why I kind of did that little titter in the background there. Let's get into it. MU being praised by President Trump, but there's a big caveat. So we'll start with what he said, then I'll end with the caveat because I think the caveat is massively important. Great news, all caps. Micron, one of the, quote, all caps hottest companies in the world, just announced an all caps massive $10 billion investment in new research labs right here in America. They're keeping us at the absolute forefront of AI and advanced computing. I think this is supposed to be a flag emoji. Combined with their previous all caps tremendous $250 billion commitment, they are taking over tens of thousands of great American jobs. We're bringing critical technologies, all caps, back to the USA. Because of our great policies, companies are investing, all caps, trillions. Then he praises American companies for investing in the U.S. He praises, quote, Micron's fantastic CEO, Sanjay Mehrotra. And so then I looked into this. And I thought I had heard this story before, and I have. It's a week old. So President Trump, this is not the first time he's done this, praising week old, or in some case, with Amazon, month-old stories here on companies. So again, last week, didn't even move the stock when they announced it. Micron announced a $10 billion launch of Micron Research Labs. Now President Trump praising that week-old announcement. So I just wanted to provide some context for that truth post. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, all caps.
I love how Adara reads it all. It's even the all caps part is in there.
That's the dedication.
That's
and
the professional, focusing there.
That's what we're all about.
On that. So we do appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, has that done anything to Micron? It's starting to sound a little bit desperate when we're like the president is announcing these things. It's like, okay, Micron, I'll do you a solid and just tweet out about this or whatever, and post out about it, and then the stock is just like, okay. But yeah, look, you can see the volume picking up just a little bit right now, but the volume's also picking up market wide here as we enter. I was gonna say as we enter our power, but not quite yet. There's only 230. So yeah, Micron right now down 2.74%. I mean, it all started this morning, and we were looking at it, and the market wasn't really falling, but we did notice that like DRAM and everything really was giving everything back, and Micron obviously a big part of that story as well. SanDisk, we did get that question about the 0 day to expiry for 9/20. I still, like, if I was going to take a loss on it, or depending on how much you have in it, I still think there's a good chance that we can get back up to 9/20, if not VWAP, and then take off. I mean, that story is not going to hurt you if you do have those 0 day options. But we just, while Adara was doing that, we broke VWAP. And we like, honestly, this trade for me, is more like, was just a good idea. Like once we got stopped out there. So I was kind of not really revenge trading, but this is when I had the idea that we should just be shorting because there was really no bounce back there. Like once you're already off about $1.50 from the highs, I was just like, forget this, man. Like why am I dip buying when it's not right? So, we had to take some L's there, which I'm not really that proud of. But, at the end of the day, we reversed it out, took it out there, was good, waited for the bounce back. This is the reload here that I'm like the most proud of, right? Because that was a 200 period. We don't normally do stuff like that. Normally I punch out when that happens. This time we reloaded it because we identified the trend. So, just changing up the style a little bit sometimes does help, and getting a little bit more aggressive when the trend is clear. And I think that was right there. That was a good example for NVDA. IBIT, I know we sort of talked about this a little bit before. I'm sitting at 45 just to see. I mean, last time we had this move down in, we sort of absorbed that 45 and then took off. So we'll see if that can happen. We'll put another offer at 45.36, but it's still the same trade from before. I only had 7 or 8% on the way up, and I just got a little piece out just when we came on air at 130 there. So yeah, Bitcoin actually fell pretty good off 81,000 there today. Back down now to 80. So we'll see if we can get going. Let's put an offer at
79,999.
Is that 79.99?
Well, it's 90.
How high did it get?
Well, it's 9.6 now. 9.4.
I'm gonna just offer right here, get some 34s. I know we were just talking about Bitcoin there, but
the actual high.
Yeah, what was it here?
I don't know. I only saw IBIT.
Okay, I'll check it out.
It's like
That's
right
what I'm
at
looking up right
8,000
now. See you later.
I don't think it broke 81.
15-minute chart. Let's just go to a 1-minute chart. I just want to see the exact price. 80,000. Yeah, 80,008.
Yeah.
So 8840. So let's call it 80. Let's call it 80,800. So yeah, so now down. It's not even down that far actually. Just down $1,000. So we'll see what winds up happening there with Bitcoin for the rest of the day. It should be an interesting trade. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. We just took another piece. I think we got a piece out there. No, we didn't. We're at 34s right now on Bitcoin. So yeah, just chilling out here. Good little rebound there off of that move. But we already, did you take the long? No.
No.
I was thinking about actually getting it all out and taking the long. But we're just going to, we stopped out a little bit above the 25 period before. Now I'm going to stop out proper. If this takes 227, we can just get rid of it, put $1 in our pocket. We just have a little bit left anyways. So good outs down there at 225, 226.75. So we'll give this a little bit more room, but it is going against us for now.
Well, I mean, Nvidia might be strong off VWAP, which it's good that it's bouncing there. Fine for some that like it. But I looked at the NASDAQ dropping under VWAP and then coming back in. And my thought is, as long as we're underneath that and still looking at that back end of the trade, find something which is under VWAP short, like relatively weak. So I just went back to the stock from this morning, which was SMCI. That's a miss right here. That's a good VWAP or trace, like short trade continuation. But we're going to play the consolidation. So I don't want it really going past this 30, because I think taking 2 shots at it, give 1 to 30 and give another shot at 38.5 is going to make sense. And then I've made my mind up on Webull. So on Webull, don't want to add to it because this is strong, right? This is obviously a pretty strong stock today. So I'm not going to add to the short. I think we just get out if it breaks 950. Like obviously, Webull's decided to be on a bit of a mission today for whatever reason. So if the reversion only wants to go halfway to VWAP, then fair enough. You take what you can get, and then we're not going to be upset with it at all. So the new position for me is SMCI. Let me know what you guys are watching. As I said, I want to try to find something which is weak, which can be faded on any bounce. But the other side of that coin is, where are the longs? Tesla's at HOD. Breakout trade now. I don't know how much I'm favoring a breakout at this time of day. That feels trappish. But good look for Tesla. 3% today for Tesla. That's the problem when there's so many big-time movers. That's a really good day for Tesla. And it's reestablishing that upward trend that it's been in. But 3% kind of just rolls off you just forget about it on a day where there's so much. And Saram says that I think it's time you own some Okta. Okay, so for the record, I was the whole who cares about Okta thing, I was joking. The reason I was joking about it is because if you remember the aftermarket show, we're saying of all the earnings that came out, Okta's going to steal the show tomorrow. That was what was said. And then of course, I didn't expect CrowdStrike to be up this much. I didn't expect Nvidia to do what Nvidia did. I didn't necessarily expect, Nvidia wasn't as crazy. I didn't expect CRM to be over 20% to the upside. So it was really more in that context. Yeah, of course Okta's having the better day. And this, we were talking about this in the aftermarket show. It was the one name that was just clean breakout on a good report and had the continuation while we're all looking at the bigger names. And then it continued today. It's absolutely gorgeous, but no, I'm not adding another cybersecurity name. After today, the portfolio's got enough cybersecurity. I didn't sell anything. And Palo Alto was up double digits, and they didn't even report. I'm happy with the 2 we got. I'll just leave it at that. But Okta, fantastic. It's done great. You can't really complain too much about it. Noon Loon sold, Crowd and PanW. Hey man, sometimes you got to ring the register.
I mean, it's right at that spot. I don't think there's anything wrong with selling.
There's nothing wrong with taking profit, man. I didn't. I'm kind of thinking maybe I should have, but I decided not to. And another donation from Bill. Shout out to you. I've been thinking about it.
It's literally at that.
But I just don't want to.
Yeah, but
I don't wanna.
This is right there. I'm not selling it. I'm not selling any more of my positions ever.
I don't want it.
227.05 right there. And if I do sell, look, if Palantir gets back to 220, if Marvell gets back to 330, I think we'll sell those off a little bit as well. But I don't think there's anything dire or anything. I don't need to raise cash for anything right now.
I got one for you.
We'll wait on that. Here comes
Palantir went 187 on a Michael Burry short.
Yeah, exactly. In your face, Michael Burry.
That's the one and only time we get to make that joke. Because you can only make it on a day that Palantir has a big update into 187, and 87 is
the one thing about it is I don't know what Michael Burry's positions still currently are.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just making the joke.
Are those ever
He's rich. We can make jokes all we want. The guy's rich.
Pardon?
Did Michael Burry? Is there anywhere where they actually post, like, you could go on Kathy's Arc and find out what's in
No,
Arc?
so he posts like some of his positions on Substack.
Right.
Like, he'll just provide like random updates, sporadic updates. There also, so Substack is one of those ones where even with a paywall, you can't really get around the paywall. Like, there's some news sites, like for example, you can get around the paywall on Bloomberg, you can get around one on Reuters, you can't really on Wall Street Journal, you can't at all on the Financial Times. Substack goes into the latter category where you really cannot get around the paywall.
I have, if you need something on Wall Street Journal, I think that comes, my Apple subscription,
probably
I think comes free, Wall Street Journal.
Well, next
so.
time I am in need.
Yeah, let me know. Send me the link and I can unlock it and then cut and paste it and send it to you.
Well, I appreciate that.
Are you allowed to do that? I think so, right?
I mean, you're the one that just said it. You're the one that just said on a live stream.
I would literally
with
never
thousands of
do that,
people.
but I was just saying.
I, for one, have never done that with paywall fantasy content for my friends.
No, you would never.
Never.
Something like that. Sarcasm?
Never.
No, we don't.
I mean, and think about it from this, and I'll do it to the next level too.
We're both
Like,
being
yo,
completely serious.
can I read? Can I get this like article from whatever? I'm not going to name the site, and I'll always make sure if it's something that's saying a position that I like for one of my players, or maybe it's trash talking a player they have that I want to be able to get. I'm like, oh, for sure, absolutely, you can go read up.
Yeah, go read up. It's
Let's
very,
go.
very valid
That's what it's
information
about.
over here.
Yeah, and by the way, oh, wow, you read that article? Oh, so here's this trade offer. I'm glad you found that interesting.
Yeah, and I think you should do it. Okay, by the way, we did it again, guys. I'm reloaded. 227. So now taking 40 cents on this reload. There, my average price is changing. Of course, we go first in, first out. So when this trade is all done, you know, it just comes off, and then when this is added back on, it gives you an average price. And then when this comes off, so my next fill, my price is gonna, like, watch, my price is gonna change here. Can't believe I'm just getting out just to show you guys this, but I'm at bidding 40s right now. You'll see, so my price right now is showing, where's Nvidia? 227.30. So if I get a fill at 40s, that price will probably change because it will change down. It'll go into whatever these prices are right here as we get some more shares out on Nvidia. But there it is. Did we just get that, Phil? Yes, we did. So there, see, 227.22. So now it's looking like, yes, okay, what's going on now? I like you a lot. This Nvidia short's actually been better for me than the long. We did have the long earlier on in the day, of course, right here once it busted through. Again, you know how many fills I have on Nvidia today? Like, way too many. How about
180?
Yeah, over 200. So more than 200 individual fills here on Nvidia today, and I have fees. So I have 200, like I just got another fill there, right? So I have 260 fills on Nvidia today, and my fees are $24. So not bad at all as far as managing the fees go. Like when I just get filled there on the bid, like right now I'm bidding nothing, but if I was bidding 226 and it fills me, we actually get a rebate for that. Now, obviously, every single one of these fills is, you know, 10 shares, 5 shares, something stupid like that. So that's why I have so many shares, but so many fills. But as it comes back in, you know, we'll start to massage it out and take a little bit more, obviously. And I'm just using those shares as an example. But that's how, you know, it comes into getting filled. So you got to be careful with whatever positions you guys are talking about there. Lucid has come back up to the upside a little bit. Again, we're just flat on this position. Let's see if it could break view up. Let's put some more offers in and around 30. Maybe we get going over there, as we still have not had a denial of that story where President Trump is either in Lucid or he isn't, but apparently he is. So we'll wait to see if that can pop up. And there's, you can tell, when did the news come out? I mean, right here, 11:30, when it sort of popped right there on vol. So far so good. But there goes Scott H. I see that story there. I'm going to put it up for you. I saw you put this out before, so you probably are right, which is why there's really no action on this. Scott there. Thank you to everybody in the chat, of course. Trump bought in June when the price was at its lows. Oh, man, all these guys are just so smart at trading. He bought $15,000 worth of shares? Oh, per chat GPT. Okay, well, might be right. He bought $15,000 worth of shares.
15?
Okay, so that 15,000, as crazy as it sounds, it would probably be a range. So usually it's about like 5,000 to 15, or I think maybe 1,000 to 15,000 would be the range.
Oh, is that on
he
average?
Bought up to 15,000. That could be a legitimate range, but I cannot confirm that he actually did this. That's according to a ChatGPT source. I want to wait until I have more details to say anything. But the 15,000, as funny as it sounds, could be valid because for congressional and presidential disclosures, that is one of the ranges that's provided. So it could be maximum 15,000, but there's a new range that starts at $15,000 or $15,001. So it could also be that. So I'll wait.
So there are some reasons.
I mean,
why
either
they're
way,
saying-
you didn't really spend any money on it. Like,
right. The
that's
reasons
nothing.
why they're saying certain price ranges there. I mean, look at that.
I actually feel like that might be a short.
we just put a yeah, especially if it was back in June.
Yeah.
Like we've been sitting here having a good time, okay? But like, don't confuse, such a innocent face for not being ruthless. I mean, right there, 227 short. I mean, we just put that on, and there it is, $1 plus right now in the money on that most recent reload there. So I'm starting to feel like a little bit better about that kind of style and not punching out when we break trend. Like try to use something a little bit longer, because I used to always use the 200 period, and now with the market and how volatile it's been, you can get moves like this. Like this short for me started at 228.50, so now it's at 225. If I don't get out and I hold the thing all the way, I'm infinitely more rich. But I don't know that that's going to happen, so I need to change my style and stop scalping like this. But there it goes all the way down, now breaking through view up, and all we can say is peace right now to Nvidia, because that stock is now getting hit to the downside. Let's take another piece out right now to 225.50. I feel like when I put on a position, I just need to go for a walk so I don't actually exit out of it. But there it goes to the downside. Wow, you've seen all my stops have been very conservative, man. It's not like we're taking much risk in all of this, but there it goes, downside play there for Nvidia, $1.50 off the reload now. So yeah, man, it is downside. What's up, Save Man Woman? Have we got any more donations lately? We got to get those donations going. Almost into the hour of power. And if you do donate, remember, the chances are about 55%.
The answer to that has to be yes, because we're almost at 7,100.
Well, there it is, right? 7,100.
Yes.
Perfect. So there it is, man. $27. We say thank you so much to Bill. We'll say,
oh my God,
you are awesome. And we'll say thank you so much for all of that, as well as we get ready to, provide more kids with a chance at a wig.
Which
it's $2,500 a wig. We definitely have secured 3 so far.
And let's lock that in, because it's going to get bumped anyways. Like if we're not missing it by a few $100. Let's be real for a second. Everyone can imagine how that's going to go. So thank you, T Daddy. I have
a feeling we'll get up to that 10,000.
Oh, look, we know we're going to get there. That's the reality. Every single dollar counts, and let's push it above that. Like, why are we even limiting ourselves to a round number at the end of the day? Why? Because 10,000 has a nice ring to it.
No, it does.
If you can get 12.5 is great too. All that matters is every 2,500. Bovin, that's right. You can sell some of your own stock, BHVN. It was a big time runner yesterday. It's not your stock, but it's similar to your name. We appreciate
you
you,
could issue a share offering.
Yeah, well, you could do an offering. Like, who did the offering?
Put that money into the hair.
Moderna did the offering. Just one note, everybody. Slick, how far will CRM go? I hope to the moon. That's a stock that I'm looking for the exit on. I'm going to be real about it. I've owned that stock for a while, and I think this is probably going to be a good opportunity somewhere in this run to get it out. This time I have decided, we added back in, but I put the stop to 50 to give it a chance to VWAP. So if we break this 950 on Webull, then we're going to hop out of it, maybe look for the next available trade. I do think that Lucid's not really moving, but I do still think that, like, why isn't that a short? SMCI is still doing that little bit of a crest. I want the bottom of the consolidation, and then we'll play it by ear if it breaks down. But I'm seriously questioning why Lucid, if for a few $1,000s, gets that kind of a spike. But it's not doing much. It needs to either be some kind of an entry with tight risk or just flat bottom breaking this low. And that's the thing. If it just breaks the low, that makes much more sense. So it needs to break 515. At that point, I'll be much more interested. But yeah, the only thing we're in, just going to be the same 2 names. Like, nothing is too crazy. I think we've confirmed that the futures do not want to continue higher at this point on the NASDAQ. So Nvidia's now through VWAP. The NASDAQ's rejecting the volume weighted average price. So unless I find a third short, we're going to stick with what we got for sure. It's not going to be Tesla. Tesla looks entirely too strong. Part of me was thinking SpaceX just needs to give up 140 maybe. Like, that's got the 15-minute looks a heck of a lot better on SpaceX if you're thinking the short. Like, it's a false break, and then if you take out 140, you've got room to the low, which is at 138.5. But it's got to show me the entry setup, and I'm just not seeing it there. I'm definitely feeling like it feels like a take profit afternoon. And if that's the case, I don't want to be fighting anything. And there's no small cappers out there. I can't remember the last time we talked about a halter. There's one that's halted like about 30 times today. This BRNX. least it feels like it's been that many. But usually we're talking about these in a positive sense, and this one already died. There's not much left to do with BRNX, but that's the one mover that you've got in the small cap space. BRNX. Did we get another one? Did we get another one? Joshua Rice. I swear if I donate in next week, y'all have toupees. They're not going to us. They're going to kids in need. That'd be cold-blooded, eh? If we like.
If I can ever grow some more hair and I can get some good donor spots, I'm going to go to Turkey and get a full hair, and we will not be raising funds for that.
No.
That is. For
I ain't going that
sure.
route. Look, man. I love the look.
Yeah, man, you look great.
No, I think I've always liked it. I'll be straight up. I've always liked it. It was always my plan to eventually just shave the head. My pops does it too. Like he did it before his hair was going. I just like the look. It's clean. It's easy to work with.
Okay.
The goat did it too, and if it's good enough for the goat, and that's Michael Jordan, by the way.
Yeah, Michael Jordan.
I don't want to get twisted, everybody.
Okay, what's up, Easy Peasy? Katina Instinct made me boot buy SNDK for reversal. Okay, what's up, Easy Peasy? The Katina indicator made you buy SNDK for the reversal. Well, whatever that indicator is, I mean, I don't know if maybe it will happen down here, there when the volume sort of started to dry up a little bit, that made that bottom there, capitulated bottom. Nice move there at 114.50. It's funny because SanDisk, I was talking about it earlier today. I still think SanDisk works in this environment, even though on the daily chart, it ain't, it isn't that great, but that's a great bump off. Wow, I can't believe that got to $1,000, man. It went all the way back up 80. Can you believe that? $1,000 back on July 30th, up 80%. It went up to $1,800 in a month and a half. It went from $1,000 to $1,800 in a month and a half. Like, okay. An absolutely monster move there for SNDK, so easy peasy. Yeah, good job on that one. And I think Micron, all these names probably had similar fates, right? I mean, not as much, obviously, as SanDisk. SanDisk is nuts. This one didn't even get down to the 200 period. Micron went from 730 up, yeah, I mean, not the same kind of result, but 730 up to 1,000 there, so not horrible as that's coming in for Micron. Micron's not as violent as SNDK, and of course, as President Trump just finished tweeting,
it's a lot cheaper,
great
too.
American company.
Micron's single-digit P. Like of all the memory names, and I know they're not all identical. It's not fair to say. No. Like in Samsung, there's a million other things you can't even really include them. But SNDK trades over 20 multiple. SK Hynix and Micron are cheap. Those, and I think that's why they get a lot more in favor. Tyrone, we don't have to call Tyrone to get a donation.
Oh, Tyrone.
We get to call you out or shout you out another 55 bones. That's what we're talking about. Appreciate you, all of you, for sure. And look, it's just a matter of time. You know, we get one goal, we raise it, and then we hit that one and we raise it, and then tomorrow we have a little bit of fun. We all get to snip a little piece off of Fabian's coif and put a smile on somebody's face. Well, Derek just said, are we all doing that? Well, Fabian said that we could all take a shot. So as long as you just point to where we got to cut, make sure we get enough. You don't want to mess it up.
My worry is like, what if we mess up the wigs? Because then I think that, like, what if some of us are really uncoordinated? I feel like I shouldn't touch this. I'll pose with this. I just can't touch it.
No, you're not going to mess up the wig.
As long as you
We're
cut up
cutting his
enough,
hair.
it's fine.
We're not cutting the wig's hair.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, we're just cutting his hair. We can't
Yeah, we're
mess
basically
it up.
sending, I don't know, how does that work, Fabian? I guess you send the hair away. There's probably a certain way to pack it, and then it goes away. I'm not even sure,
I'm sure
where.
they must give you something, maybe?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure where they're located. It has to be cleaned and vetted and everything, I would imagine. So
probably.
Yeah, I don't want to risk doing anything that takes a shot at that hair. Like that's a valuable thing here. I figured I should be a good human, guys. Thanks.
And you are.
I mean, thank you so much. That's 50 British pounds right there. So we want to say thank you so much for that donation. And that is absolutely fantastic. Make sure you do. Donating here is great. That goes to the show. And, stick with us.
YouTube gets a
tomorrow. We'll see if we can do something. But we are excited to get you guys to sort of donate first. And then, tomorrow, the goal that we're trying to get is up to there. So all these super chats that have been coming in, we'll see if we can do something. But make sure you do scan the QR code there because 100%. I don't know what GoFundMe takes. I shouldn't say 100%, but the majority of the funds there are going directly to the cause. So if you donate through the super chats, that's a YouTube thing, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on there. But donate with this QR code. We want to say thank you to everybody. But let's just get back to trading just real quick. So on Nvidia right now, I've now pretty much changed the stop. 226.50. That's right there. I'm not going to reload it this time. I feel like once, twice, thrice. I could see a rally into the close today. So 226.50. Let's just all do that together. Our last stop was 227, 226.51s. I mean, that's good enough. By the time it gets up there, we'll be good. Let's go to 61. I'd hate to be stopped out on the exact penny there. We have 10% left. That's it. Okay, of this trade. We done. IBIT. Let's go on IBIT. Heading into the hour of power right now, we did get some out there at VWAP twice. Let's let it go upside a little bit. If we can get 45.50s, I think that'd be awesome. And we are getting close enough to it right now. So, you might not think it can get there, but obviously with this market, we can get right back up to that. So I just put it actually at 45.50. I just put it at 45.48. So we'll get just ahead of this. We'll see if we can get that price as well. And I'm not working with too much else. Oh, Oracle, by the way. I had one short on today. We got stopped out for flat on our last 5%, but there was Oracle. What an absolute monster. I'm actually up more on, well, that's not true. I'm up to basically the same as Oracle and IBIT are my top two stocks, not Nvidia. So we lost on Nvidia going upside right here when we tried to break through 230. That was not good. And then this shorting was fine, but we got stopped out of every single time we shorted Nvidia on the way up. So Nvidia, like I said, man, 270 fills, ridiculous on Nvidia. But okay.
Something got into Robinhood just now.
Okay, yeah, maybe have a good look.
I don't know. I'm hearing in my ear news about Altria, but something looks like it's happening in Robinhood, and it's enough to make me say, hey, if I can literally just get the bid, get out. I might even take 49s here because we reloaded this and we had the top, but we reloaded to try to get that push back into the bottom. But whatever seems to be happening in Robinhood, Webull has been stronger most of the day. So I'm going to see if we can't jump out of it. I didn't really hear anything. Like I said, I didn't hear a thing. You're seeing Coinbase kind of break out a little bit. So they're all starting to go. And I'm just going to respect that. So we'll go to Adara. I don't know if she has a story on it, but I heard something about Altria, but nothing about Robinhood, which just made a nice little jaunt to the upside.
I don't have anything on Robinhood. I don't have anything on Altria. I do have this move here on TTWO. Netflix announcing that they have released the Grand Theft Auto or GTA 6 showcase video. Netflix and TTWO both in focus with the showcase video in mind. A little bit of a bump on TTWO, but the volume on this is incredibly light, usually. Back to you.
Yeah, so I read this morning. They're doing that video, and it's exclusive.
So you can watch it on Netflix.
You can watch it on Netflix, and then eventually, everyone.
I guess I'll be watching that tonight.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Everybody that's into it is probably gonna be piling in. But yeah, I just took the bid out on Webull. Look, whatever. The continuation trade didn't make sense. The short was up here if you're being real about it. Once you've got it, I don't know if I like the continuation, especially given the strength that we just saw in Coin. I don't know what's going on in Coin. I don't know what's going on in Robinhood, so I'm not gonna bother to try to figure it out if it doesn't make sense. I want to wait for VWAP, I think, on SMCI until it proves to me that we're putting in a lower high. I don't want the same price. I want a lower high if we're going to continue on with that trade somewhere else. But that is looking good in Robinhood, and I do like them. If we're talking about the thing about Robinhood, here, I got to show you. The longer term is where you're really starting to like Robinhood. The fact that it lost the 50 and the 200, and then we've blasted right back, higher lows are in. This feels like it's bottomed out. Once this can take 120, once it breaks 120, then I'm gonna be on the offer personally. If it gets above $140, it's just myself, to each their own. But from that point on, once it gets past the 120, I don't want it back under the 50-period moving average. Once that breakout has happened to me, that's the breakout over the 50 period. And if it loses the 50 period after that, it's like ring the register. From that 80 long. Manny Olives. I like many olives, my friend. Manny Olives, thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. They just keep piling in. You got to refresh. There's no way it's. Oh, it is still at 71. Okay, so those must have been from before because I already said we were just under 71. But thank you so much there, Manny Olives. No, we are at 72. When I refreshed mine, it didn't do that. So 72.2. We're now $280 away from the third wig. That's 3. That's big things, everybody, and we can't really say it enough how appreciative we all are. That's just the reality. Like it's, you know what? It's one of those things that, like it's humbling, right? How great the community is. That you do this and it's like, oh, we set the goal at 5,000. How quickly do we get there? And all of a sudden we have an actual chance of doubling that goal and getting to 10. And all we're doing is speaking words, and you guys are doing all the work by being so generous. That's the reality. But I wish the market was generous with bouncing off of this volume weighted average price, but it's not. So it's trying now. So as I said, I'm going to hop out of SMCI, wait for it to get to VWAP, don't want it to go past the break even. It was so much cleaner the first time, and that's fluke to get the low. I was sitting at the low of the day when it made the turn. That was just the target. It bounced after. I don't even know what happened at that time. Like I got hit on the bid because that was the low of the day. I just waited at the low of the day. Wish we had seen the turn. Obviously, the long would have been.
I actually think SMCI is a great stock to trade. Like it's a great stock.
It's like wait for it to show it's moving that day, and then once it's it's not a flat day on the stock, it's a great trading stock.
Is that a headline? Briefly, Netflix went down briefly. Okay.
Oh, like the app went down.
Netflix went down.
I thought you meant the stock.
Get the demand ready to go, man. That TTWO is not even really here. I mean, look at the chart. I'm going to do the earnings in a minute. We're almost out of Nvidia. Like I said, we have less than 10% left of this reload stock there. So that was a good one. TTWO actually, do they not like it, Fabian? Have you been watching it over there? 235 down to 231 right there. So yeah, I don't know. That seems a little strange. It gets released and then it gets dumped. This is one of those things where I always feel that it's buy the rumor, sell the news. So, I've been wanting to get involved with Take-Two ever since this whole Grand Theft Auto thing, but then you keep on forgetting about it. You get distracted doing other things. This is where it's like, these were the good prices right there. We just came back in. This is at the beginning of the year into February. Then we retested it back in April. And it just came right in. Like, if you're going to like this stock, then like it against like some of the past lows. That would have been 180. So I think it was pretty much a no-brainer. Look, you don't get to you put your hand over the chart and you cover up this last half because you don't know it's going higher. But if you're down here and you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, where would my outs be? I feel like this 180 or 175 or whatever you want to do, this area would have been pretty safe if you were playing a November release of Grand Theft Auto. But remember, the market is forward looking. I don't know something that the market doesn't know. And in fact, I don't even know anything about Take-Two. So if this was going to ramp up into a November release, I almost feel like it should be happening now, man. I mean, we're almost into September, October, November. I don't think it's going to get delayed. We have 2.5 more months until Grand Theft Auto, is it 6? I don't know, is released. So you got to be careful with this stock. Maybe it's not a buy right now. And, I guess things could always go wrong where they start to just produce underneath whatever their expected sales are, right? I mean, they spent, I think it's $2 or $3 billion or something on that. So Nvidia just popped like
half an hour long.
Cray right there, by the way. I don't know what happened with Nvidia. Dara's just gone for right now, but they're not crazy, but it was actually down at 225.60. I'm like, oh, maybe I should have reloaded it, but we didn't. And again, my earpiece, I haven't heard anything in a long time, but I'm sure it's working.
Mine's working, nothing.
Yeah, and nothing. So someone just bought it there, maybe off VWAP. It's been holding VWAP pretty darn well. So my breaking spot, though, to go long, I was actually looking at this thinking, if we're going to go long, look, I'm happy. Let's go. I mean, we did really well on that cover, so I'm going to be fine with it. We wanted to get out on a break of the 200 of the 50 period, but at the end of the day, I think it was overall just really well taken. Obviously, holding for lower didn't happen, but getting out too many times probably. But anyways, right into here, I was thinking about a 228 break long. It's just right in here. We held that level downside. If the momentum can come up, we can actually go long right now, actually, and use VWAP. I have two. Do you guys want to do that? What do you guys think in the chat? I think this is a close call right there, 225.90 or so possible as a bid. Just thinking about going long. I'd rather see a complete trend break and actually take out this 228 to the long side. So maybe we'll wait on it, but this is not a horrible idea. Long against 225.50 and the low of the move right now. But anyways, that's what I'm looking at with Nvidia right there. Okay, are you on? Oh, you're just looking at Intel. So
yeah, I didn't get back in. I'm not kicking myself for not taking. That's exactly that Wixon entry this wick should have been an entry here in front of 90.5. And then I'm looking at what's happened with the NASDAQ. Like, it's starting to look like a topping tail candle above VWAP. But that's a 15-minute. This is a 15 minutes, so it's like 7 minutes for that to I guess close. It can still close above the volume weighted average price. That's why I'm only looking short stocks. We got the bull. Short stocks that are underneath VWAP and relative to the market are weak. Thank you, Mark Robinson. But I see you have the earnings look up there.
Yeah.
A name that's not reporting, and
I don't want to pass on. I mean, you did say thank you to Mark Robinson.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mark.
It does mean a lot to anybody that's giving any kind of an amount. Like, I almost don't even want to show this because I really do think that it's very, very important. I'm almost overwhelmed about that. I mean, we raised
10,000 is
money
going to happen
real quick. So thank you to everybody that's donated completely, and we really appreciate all of that. But yeah, we have the earnings calendar up here. We've already seen this morning. Oh, you know what? How come we didn't talk about Best Buy?
Because it's Best Buy.
Yeah, it's not really doing too much. They're down 4%. Okay, Best Buy, Billy, China. Where's that China button? Dollar General, Dollar Tree. One was going one way, one was going the other. It was Dollar General going higher, Dollar Tree going lower. I don't know if that is continued or not. But to me tonight, and Adara's already sort of did her little rundown. I think it was at the window at the wall. But we did talk about closes today and who's coming through. Marvell, Autodesk, Gap, Ulta Beauty, IREN, Affirm, and Workday tonight, and then tomorrow nothing. So you can go get that on Trader TV research right now. Just type in TTVL into, I think that's what it was, TTV. Yeah, but what is the actual handle is? Yeah, TTVR. I don't know what I was saying L for. TTVR. So type that in, you'll be able to see it. I'm excited for IREN, but I did want to have a quick check at Ulta Beauty as well, because this is a name that every time we're in the States, it's like, we got to go to Ulta, we got to go to Trader Joe's, we got to go to Dick's Sporting Goods. So Ulta Beauty, another move to the high side right there. We got to go to Five Below. We talked about that. So yeah, Ulta Beauty. I don't know, man. Like, I know Sephora is LVMH, right? LVMH is Sephora, I believe. And I think Sephora is the one making inroads here in Canada for sure. There's one that just opened up by my house again. Not again, but for the first time. I wish it didn't. That's going to kill me. But 460 low, 440. Have you ever heard of something? Maybe Ramin has something Fridays. It's a summer Fridays or something like that.
What?
I don't know, something like that. But anyways, they're always buying lip gloss and all this kind of stuff. And then there's this spray stuff that you can get too. It's like perfume, but it's not. It's I forget what that's called as well. But they're all being sold at Ulta Beauty and Sephora and all that. So Sephora's are kicking here pretty strongly as well. But yeah, nice upside move here as we continue to go on Ulta Beauty. I like the look of this. Mark again, or is that the same one? But hey, regardless, man,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anonymous.
Sephora is Kohl's? Did I get that wrong?
We appreciate the anonymous too. You can say your name. We'll just make it. We appreciate you and everybody out there, whether you want the credit or not. Oh, one thing we should remember: hey, this is because it's through GoFundMe. It's proper. You get your tax receipt, everything that you want there. So you obviously take advantage of that to your abilities. I think it makes a lot of sense. So it's like anything else. You'll get your tax receipt, so you can go pay Uncle Sam. Assuming you're American. Here, it's different. Obviously, we don't have that kind of we don't have a nickname for when we pay our taxes. We just call it the tax man. We don't. We seriously don't. Just wanted to note, USO is kind of on the grind again. And because it is, I know the market's bouncing here, but it's on the grind higher, and that's lending me to maybe look back at some of the fades for sure. Cheese in a Chair just sent us a super chat. So before I go back to Intel, because it's starting to look strong, I don't want to give up on the notion of the short yet, but that's not looking as good of an entry as it was before. I might let it press a little bit higher, or yeah, maybe press a little bit higher before we try to take that one to the south side. Cheese in a Chair. Sean, it was your idea to get Okta at 160 this morning. You loaded up at 157 and tried to super chat. Oh, you missed the I tried to super chat immediately, but by the time you saw it, it was back to 162, was too slow. Sorry about that.
I don't be sorry about anything, man. I mean, that was, we had looked at that earlier, and I'd thought that Okta was a little too, not that it was too hot, but, some of these names had come in off of their earnings calls, and I guess that is what happened. And look, don't be sorry about anything, Cheese in a Chair, man. I'm just happy that you're able to make money, and because you know what? That's my bad. this is why I have the 200 period moving average on. I just talked about it with that Nvidia. There's so many stocks like that, right? I mean, meanwhile, while you were doing that, don't feel bad for me. My number one stock today is iBid. So while you were doing that, I was doing this. Wrong screen. I was doing
Well, that's my
this.
screen.
I was doing
Yeah,
this right here. So as you were talking about taking that octa low, I was taking this. So yeah, we're okay, man. But yeah, thank you for, oh, wow. We just got that fill actually on iBit. I missed it. So there it is, man. This is the only one. We averaged into this one. We actually had 3 or 4 units down there by the time we had it. Probably 1 unit, 2 units, probably took another one right down. I think this was my biggest fill down there anyways, not just because that would be convenient for that to be, but I think it was because our price was 44.70 is what we wanted to take. So 75, once it broke there, that's 70, that's 80s plus 70s giving us 75. So we have that trade in our blotter. But yeah, good look on Octane. I'm glad. If you guys aren't joining us every day at 8 a.m., then you are missing out on something because we go over everything. We have a rundown. We have a good little discussion roundtable. As soon as we get more cameras set up, we will be having Joe and Sharif joining us at that first morning roundtable with Sia as well as Adara. So Neil, myself, Adara, Sia right now. Joe, yeah, there it is. So we're just going to set this all up as this roundtable continues to come through with Joe. This is where I am right here. Hi. Joe and Obi on this side and Sharif coming tomorrow. So we'll get that all wrapped up and ready to go for you guys. Hopefully soon, right? We've got to get those cameras going. Everyone's just pretty busy right now doing everything. So we say hi. Oh, the cameras are getting close. Did you just install that today? No, that one's always been there, I feel like.
No, the one that's on the ground in the corner wasn't there before.
Yeah,
that's
we're getting ready. I think we're getting ready.
I think we are getting pretty close to that.
Raise the roof up there as well. The greatest Raptor of all time is Kyle Lowry. I don't know if that's true.
Raptor?
Yeah, they are.
I understand he won a championship.
They're raising his. There's a game it's supposed to be the hottest game. I think they're retiring his number, and I think it's when LeBron's coming with the Sixers. So there's going to be LeBron here. There's going to be Nick Nurse, which is our Raptor coach.
I got a hot take
that we won the championship with, and then Lowry.
DeRozan was a better Raptor. And don't get me wrong,
better, but
Kyle won a championship.
That's why.
But DeRozan was a better player.
I mean, the best player of all time to ever be a Raptor, I think, was either T-Mac or Vince Carter.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a different, yeah. But I'm talking about between those two. They were the same era. One of them was unfortunately traded right before we.
We also have the Claw. Not Kyle Lowry. Our boy that's coming back, maybe Kawhi Leonard.
No, he's coming back because they didn't do anything wrong.
That trade, I don't think even went through yet.
I think we're getting him.
But anyways,
by the way, the market's bouncing, so I think it was the right decision. I was going to take this entry when it looked weak, but it didn't. I don't know. I don't usually say it, but it didn't feel right. So let it press into VWAP. But look at the way we're getting into the volume weighted average price. So the actual short, that's a solid entry where it just obviously bounced. But waiting for it to crest above VWAP might make a little bit of sense. And I'm pretty glad that we got out of, look at Webull. What has gotten into these stocks today? Why is Webull so strong? We popped out, and then look at this sucker just go higher and higher and higher. What is Robinhood doing? I got to imagine this is, but Robinhood's now all of a sudden weak. So that's interesting. So Robinhood goes into VWAP and fades.
Bitcoin's still going higher.
Webull continues going. Bitcoin's still going. Coinbase was the other one. Coinbase is still going. Suddenly, Robinhood is relatively weak.
That's where I get it from. It's Mike Lowry. That's what we are.
It's Mike Lowry. Mike Lowry gonna be all right.
Shout out to Zion Lowry.
They made a few too many of those, but that's fine. I understand Hollywood's got to make money, and Bad Boys just paid the bills. But they didn't make a few too many of those Bad Boys films.
Is there Bad Boys, the 5 of them or something ridiculous? I don't know.
The only funny thing about the last one was So it would just, let me finish this thought. Finish this thought. I'm going to short under VWAP, but I'm only going to give it to these wicks up here, not to the volume weighted average price. It's going to be to these tops. Give it to the topping tail candles at 110. It's about 110.80. The kid that dates Martin Lawrence's daughter in the first film, where they intimidate him at the door, he has a hilarious role in the last one. If you haven't seen it,
I haven't seen the last.
I'll let you watch it because
don't worry about it.
It's easily the funny. You don't care?
No, don't worry about it. I don't. Yeah, I probably.
Because but the whole idea is you're dating my daughter, so they freak him out because they're cops. They got guns.
Right.
And then when he grows up in the last one, he's not this timid kid anymore. He goes full Rambo in this movie.
Okay.
I mean, straight up. And I think his name's Reggie. No, Reggie's not playing. It's actually a little bit insane because you don't see it coming, and all of a sudden, he is Rambo.
You're talking about Martin Lawrence or?
No, the kid that was dating.
The kid. Okay.
I think they're actually even married in it. It was what the heck? But anyways, it is what it is. That guy makes the movie. Martin Lawrence is funny. I kind of feel like the Mike Lauer, Will Smith's character is played out, and then Will's Will. So
I'm wondering about.
I don't like that game.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Nvidia is doing here. We just literally, as my kids say,
Nvidia is strong.
literally touched VWAP for some reason and came right back up, right into this level where now we're barcoding. This is the most expensive, not most expensive, sorry, the highest market cap in the world, and it's just chilling out right now for the last 20 minutes and can't make up its mind. So, and it's done 235 million shares today. So pretty excited about what Nvidia brought us today. So that's going to be really good. You know, some nice presence there to the upside. I did check the account today. That was nice for sure. With all those other names being part of this story as well, the CrowdStrikes of the world. Oh, you know what I want to check was Best Buy. We did mention that a little bit there. I'm close to thinking that like that VWAP bounce there has now sparked this take of 228. So if you're long right now, I think 228 is coming, but I'm not long. So if I really thought that, I could get long. Best Buy here. So I'm not sure what that quarter looked like, but you know they were producing actually. Yeah, Best Buy. Yeah, they came out.
It was decent, but I noticed their comp sales, specifically in their entertainment segment in both the U.S. and their international, really bad. And they were really good last quarter. So like some of these, for some reason, entertainment comparable sales just tanking on a double-digit basis for international.
I wonder what even entertainment means. I mean, yeah, because like, are they talking about like video game sales or, what? Yeah, okay. So Adair assumes maybe so on that one. Yeah, I don't know. Just looks like we had a nice high move today of $91. It tried to break that level there. It does not. Closes underneath. As long as we close underneath this 91 over the next 3 days, we always give it a couple days after earnings. This looks like a short to me. Trying to get into the 200 period again, and we'll see if it can, you know, take a bit off that. But again, like, it's so. Sometimes it just is easy. Like these stocks come into these levels and they stop and pop. But
you know this company. This is the one you were talking
about. Yeah, I know. This is online marketing company. Highest. Ooh, this one keeps going. I should have bought this name. Like I was looking at this, it's got a lot of social media hype around like $17 or $18. It's pronounced Zeta, I believe, or Zeta. I think it is Zeta. I think it's Zeta. And yeah, like I feel really stupid about this one because it was literally in this area. And that's why I remember 18, because I guess that's where the 200 period moving average is. And I think it was like I had heard about it because it was breaking out there. And I was like, well, if it comes back in, and it wasn't my trade, it wasn't my idea. I don't know that much about it. But that's been a really great move on Zeta. And as far as I know, they were kind of like a trade desk where they're going out, they're using AI to buy and sell ad space and curate it for their customers. And so they just started eating a little bit of trade desk lunch there. The reason why I think it's a risk, and it's not that much of a risk, it's almost doubled since July. But I thought it was a little bit because I know Amazon and Google, they're all trying to do it like natively now in their own ecosystem. So I thought maybe that would mean that these guys are getting washed. But, you know, similarly today, it's probably up. I don't know if they reported or not. Maybe Adair can find out, but this is Zeta, yeah. Okay, maybe they already did. But at the end, no, don't worry about it. I can easily check that up. It's just a risky trade to me. But yeah, I mean, I might not know nothing about that. Oh, what I was using?
Tuesday, August 4th was when they reported.
Yeah, so a while back. So I was actually thinking that just like Salesforce, right? The rhetoric around Salesforce was they can't compete with all this agentic AI out there. Like, you know, people will install Claude and it will learn everyone's processes, and then you won't need CRM anymore because it will build one for you. But instead, CRM said, okay, if that's the case, then we're going to use Claude and make our platforms even better and let it learn as it goes and give opportunities to customers to use Anthropic and Claude and whatever large language model they chose Claude because they're invested in Anthropic. And you could see exactly the movement that Salesforce is having on more efficient workforce. So, you know what? Remember I said where Nvidia was going? Damn, shawty. I mean, there it is. 227.50. This was at 226.50. We were talking about it right there on that break. So, wow, that was $1 to the upside right there on Nvidia. Yeah, that VWAP bounce break higher. That was a good trigger there. It's 322.
It's 320. Jeez balls. Thank you for the super chat. The best Raptor point guard is Drake or Van Vliet.
I don't know about Drake, but Van Vliet was nice.
No, Van Vliet was nice, but we had a rapper that was a point guard, that was a legit point guard.
Yeah, Master P.
And that's Master P. Percy.
I don't know if he was actually a point guard, was he?
He was a one, wasn't he?
Was he?
He's too short to play the two.
I think he's too big to play a one. I was gonna go the
He
other
wasn't
way
that
around.
big, was he?
I think he's 6'6".
You know what? I don't remember. But anyways, for those that don't know, Master P played for the Raptors.
Yep.
I mean, I guess he's old enough that
His kid is.
maybe you know what? He's so old that people probably don't even know in the chat who Master P is. I know those that know, but maybe not everybody. And someone just said, Neil, Moderna's going again. Here, man. Forget Moderna. Where's Moderna? You go to the gates. Yeah, you go Moderna. Do your thing, Moderna. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes you have to read the read right. But it's just, and we're talking about it for the lesson of the day. You can't change the entry strategy from what was working the day before to something different. Like yesterday, it was very clear. Let it bounce, show a high, because if you don't have it from there or the resistance level, let it make the high and don't short it until it's shown you the top. And that's what I didn't do. By the time it showed the top, and now it's shown 145 as the resistance spot, like probably in here, that's when I'm not trading it. So, it is what it is. And now Moderna's headed back in. Remember, Moderna's not going randomly against the market. 7% down. Remember, they did do an offering. There's a reason why Moderna is down today. And for all of that, it's still holding above the 130. To me, the longer term sort of or midterm case for this is holding this support at the 130 level. Because until you break that, I don't know how comfortable the shorts can be. Because it's just one gigantic bull flag until they break that sucker down. So even though it's down 7% today, it ain't all that bad for Moderna, that's for sure. With 325 already, I haven't even looked. I don't think there's anything too. Tomorrow is going to be some rebalancing. Oh, there's something. Oracle's at 2.5 million buy with 25 minutes before the imbalances. Shocker. Here's a real surprise. Nike is a sell imbalance of 1.5 million. Oh, that's right. Every time I say that company's name, I have to hit some kind of a negative, I don't know, what do we call these, graphic. We have HPE is a sell of 1.2 million. They reported that was a big yo-yo. NCLH, $1 million to the sell side. So the standouts obviously are Oracle, NKE. I don't want to have to hit it every single time. HPE, and I'm doing it for myself. But Oracle stands out. That's a pretty sizable imbalance for Oracle. More than 10% of the day's volume. It's up a point today. And it's a 2.5 million buy imbalance. This would be the perfect candidate for a big buy imbalance, 355 flip, because Oracle's got a lot of negative sentiment on it. So if that flips from a buy to a sell, it's like the perfect candidate for a short. But we have 30 minutes for that to go. We can wait around. We saw those crypto names that were bouncing to the upside. Robinhood is still, it's still at VWAP. Hasn't really, it just kind of double tapped that high, still at VWAP. That should be at 22.
Remember we got that.
There was,
Oh no, if you're talking about Robin, I was going to switch topics.
Oh, sorry.
It's about Micron. We got that 0-day option call, and it was at 9:20, and it was
nice.
should we throw it in? And I was like, nah, I think Micron, does have a chance to get back up to there. Well, your chances now. So I don't know if you can crush those right now for flat or.
I think it was 982 though.
982.
I think it was 9. I think it was 982.
It's not getting back to 982.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't matter. Regardless, the market's on a nice run. I just wanted to show that whoever that was, that super chat, and unfortunately I can't remember, and it was Bart in the chat that had brought it up and said, good call on Micron. It is back to 920 yet. So
oh no, okay,
it is 920.
Then I'm wrong.
Yeah, there we go. So what's up, Arthur? Yeah. So there we go.
Okay,
so,
there
yeah.
we go.
So don't take the L, and take the L maybe right now if you can, because it's all the way back upside now. And the thing is that I don't know when 0-day options expire. Are those the ones that expire at 4:15? Because if they do, then I think you can get some potential more juice, because I do think Marvell. I don't understand with Marvell today. Remember yesterday, Nvidia got hit to the downside. Nvidia actually went red on earnings yesterday. So although it goes up 10% once the call happens, once the market gets their hands on it, but this is Nvidia yesterday. Whoops, down to 204, 205. We actually heard from Joe. I think he dipped his toes in there at 205. He was talking about because he was mad that he didn't get more shares, actually. And that's what he was talking about, that story about messaging us when it started to rip after that. But yeah, 204, 205. So Nvidia, was down $30 from where it was today. Well, let's call it $25 because it got to 230. But so don't be too discouraged. Whatever happens to Marvell immediately after market. We'll have to wait to see what Marvell does after the call. Remember, I forget their CEO's name. Probably Adair doesn't. But there you go, Pat Murphy. But Matt Murphy, the double M's coming through. But yeah, Matt Murphy right there. I've heard him one time on Kramer there, and he speaks really well about the company. Adair just mentioned that she likes him too there. So I like Matt Murphy. I've seen the guy. I've heard him speak, and I like Mark Benioff. So a couple guys there. I do like Alex Karp just because of how ruthless he is about Palantir. But anyways, Marvell, good leadership. Even if they dip tomorrow, I still think they're a buy. We got to figure out why. But Marvell, I'm excited for that report. And, you know, obviously, I am well invested in Marvell. So I do hope for the best and on that name, as we all should, I think, if you're long the market. But
yeah.
All right. Right now, yesterday I said that we're going to go to the European update at this time. So that's not accurate. You know, this is not the European update.
Although I'm sure one could give you the European update because he probably
This
has
is
it all
the
memorized.
South American market update coming right now with our good friend Juan and Adara.
Here to tell us about the Asian markets, here is Juan.
Thank you, Dara. Hola, Sean. So, Asian markets traded mixed overnight following some regional economic data updates as well as central bank rate decisions. So, we start with the South Korean Kospi up by more than 1.5%. Of course, Nvidia's earnings, definitely a huge optimism in AI, led by Samsung up by 4%, SK Hynix up by 2.5%. However, Bank of Korea, they've raised their 2026 growth forecast to 3.3% from 2.6% initially on strong chip exports coming out of South Korea. However, they've also raised their benchmark interest rate by 25 basis points to 3% in a move to curb that of inflation in the region. That's the second consecutive move they've made on those interest rates. Over in China, tech and chip stocks, of course, led advances with Nvidia's strong Q2 results bolstering the index. Top performing index or stocks in China included that of Hygon IT up by 6.5%, Victory Giant Tech up by 5.5%, and Cambricon up nearly 3%, with SMIC up by nearly 2%. However, something interesting to note was Japan. The Nikkei 225 was down, and even though Nvidia did have strong sales outlook and resilient AI infrastructure, their supplier, Advantest, was down by 3.1% yesterday. However, Kioxia Holdings, they were up 5% on the news of chip-making plant. They're going to be building a new chip-making plant in northern Japan to meet that of AI storage demand. So keep an eye out for Kospi at tomorrow's open. They're currently near the 7,000 structural breakout. They ended the day overnight at above 6,900. If tech names like Samsung and SK Hynix can leverage that of foreign funds, they could drive a clean breakout above 7,000 psychological threshold. And of course, everyone's going to be keeping their eye out on Fed Chairman Kevin Warsh's Jackson Hole speech tomorrow, Dara. But it is going to be happening after the close of the Asian markets tomorrow. So still take note of any comments regarding rates or yields. It will give a sense of direction for Asian currencies and growth tech assets at the open on Sunday for the Monday trading session in Asia.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that. And again, guys, 10 a.m. tomorrow, Fed Chair Warsh hitting the Jackson Hole podium. In the meantime, we'll send you over to Sean and Neil to take us through the last 28 minutes of hashtag Power Hour.
Thanks, Juan and Adara.
Power Hour, hashtag Nvidia.
Yeah, and remember tomorrow, Jackson Hole speeches can really move the market. It's happened before. It's not saying it's for sure, but absolutely they can move the market. Think of it like a Fed day. It's almost exactly the same, in my opinion. But with about 25 minutes to go till the imbalances come out.
So I have a trade idea before we do this because it might happen quickly. So when it was down here and we were at 226, I said we're going to go to 228, right, on Nvidia. So my bad, we're not long, but we did talk about it at least. We said that bounce off VWAP probably gets us into the 200 period moving average. I want to try this for a long. So I'm going for it. So I have the bid in right now. I'll play it maybe back to 227.50 there on the break. The only problem is the last major break I took was up here at 230 at Nepal. No workout. So I do not like that one there. And little nervous that this one may not trade well into that, but I am nervous that there is going to be an imbalance, obviously, in Nvidia. I'm not sure the imbalance is going to mean anything because we've done 242 million shares today, but I'm going to take that long. I know it's a little late to the party. We'll try it for a year and a half, and we'll see if we can get something going. We'll probably average back into it. I really want to see it break that 227. Will our last trade on Nvidia be a bad one? I don't know, but that's something that I'm willing to take the risk on. A 228 break long for Nvidia there at the end of the day. I mean, you know, we're getting nervous about it down here. I just don't know why I didn't pull the trigger long down there. There goes Nvidia now going there back up to the upside. And I did find out one thing about one. My favorite thing that he says now is plant. You know, chip plant. Like we all have our
inflections or
no, like I was gonna say we all have our when we talk about people say we say a boot and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, accents.
Accents, right? But I like that one. It sounds so proper.
It does.
When he says that. So
I
was like, man, that sounds awesome. I'm going to try to use that tonight or something.
Oh, we do have a super chat.
My house plant.
We do have a super chat. Before we get to that,
when I water my house
this is not going to be a reload. If this bounces, the market's coming back up. If this gets back to the upside, this is not a reload situation at all. We have a couple of gifts and a super chat, and want to thank Peter for multiple gifts coming in from TikTok.
Hey-o.
Shout out to all of our TikTok viewers. Hey, if you're watching on TikTok, I hope you're enjoying the show, but you can also be part of the charity, and that's one thing we want to make sure we stress because we're getting there, man. 7,300, we're a couple of hundred away from the third wig for sure. So I want to thank you for. It was 2 gifts. It was 1, and then 2. I want to make sure we get them both there for you, Peter. And from that,
here we go. We're long Nvidia.
Oh, nice. Nvidia is going, and our good friend is back.
I just want to tell you guys, I am starting to scalp out a little bit. We are now 20 cents in the money, 35 cents in the money, which is not huge, but I am starting to get a little bit out because it is coming into the end of the day. But let's go on this super chat.
Apparently, Master P's a punk. He's now a big investor in my main rival, Stolen Hand Dryer Inc. We got this whole East Coast, West Coast stolen bathroom units, gang rivalry thing going on, and I'm hacking.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. I mean, you don't want any, former rappers, especially from New Orleans, over there in New Orleans, getting involved in your businesses. Because next thing you know, Lil Wayne's going to get involved, and all these guys. We don't want New Orleans. Shout out to New Orleans right now. But there it goes, man. Let's go. Hey, we did it again now. So there it goes to the upside there on Nvidia. There's your 228 break. I mean, hopefully you guys are here for a good time. I mean, I know we're having a great time, and hopefully some of these trades are making a little bit of sense for you guys as well. Not just dollars, but hopefully cents. There it goes to the upside as it continues to go higher right now. We are now well in the money now and really cruising and loving life here as we continue to trade this name, Nvidia, there today. Oh, wow. I mean, another big one. We want to thank you, Rohan, for that. I mean, that looks like that's Lira. No, not Lira. Indian.
Oh, I don't know.
What is the Indian one called? A rupee. That might be a rupee?
It is.
Oh, it
I
is.
just looked it up.
Bang. Okay, good. Sometimes I know the symbols there. I never know the name, but thank God for Andre.
Oh, that's
ear,
a crazy entry.
You're an idiot. Pronounce things properly and everything. So it's a rupee. I bought Nvidia at 208 yesterday.
Like, look at that long. That's down. I'm assuming post earnings. I know Joe was messaging us. He's like, oh, the 206.
He bought 205 live on the show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 205 was while we were there, and then he was messaging when it was at 220. Sorry, our charts, they stop it. It doesn't do justice because they stop before 5 o'clock. Obviously, these guys can clearly see there. But holding on because Giga Chad Jensen, I believe that's what it said. Giga Chad Jensen out there for sure. There it is.
I only have a
Giga
third
Chad
left.
Daddy Jensen Huang. Ooh, I'm gonna get on the bid. Yeah, we got another one. Throw the next super chat up there. We did see it. We got to show it out there. We have our man, Easy Peasy. No, it's not. It's Frankie Bumps. My bad. You guys are straight up gangster.
I told you I'm from the streets of Brampton. I said this 6 years ago. I told everybody, if you know anything about Brampton, I'm from the streets of Brampton. Neil's more from like the high end of Brampton. But this is what I'm doing.
There's a literal opposite.
It's not the literal opposite, man. We're both from Brampton. And Brampton, the streets of Brampton are very hard. So both of us are from the streets of Brampton.
You used to let us swim in your pool in high school.
Don't worry about the pool.
We would go swim in Sean's pool at lunch.
Pool.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. My friends would come to my house, swim in my pool, and I wasn't even there.
Okay, for the record, Sean's mom, she said, if you guys would like to swim in the pool.
Straight out of Brampton.
You're allowed to, and they even left the patio door open, and she told us where the food was in the fridge. Debs
like,
is the best
one
human
time
being.
one-
Debs is. Yo,
I know.
Debs.
We get that message from Bala there, and he's like, "Oh, I'm cooking burgers." I think I was like at football because I never. So I think I know the story. I was never. You guys weren't part of football. So I think-
we didn't play ball.
Yeah, so I was playing football. So I'm guessing that like if there was,
was
must
like
have
a
not been a
camp or
practice.
something,
No,
or
I just mean
something.
like I was probably at practice after school. You guys just went to my place.
I don't remember why. I just remember it happening. So shout out to, hey man.
Yeah, you owe me some money for those burger patties over there.
Hey.
But yeah, so shout out
Talk
to
to-
everybody.
talk
And we're
to
just
that.
joking around here, but we are from Brandon. Actually, all three of us, both Joe. Joe's from Rexdale.
Brendo.
Brendan, myself, and Neil, all from the hard
But we
streets
didn't know that when we
Brandon.
met Brent. When we met Brendan.
No.
I found out like after the fact. All right, I'm
Brandon
gonna,
is a hotbed, I guess, for
what?
traders. It might maybe. You know,
is it though? Or it's literally the
Flower
three of us.
City, it's called.
Literally the three of us and Rocolo. If you,
Okay, so it's not the hotbed then.
It's not.
All right, so
I'm gonna popping out of Robinhood. That's too much of a topping tail candle. Or
I mean, we just did it again here. on
bottoming
the video.
tail candle and a reversal through 110. So it's 110 half into 110. We'll jump out of that one.
The funny-
Robinhood was just weaker, so we're gonna take it.
One of our friends there, who's no longer with us, you know the individual there.
Oh.
First name starts with M, of course. And I remember he used to come over to my house, and we used to go out to bars and everything afterwards, and go down to clubs in Toronto. Brampton's like 40 minutes, or I don't know, from downtown Toronto. But I remember he would drive sometimes, and we had one of those espresso makers. So he was one of the first guys that I remember like ever coming to my house and just pounding back some espressos before we went to the club. And I was like, oh, it's not a bad idea.
And if you met this cat, you knew like that's exactly
And
Marcus.
he was actually one of the
man.
first ones to
That's
show me.
exactly
I don't know if you
Marcus.
guys know about a Caesar in the United States, but it's the clamato juice. So it's clam juice, and it's like a Bloody Mary where you have that's tomato juice. This is clam juice, and you mix it with vodka. Anyway, this dude was mixing with tequila, and I remember I was like, "Oh no, man, Caesar!" If anybody here is Canadian,
He was
let
the
me know
best,
if you've
man.
mixed Caesar clamato juice with tequila instead of vodka. It's an interesting look.
He was
That
the
is-
best dude.
That is for sure. But anyways, there it is. And we took that long break. And we did for a year and a half. It's a big trade, so we're really happy with that one. We're ending our day off quite nice here, and I think we're having a lot of good talk here as well. Okay, 2% proof on X Katina a bot. Okay, here we go. So not only easy peasy. Well, I'm just gonna go to X. I'll go to X in a minute and try to find it. But I mean, congratulations, easy peasy. That's more of it, man. Getting money there. As bang, you went long at 226.56. I mean, that is the exact trade right there, easy. I kind of think I know what you're doing. Every time I'm saying something and I'm not taking it, I feel like you are. Like that Sandis trade, we had someone talk about Okta earlier today as well, taking that trade when I'm not. But right there, that was a great breakout. I love that you took it easy peasy. Congratulations, my guy. I'll go check on X to see what you posted up, if it was anything.
So weird. You gotta see. What the heck?
I don't know, easy peasy. You didn't tag me.
Look what's happening in the chat. Why is this changing?
What is it?
Farm traders comment. I'm trying to see what he's talking about, but it literally it's like times CASY. I don't even know what is happening when I do this.
Oh, that happened to me before.
Isn't
See,
it auto
look
translate?
to the left of your name. Put it off. See, what is that?
What is that?
Exactly. That's happening to me too, Fabian.
Whatever. I don't know what that is. So farm trader, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I can't make heads or tails of
Oh,
it.
he showed it right here. He's showing the Katina indicator here.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, let's see what that's about.
I don't know. This is what he built. This is what Easy Peasy just sent to me here. Calm, downtrend, warm, greed, warm. Wow.
What the?
What the? Hey, my guy. You know, I got some naming issue. Like, we got to, you know, there's had to be some sort of a price tag for this. You cannot sell this. No, I'm just joking around. But there it is, the Katina Instincts. Hey, as long as we're in the green down here, yeah, we're happy with that one there. So shout out to Easy Peasy. Thank you so much. I'll read more about whatever that is after, but we got a show for now. But thank you so much. That's awesome. I will retweet that, actually. And I have no idea what it means, but I will repost it. Okay, so there you go, Easy Peasy. Thanks for all the fun stuff. And you're the one that helped us out with some of those fun graphics over the last.
Yeah, those are hilarious. I still have to. I don't even know which one I like the best. There's like 4 or 5 of them, and you made another one, and we get another view that made another couple. So I'm not sure which one I want to use for my handle. But we have 7 minutes or 6 minutes to the imbalances, or 7, something like that. But Oracle is still 2.5. So this is the one that's going to get the attention, at least for me. It's already starting to slow down, which I don't like. I want Oracle to keep pressing. Like, keep going higher into this buy imbalance. Just keep going. Get as close as you can to the resistance at the top. Come out of buy, flip before 355, and take a reversion trade. Like, that's the plan for Oracle. It's just a matter of what this imbalance is going to look like at the time. Of course, there's Nike, 1.4 million to sell side. Shocker alert or spoiler alert, Nike's a stock that is getting absolutely crushed. HPE at 1.1 million. That looks like it makes some sense. But ideally, this would, again, it's a sell imbalance and it's at the lows. I would like to see it flip. I'm not really big on taking imbalances that are random in the right direction. I'd rather it flip, pair off, take advantage of people that are trying to get in the wrong way. FCX.
You guys know Tim Hortons?
Love that stock. By the way, FCX, I'm just going to throw this one out. That's the breakout that you do. This is the breakout that you are not seeing on Freeport. Finally. It finally made the breakout. It took all year. This stupid stock finally does the breakout, technically, that we're looking for on FCX.
So Tim Hortons is some Canadian culture here. My wife is from North Bay, and the very first Tim Hortons was opened up in the early 1960s on Lakeshore Boulevard. I mean, I
didn't know that was true.
Yeah, and I thought it was actually Orangeville, but or something like that. But anyways,
I thought it was closer to us.
Yeah, me too. But there it is, right there. I guess it was a burger joint at one point, but that sure is Tim Horton up there. So an old picture there from North Bay. So shout out to Canadiana culture coming through there. Lake America.
Tim Hortons lost their way.
Hey, right now. Yeah, Tim Hortons, that's
the coffee's not what it used to be.
No, well,
Everyone
yeah, I mean, nothing. It's just very, very fast service coffee. That is for sure. But yeah, Tim Hortons, I still get it every once in a while, especially for hockey. I mean, if you ever go to a hockey arena, basically the whole bin of garbage is just full of Tim Hortons cups. Like,
it's crazy.
These guys, $2.50 for a large coffee or something seems a bit expensive. You know what's really expensive? Dunkin' Donuts is really expensive. Like when I was there in the States, they're unbelievable how expensive it is for coffee at Dunkin' Donuts. You got tell me in the chat right now, how much is a large coffee at Dunkin' Donuts? Right here, it's $1.83 or something, and that's Canadian. So you're talking about here in Canada about $1.50 for a large coffee at Tim Hortons. Put in the chat what it is at Dunkin' Donuts. I guarantee you it's $3 at least. There it is. $3.25, $4.50.
$4.50.
I'm telling you, it is like when we were there we were in Minnesota, we were in Buffalo, everything. It's expensive, man.
Oh hell.
You guys, I mean, are those the right prices or just $3.50? See what I'm saying? $4. This is for brewed coffee. Brewed coffee.
Nope.
Well, no, it's not nope. It would be for me.
No, I'm just saying for me, I can't.
At the end of the day, price is what it is. But yeah. I can't believe, like, when we go there, I'm like, I'm just going to slip in here and grab a coffee. I'm like, what?
That's crazy.
Like, this is $1.75 Canadian. That's like $1.40. It's like $1.25 US.
That's crazy.
Anyways.
It was supposed to, he's explaining it here. The indicator was supposed to be you, but ended up being the reversal. Could not code the real Sean experience. Swam instincts and smells blood. So there it is, easy peasy.
Yeah, you got to smell blood sometimes in the market, and you take advantage of that. And I think it's just that Warren Buffett thing. And sometimes it's like and it goes back to some of the reversion trades, right? It's like the market's just so hot, there is a chance for it to drop. Like there's nothing wrong with Nvidia today. I have way too many fills other than that, but it's like, why didn't it keep going through 230? Sometimes it just gets too heavy, and then there's the reversion out and here's the climb back to the upside again. So, the short printed here, the long is printing now. And this is why I scalp out. I know I need to get better at it, but at the end of the day, like those outs up here are now making me feel good. And I only have 25% left of this trade right now. And most of it's out near the tops. So, sometimes you just take profit where it lies, and we get going there. So, all right, let's talk some more about some stocks going on through here. We don't have much halting. Like, that's the other thing. Here's our halt. Whoopsies. Our halt scanner is now gone.
Oh, there's nothing to see.
Obi, man, you eat lunch way too late, no? Here's the halt scanner, BRNX. We got to give a shout out to P8, which is the software that we're using here. Of course, we're trading live on a real trading floor. We have something called a halt scanner. Anytime something halts, it'll show up in here. Wow, here's a good one, Mimi. Right now, 46 million shares, MIMI to the downside right there today. Looks like we did have a reverse split, 15 cents up to $3, so 20 to 1 right there on the upside. Now that's fading out and looks like it wants to fill that gap back in. So I would say Mimi's probably downside after this one. But there's one that's doing 46 million shares there today as well. So a good little look as we just get ready to get set up here for those imbalances.
Yeah,
Oracle's a buy.
It's Oracle, the one that's going to stand out the most. 2.5 million is a lot. That's still over 12% of the day's volume currently, and it's paired off 1.1. So the imbalance is larger than the paired volume. So if it comes out more than 2 million, then it's going to be go for a reversion, hopefully at like 45. So what we'd be looking for is buy and balance continues to shoot the stock higher, goes public at 350. It's still a decent size imbalance when you get to 53, 54. Play it off the high, it pairs off a bit, and look for a reverse move into the downside. Matt wants us to look at Alphabet. You know what? We just haven't done. There's so much that was moving today. I don't even think we've pulled the stock up today, and there's really not much to see with Alphabet. There's a reason why probably not a single person on the show has said a word about Google today. I can't imagine they have. Look at how choppy sideways this is. Huge move down in yesterday's trade, but it is just the nothing burger of nothing burgers. The good news is it's holding that 200 period on the daily. That's the good news. So all that support that you're seeing, it looks like a consolidation at the 200 period to me. Whether or not it can break away from there, because usually I think the breakout's here. Sometimes you might give it, but the breakout's the high. I kind of feel like the breakout's here at about 343. Then you're getting the gap fill. So step one, held the support. Step two, actually do something. You got to be looking at stuff that's moving.
Oracle's not even on here anymore.
Oh, it's gone?
Yeah.
Dang it. Boom,
so, Garnet, unless I didn't do something right.
Oh, no, I still see it. BRKR. I still have it as 2.5. But it doesn't matter. In 15 seconds.
Here it comes, yeah.
In 15 seconds, we'll see whether it's.
That's why, yeah. Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, I took it away there by accident. Okay, so here we go. Coming out right now in just a couple seconds. We will get that. My trade on Oracle today was a short right here through 150 to the downside. So, all right, here we go, man. The market is now out for those imbalances. What do we got going on here? We're sorting from the top. Not much. Oh, there's Nvidia. Oh, shoot. Nvidia's a sell. Oh, wow. What? Okay, Nvidia's a sell, so that's fine. Our stop was always going to be, we still have that same stop in there. Yes. 228. Oh, it almost got filled out. 220, what was my stop out there? 220.70, I think it was. Yeah, 227.70 there. So he absorbed that. I think this is bullish for Nvidia. We didn't actually go down that much. And we said we weren't afraid of this number really today because of the amount of shares it's done. So it's 1% of the day's volume, right? 250 million shares, under 1%.
And it's already all paired.
Yeah, so whatever, man. We're cool with, oh, well, no, yeah, actually it was.
Look at the paired volume. It's huge.
Yeah, it was actually 17 million. So that would have been about 8%, but there it goes.
Yeah.
Right back up
Oracle
to the upside.
Oracle came out as nothing.
I'm going to take advantage of this
Take Two came out as nothing. The Grand Theft Auto actually moved the stock today. SpaceX is a small buy of 300,000. MSTR is a buy of 1 million shares. That's interesting. Because MSTR, it's done 35 million today? 35 million? Okay, well, that's way more volume. I didn't realize it'd done that much volume. 1 million is not that big on MSTR. I forgot it is doing 3x its regular volume today. Normally, 1 million would be a huge imbalance on this bad boy.
So I just punched out just real quickly out of my trades. Like IBIT not doing anything, so we punched out of it. We had less than 5% left. Same thing, I told you the story about Lucid. We were going to stop out at 10s anyways. I just took 13s, so whatever. Nothing going on there. I wish it was, but we already nailed Lucid. Lucid's one of the top stocks. So my top stocks here are still going to be IBIT, number one, and that's because of this, man. This is exactly what we wrote down on the sticky note today. You guys can go find this at Trader TV Show. I'm not going to show you again. Just you can go on X and find it. It's written down here, IBIT 44.75 long. So, that's exactly where it came down. That's 44.75. So we hit that to the upside. That was a good one there. That's going to be my number one stock. Followed by Oracle, where we hit this 50 short right there, 150 short. Our best fill is 147.70. So $2.30. We actually did pretty good holding this one all the way down. So that was a really good trade there. We're up nicely on the TQs as well. We got that bid. And we wrote down on the TQs 71.50. This fill is 71.50. That's the low of the day on the NASDAQ. This is the one I should be most proud of. Low of the day on the NASDAQ there, coming right away off the open. And we actually talked about that right on here. Look for an open flush, brought to you by Nvidia. And guess what?
That's not funny.
There's our latest reload, Obi. We actually went long right here. It's Obi sitting here on that break again. So we go short, cover, long, out, upside right there. So there's $1 right there. Adara's always got breaking news. And when she does, we say this. Throw to Adara.
Elon Musk shared an X post in which he says that he expects roughly $3.5 trillion in SpaceX revenue by around 2033. He does not say if this is annual or quarterly. I'd like to guess it's going to be annual. But either way here, just to repeat, we have Elon Musk, CEO of SpaceX, saying he expects the company to post $3.5 trillion in revenue by around 2033. Back to you.
Yeah, well, this is what it did yesterday, and it's also buy and balance for SpaceX.
Wait a minute.
It just ran another $1.50 off of the lows there. for sure. So yeah, it looks like another late day rally for SpaceX.
Wait a second. You're telling me that the guy that owns 6.4 billion shares is predicting an absolutely astronomical revenue number?
Oh, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean,
there's nothing.
On that note, I expect Marvell to have a huge quarter, followed by Palantir. But you know what? There's nothing wrong with being honest. I mean, that's part of the problem.
No, but he's always been optimistic. So it's just Elon being Elon.
Take it for what it's worth. It's like Elon saying, "Oh, I have another kid." Guys,
how many kids is he
13, I think it is. Is 13 kids?
Is that more than?
He pops out another one. I mean, whatever. 14 kids.
What was the guy? Cromartie?
You got
Antonio Cromartie?
Antonio,
Who has more kids, Antonio Cromartie or Elon Musk?
Elon Musk.
But the difference is Elon Musk probably knows the name of all of his kids.
Yeah, and probably knows each wife as well, probably, by the way.
Sorry, Antonio Cromartie. You're a jet. He was a jet. I'm not supposed to like him anyways. JKL, appreciate you. Thanks for the super chat. I'll tell you what I'm afraid of. Josh Allen, I'm not saying that out loud. And Warsh tomorrow morning fighting the Treasury with his words. Actually, this is something we talked about in the morning. That is the last thing I want to hear from Warsh. If he addresses the Treasury's moves and has anything negative to say, because Warsh and Besant, both of them are like understudies of Drunken Miller. I keep saying Drunken Miller. Drunken Miller, both of them. So it would make sense if he thought along those lines. You don't want Treasury and the Fed like directly fighting. Bond market's not going to like that at all. That would be bad for this nice rally we're having here. Chain Reactor, Rocket News, please. Is there news on Rocket Lab? Sorry. Also, I saw Bigfoot this morning in the Olympic Peninsula. Okay,
very lucky. I one day want to run into Bigfoot.
If you've seen Bigfoot, then maybe that's the sign that we need for Rocket Labs to do something. That's it. We've seen Bigfoot, now Loch Ness Monster next, and then we'll get the Rocket Lab bounce. That's what we need. Or maybe we're going to find some aliens too.
Is Bigfoot
mine an asteroid? The Leafs can win the Stanley Cup. The Bills can win, well, whatever. The Bills are going to win the Super Bowl.
They're third favored.
I say that every year, everybody. But seriously, like Rocket Lab, it sucks, man. Don't get me wrong. It sucks. It just hasn't been good for them. SpaceX has gotten its rally since the pullback, and this just refuses to go. I don't know what to tell you. There's just nothing great about it. Sorry.
Yeah, less than 5% left of Nvidia, and I always say that number, but that's literally what I have, and then there it goes to the downside. So yeah, we stop out of that. We got 229s, man. I mean, look at all these outs. So out now of Nvidia. We are just thankful that everyone was here today with us. I have actually one red stock today, and it's going to be actually Nvidia. Just had too many shares on the way up here during that part, but it was more like right away off the open. This move right there, and then the stop out, I think it was even right there, right off the open. Just too many shares too early on Nvidia. But we're still love to trade it, and we're going to be here tomorrow to do more, hopefully, on that front. IBIT was an absolutely great one. So traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stocks today. That's it. Not too many stocks. But into the close, IREN today, right? Should be interesting. I think this one has a great opportunity to put up a number, and you're bouncing right now off. So I am invested in this. Like, I might have 2% of IREN is what I have of Nvidia or something like that. It's not. These are just like little ones that we just hold on to, almost like options. So IREN, we'll see what's going on there with their report, and then we have the big dog in my account is Marvell. So I may or may not be here tomorrow depending on what happens with Marvell. Look at what gold and the mining companies are doing right now, going into Jackson Hole. I mean, I'm assuming they're going up without even looking at them.
They're flat today, but they've been going up, but they're pretty flat today. I don't know what to tell you. GDX, we'll just look at GDX for the miners because you can come up with one that you like better, or we'll just take the ETF. No, they're doing better. So remember the other day we were saying maybe the miners could pick it up a little bit relative to gold, but GDX is in a nice consolidated breakout. Yes, we should be watching gold and silver during Jackson Hole. That announcement. Silver just hasn't gone. I think it's just lagging the move, and it usually gets swept up. It's a pretty manipulated market out of the metals. Everyone knows that. But I think there's a chance that this could make that breakout at 65 at some point. Maybe tomorrow's the day. Why not? Brad G, thank you for caring for others and organizing this fundraiser. That goes directly to Fabian for organizing this. The world is a better place because of these acts of thoughtfulness. That is entirely true. We are hardwired to be kind to each other. I don't care what anybody tells you. one thing you can always count on, regardless of what you see in the media or ridiculous people tell you, there are more good people in the world than there are bad people. Everybody just loves their kids and wants the best for them. That's the absolute majority of the world. No matter what nonsense people like to say, oh, well, there's so many bad people in the world and all this nonsense. It's trash. There's more good people and things like this, everyone contributing, that tells you the exact story. You know it to be true. That's what it's all about. I want to thank everybody that's contributed. I do know we are very, very close to that third wig, like super close. I think we're literally like a couple of $100 away. The 7,500,
Yes.
that's the target where you get the third wig. So 3 kids will receive a wig that are going through chemotherapy and obviously losing their hair. And there's the man that organized the whole thing.
Look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's going to close at the highs. Yeah, what's up, Fabian? Good job there. Turn around, man. Let's see that. There it is. Wow. That tomorrow gets all chopped off and gets on my screens. Really, Fabian?
Just all up in this screen. All over the screen.
Oh, I love it.
You know
I
what,
love
though?
it.
Like all the static charge probably just got
No,
picked
it's great.
up.
I'm just playing around. That's great. Yeah, thanks, Fabian, for all that. That's going to be awesome.
He
I'm
just
really
cleaned it for
looking
you.
forward. Moderna just got some sort of an approval on something, Spike Vax. I think, wasn't that their COVID vaccine? Wasn't it called Spike something? But anyways, maybe Derek can talk.
Oh.
I'm just hearing Moderna receives U.S. FDA approval for updated, this is hilarious, updated COVID right here. FDA approval for updated 2026 COVID-19.
Correct.
Dump it.
And the stock weirdly kind of moved lower, and that was weirdly at exactly 3:56 p.m., which tells me it's a pre-timed release.
I think people, yeah, oh no, definitely. I would say, well,
I think we're past that.
Pre-timed, but the idea was, I think, is the minute someone said COVID.
You sell the stock the second. And
Did I see the market close?
Did we do the
thing
bell?
Show up there. Hit it again. Hit it again. I'm not sure if the market closed yet.
Ding, 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 ding,
Well,
ding.
who hits that animation normally? Oh, we can't
it's
do
automatic.
it.
We
Oh,
can't
we
do it
can't do it
now?
again. Okay, if we can't do it again, that's fine. Well, the market's closed, everybody, and we want to thank everybody for watching us there today. I think it's been a great show. I want to thank my friend Obi to the left of me here for a great week. Obi, thank you so much as he is back, hopefully
Sharif's back.
next time. I mean, Sharif's back tomorrow, so we'll give Obi a little bit of a break. He can get some sleep tonight or not as he watches Blue Ocean, his choice. And then he'll be back there tomorrow.
Marvell on Blue Ocean, potentially.
Yeah, everything. I think Nvidia tonight. I think everything is going to be popping off there on Blue Ocean. There's Fabian right there, 7,300. Tomorrow's your last day. I have a feeling that there will be some, pumping up of that number tomorrow. So make sure you do join us at the exact same time tomorrow. Nasdaq going out at the highs of the day, right? I mean, we had that
It'll be
TQQ
a
long
stack.
right there. We have this long and we don't have this high, but there it is, going out near the highs. Near at the highs of the day. So hey, Fabian. There we go, more Fabian. Okay, good. Yeah, but there it is all the way to the upside. So ADSK just came out as well. We'll stay back for just a couple seconds here to see if there's anything does come out. Autodesk downside. I'm still waiting for
Affirm's moving. but-
Affirm maybe is out.
Yeah, maybe they're
Marvell not out yet. AFRM upside. Okay, I don't think this is out because this is the move is before the market right there. So Affirm just moved at the end of the day. Volume really came into Affirm. If this is a beat, somebody took a little bit of advantage of something there on Affirm. A lot of volume and a lot of a nice
they're
upside
definitely not
there
out yet.
as well. So, all right, we're not going to stick around there tonight. So, yeah, thanks to Joe, Obi, we already said, Andre, Tiffany.
Yeah, the entire team.
Sia, can't forget about
The
Sia.
one and only.
Yeah, we can't forget her. We can't forget Adara in the back as well.
And Ramin. Ramin's in the building today.
Some guy named Fabian that we saw a bunch of times.
Who's that guy?
Today. We're getting ready for Andre.
The guy with all the hair.
And the one and only, man. I'm going to go check my house plants when I get home as well. So thank
Yes.
you to One. I love that accent. We'll see him tomorrow. But okay, man, good.
Shout
day
out to
today.
everybody that donated today.
Yes.
It's all about you.
Thank you to everybody.
All
Sleep
about
well tonight. Tomorrow is another day. We're here 8 a.m.
Wow, you're just going to cut the
Ciao.